Call this open session to order at 7:13. Stand for the flag. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gilberto, we can start the festivities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the first item of business is approval of meeting minutes from the July 17, 2023 and March 25th, 2024 open session meetings. And Mr. Massey, I believe you have motions in your packet.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session meeting minutes for the July 17, 2023 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Seeing none?
I do have one. Do we know why this one hung out for so long, 2023?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe that there was some feedback for some edits that had taken place and were only finished within the past couple of weeks. So what you're seeing are the edited version, from what I recall.
We skipped approval of the minutes for
Yeah.
a couple of times
They got
just because we
tabled.
just ran out of time.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And through you, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple more that are in that category that will make their way through, and we should be all caught up.
Mr. O'Leary, on the motion?
Aye.
Mr. Wallner?
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Massey?
Abstain?
Chair is aye.
I'm very distracted by the school committee meeting.
Oh, I don't want to hear that.
It looks like we're broadcasting the school committee meeting, is that? They look like they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to know.
Are we broadcasting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got our own meeting, we can't focus on that. Board member reports, and old and new business will do it at the same time. Mr. O'Leary.
Just want to make my colleagues aware that, again, Hillview is working towards getting the roof done on the function hall facility. You're talking probably a $2 million project. As they move forward on that, there's some reflection being taken as to whether that type of investment in that facility is really worthwhile at this particular juncture, because as most of us are well aware, there's a lot of issues with the function hall facilities, from everything from electrical, plumbing, and everything else. But of course, we have to button it up and make sure it doesn't leak. But it's an awful lot of money. So I think the commission is looking forward to getting the bids in, getting a project manager on board to look at the project, and we'll be contemplating, should we be doing something else with that function facility? You know, has it outlived its useful life at this particular point in time? Because it certainly doesn't generate enough revenue to support the cost of the facility itself. Never has. And then collectively, at some point, there may be a recommendation to just move forward with it and continue on as we've been doing it, or there may be some sort of recommendation to look at some other future use for that facility if we have a need for it at all. So just want to put it on your radar screen. Before they go out and spend the full $2 million, they're going to start looking at what the real cost associated with it long term. Because as you're well aware, if we continue to use revenue for that particular facility, there's less revenue available for other things that come under the enterprise or could be expanded to be under the enterprise. And, so they're very forward thinking about things. And as the costs that come in, a bit eye-opening. And so I just want to make the board aware. This is what they're going to be looking at, and at some point, we'll report back as to what we're going to do. The only other thing under all the new businesses, I would just like to acknowledge Mrs. Magnapelli's service to the board, publicly here at this meeting. This is the first meeting we actually had in this room since the election again. Welcome, Mr. Massey, certainly. But Mrs. Magnapelli spent 9 years on this board, serving extremely well, serving as chair for a number of years. And people need to appreciate the time and effort that's put in by all members of the board, but particularly when one member of the board leaves, what they've contributed over the years, and hopefully will continue to contribute in years to come. But she did yeoman's work, and we're talking thousands and thousands of volunteer hours. We're talking about time away from family. We're talking about family sacrificing their loved ones' time for the betterment of the community, and she served well, and I certainly appreciate all of the effort that she put in over the years. She brought a wealth of knowledge and information to the board, and I enjoyed serving with her, for sure. So I wish her well. I'm sure she's going to enjoy some time off, because, as we all know, you pick up probably about at least 20 hours a week. At least 20 hours a week, and I'm sure she has plenty of things to fill the void. But again, I just want to acknowledge her service to the community. Our community was well served by her, and I certainly personally appreciate all the time and effort she put in. All set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Wallner?
I'll just add to Kate, is that her professional experience as an attorney working with other municipalities was really very, really advantageous to us as a town. We really benefited from her insight. You know, she was able to relate what happens in other towns back to what we're doing, and gave good guidance and asked good questions that I never would have thought about that kind of input. So all the best to Kate and her family, and yeah, that is 20 hours a week. That's pretty much my estimate. And I hear about it at home too.
Yes, indeed.
And I have nothing else.
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Well, staring right over there at Mrs. Wagner, so I will start with Memorial Day coming up, the parade, and that we will be changing it up this year and doing the ceremony first. So we have always done the parade and then come back and done the ceremony, and historically, everybody takes off for their cookouts, and I mean, we always do that. A nice crowd, but we thought, let's change it up and do the ceremony first and see if we can't get some more of the younger people to stay for the ceremony, which is really what the day is about. So we're gonna try that this year. 9 o'clock, Mrs. Bennett?
10 o'clock,
10 o'clock.
yeah. Ceremonies at 10. More importantly, I kept saying for years that it just felt kind of on the disrespectful side for those, because
Yeah.
we've been mourning the loss of loved ones that have served. So it made more sense to do a ceremony, and then you can do your parade and your parties.
Yeah.
It just felt, and there's a lot of towns that feel that way, so just,
Yeah, so I'm hoping that it will be successful. The Minutemen militia are allowing us to change it up. We had to twist their arms a little bit. They didn't like change, but we're gonna give it a shot. They're gonna see how it goes, and we'll see if we'll continue it. And I will leave your retirement alone, because we will be recognizing you in a little bit, so
Thursday.
Wednesday, what?
So just a reminder for the 23rd,
Oh,
the Thursday.
yeah, go ahead.
All hands on deck, so it's on
Oh,
ground
the flags.
for the flags.
Yes,
Yeah.
I talked
At
about
3
that
o'clock.
last week, yes. How many do you have?
Approximately 1,000 flags.
1,000 flags to put on, yeah, so, yeah, everybody invited to jump in there and help if you want to. That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna really look good. And then a community impact team. We have used the first of our opioid recovery funds, and we have 2 peer recovery coaches starting. Jamie and Emily, they're both local, and they just look like they are raring to go and excited to start helping out in our community for anybody who is struggling, who has a need, who needs somebody to talk to. They are going to be available. Is there anything I'm leaving out on that, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
nope.
Yeah.
And it can be put in touch through the police department, through the
Yeah.
mental health clinician in the police department, any number of ways that we can get folks referred over.
Yeah, so a great use of those opioid funds that were part of the lawsuits that many, many towns are getting, and great use of that money to help people who are struggling in the community. And they're youthful, they're young, so I think it's gonna be great. Also, Community Impact Team is pushing to be a nicotine-free generation. Now, anybody who knows me knows I'm not a big mandate person, and I don't like to tell people what they can and cannot do. But, when Amy shows you what's going on out there, that the nicotine's not being pushed to the adults, it's being pushed to the kids. And, so I can't help but support this, because if you could see this picture of the Sharpie, she actually had the Sharpie at the last meeting, and it looks like a Sharpie. So these kids can have this on their desk at school, and the teacher wouldn't know the difference. And they take the little wick thing out, and that's where they vape it. So, and the smell, you could smell the chemical from it. But it smells like creamsicle when the wick's in it, but then when you take it out. So Community Impact Team is pushing to become a nicotine-free community and pass that policy. So we'll be working towards that. And then National Night Out is on the calendar for August 6th, Tuesday, August 6th, 5 to 7:30. Always a great night. The police do a great job. The fire, the police cook, the firemen usually have fun for the kids to do, and it's just a fun community night out. So that's on the calendar for August 6th, 5 to 7:30. And I wanted to give kudos to New England Beverage, who are the only ones right now, and hoping that everyone else will jump in. Have you ever gone into the liquor store and they're doing testing, and you can taste the wine, you can taste things? They have actually asked them if they're SIP certified, and most of them are not. So something that we hadn't even really thought about. So they are not allowing that to happen unless they're SIP certified. So I'm hoping to kind of push that onto everyone else too. So it's a good thing to do here. That's all for me. And also thank you for acknowledging Mrs. Minipelli. I was going to do the same, and I echo the same thoughts, but will add that she is my neighbor, but also became my friend on this board. She was such a great mentor and just a great, great person. She taught me a lot, and I'll miss her. So, but I hope she's going to enjoy her time off. So that's it for me.
Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of what my colleagues said about Mrs. Minipelli. Coming to know Mrs. Minipelli over the campaign trail, I come to respect her a lot. I admired her on the board. I came and watched a lot of the meetings here before I was elected, and really admired the way Kate handles business, whether it's her mannerisms here or her respect outside of this room. And so I think I'm probably going to end up getting 20 hours. It seems like a week added on my plate, but this is what I signed up for. I also want to say that Leanne did an incredible job as chair. She deserves to be recognized as well.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Just a couple of things. One, we'll go over liaison assignments in a couple of weeks. Meeting, any permanent ones that were time sensitive, because there's things, that needed to be done, especially ones that Ms. Kelly was dealing with, because now she's not here, have already been dealt with. I'd also like to say thank you to Ms. Kelly. She did put in a lot of time. She spent a lot of time with it. Once COVID ended and, I got parole from my house, she did spend a lot of time with me to really say, this is what you missed being in the basement for the last year. So it was really nice, because she did not have any extra time. So she was able to say, this is kind of how it is. Because I wouldn't say I lost a year, but it's hard when you're trying to figure it out with just a green book that you get given on, where all the streets are. So, and then also I'd like to acknowledge that we had, town meeting had voted for a home rule petition for our former officer, Thomas Romeo. And because of pretty much a technical error, he did not get fully what he deserved. And we're proud to announce that it did go through. Thank you to Mr. Tar and Mr. Jones. He sent a very nice email thanking the town and how we had his back. It's really nice because it's somebody who, you know, very appreciative. And he wanted to make sure that the town knew it, that it wasn't forgotten. And I mean, because it was, a lot of the times these things kind of end up with like, well, what are you going to do? And instead we did something about it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that on his behalf. He sent a very nice email. And that's it. So.
Mr. Chair, as far as NRAS or associations, that was maybe Kelly or myself.
Okay, yes.
Should we be,
Yeah, and,
I don't know if she was on anything else, I know that we hadn't met yet or anything, we were trying to get things together, but we're gonna need somebody else.
okay.
I don't know if Mr. Massey wants to jump into it?
You want to get your feet with some negotiation? Ms. Gonzalez?
I don't know enough about previous history negotiations, I promise. At this time.
I knew not either, but
It's not yours.
it's how you
Sure.
Okay, just so you know. Yeah.
I missed
I didn't either.
So, it's, we got an able teacher. Mrs. Gonzalez. Thank you for bringing that up.
We have Mr. Gilbert on
Public comment?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think we missed a motion on the meeting minutes for the March 25th board meeting. I don't know if we want to just take that up. Sorry for not catching that till now.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the March 25th, 2024 meeting with the Community Planning Commission.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. O'Leary?
Aye.
Mr. Wallner? Aye. Mrs. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Massey?
Understand?
Chair is aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilberto.
Back to public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone here? Please state your name, Mr. Yule.
I think he was going to speak, so.
Oh.
Sure. Hello, Jeff Yule, 427 Park Street, North Reading. I'd just like to say that since I take this opportunity, that I worked for Kate Manning-Pelly, or with Kate, for about 2 years when I was on the select board. And she brought a lot of energy to the board, a lot of expertise, and in many respects should be sorely missed, as you know. Okay, but you know, elections create changes, and that's the way life is, whether we like it or not. So I want to welcome Mr. Massey to being our newest public servant. All right, so thank you for running, and thank you for being willing to add those 22 hours to your life, and to be that public servant. Just don't forget those words, public servant. That's a very important aspect of being on the select board. Also, I want to invite all of you, Wednesday, the North Reading Republican Town Committee is having the MBTA Communities Act 3A at Kitty's at 7 o'clock. Doors open at 6:30. And the object there is to give different perspectives on what's going on around the state, you know, towns and cities, and how they're addressing it and so on from a I guess a voter's perspective is the way I'm trying to explain it. But so that goal, I think, will be very informative. We'll have expert speakers to help us understand not only your perspective, which CPTC has been doing a fantastic job on their hearings, but also from the other side, the other view. And I think that would be advantageous for you as select board members to attend, because it's just a great opportunity just to see what people are really saying about it, because there have been many towns that are for it, and there are many towns that are not for it, so you get a different vantage point. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Anyone else? Mr. Goldberg, anyone online?
Not seeing anybody, no.
Make one comment. If you still get the Sunday Globe, there was a great review about the MBTA communities, like the Boston Globe team went and looked at all the towns that are, what they're doing, and they had a great summation of what we're doing. And in fact, what we're recommending was at the top of the list of things that most towns are doing. So, and it makes sense. If you really read the article, you really realize that it's less imposing than the world imagines it is. So if you don't have the Sunday Globe, go pick it up. And you'll find it's a really good article, and it really gave a really exhaustive report about what's going on in MBTA communities and how communities are handling it. And they're handling it very similar to what we're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Gilberto?
On to the next item, Mr.
Please.
Chairman. So, pleased to be able to recognize Susan Magner here this evening. First of what I think will be a couple of different opportunities for us to recognize you, Susan, with Memorial Day coming up, and I'm sure there'll be other opportunities as well. Susan has been with the town since 2007, Susan? Off the top of my head. But 14 of those years as Veteran Services Director for the town. So Susan was previously in the town clerk's office, working for Mrs. Stats. And we had a tremendous opportunity where we had a veteran here qualified to be the Veterans Agent before my time, but she stepped up and really, I think, took the position from her predecessor and really expanded the services that are offered for our veterans, to the point that there has to be at least a half dozen times I've been contacted by somebody from outside of town who's been referred to Susan. And Susan's always been good about managing her time in terms of, focusing on North Reading, but getting that person pointed in the right direction. You really have done a ton to advocate for our veterans. Anytime you see that there's an event that's happening, Susan is in the background making it happen, whether it's I'll say the signature event, the Veterans Dinner, that you basically created from scratch with the Veterans Events Committee. One of the first events I attended here with my grandfather at the time, and was fortunate to be able to sit with him at the Veterans Dinner. It's one of those things that I'll never forget, in I think 2014. But there are hundreds of stories out there of Susan helping veterans, looking to go above and beyond, finding creative solutions. And yes, sometimes I'm the gatekeeper that has to say, well, we can't do it this way, maybe we can do it that way. But always working to try to come to a solution. And I should have led with, Susan's informed us that she intends to retire. She's going to retire at the end of this month from service, and so that's why we're here to recognize her today. I know that there are dozens of Veterans Committee members we've worked with along the way, who will have plenty of opportunity to wish you well, and I'm sure we'll see them all there on Memorial Day. We've seen them all there on Veterans Day. But I think I speak on behalf of everybody. We say thank you for your service and for everything that you've done. And for your advocacy too, in getting that part-time position in the office, which is going to prove to be such an important bridge to your successor, who we are very close with resolving, and I think we'll have good news for the community very soon with regard to the position as well, with I think a friendly face and a known face to some of the community as well. But more to come on that. So, Mr. Chairman, I know we have something to present. I don't know if the board members want to take an opportunity.
First, Mr. O'Leary, in words.
Well, I tell you, since Susan came on board as the Veterans Agent, we've had more outreach, more positive impact for our veterans in this community since all the time I've lived here. You have done a fantastic job as far as reaching that segment of the public, which many times are overlooked or ignored, and I've heard nothing but accolades in relation to how you have assisted people to get them what they needed, to get them through some very difficult times. And not just the veterans themselves, but their survivors too. And it's meant a lot to so many people in this community. We see in other communities, boards and even veterans agents holding back because of the cost associated with getting the needed assistance to our veterans. We had the exact opposite here with Susan, which is exactly what needed to be done and what should have been done for years and years and years. And she was never shy about it, and insisting that, you know, this was the right thing to do, and something that we needed to do, and something we had to do, and it didn't take much arm twisting either. I mean, you brought an education process to the boards that you served on, which is invaluable. And moving forward, you've set the stage for whoever takes your role over. They've got a lot more to work with now than you certainly started with. And you're to be congratulated. The appreciation doesn't go unnoticed. You know, we're a Purple Heart community.
Yeah.
When you brought the wall to the community, I mean, talk about events that are memorable for a lifetime. You've done all that for us. And so we just want to acknowledge it, acknowledge publicly that we appreciate all that you've done. We're sorry to see you go. We hope you're going under the circumstances that you want, which is it's time to go out and recreate a bit and enjoy yourself. And you certainly earned it, and you earned our respect, our appreciation, and our love. So you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
I'll just add to that, I believe there's about 800 vets in North Reading. Is that still approximately the number?
Yeah,
About that.
probably about that.
Okay, yeah.
But I've done a lot more claims than that.
Yeah, no, and I started with Susan CIT back in like 2008, 2009 is when we started working together, and she would often have to interrupt the meeting to go take care of someone who just walked in, and you could tell these people, without you, they were going to be lost without you, because they were really needed you to take care of their work for them. And I was always impressed with that personal relationship you had with them. At the point too where I knew sometimes you were driving them through jobs or getting them places, you know, things that were never on the job description. You know, you could easily said no to, but you did whatever it took to make someone happy, which was really good. So very impressive. The wall I thought was just over the top. You know, just an amazing event amongst all the other events you've done. But that one just going to be a standout for me forever. So congratulations on that, and congratulations on your retirement. If you need a part-time job back, I'm sure they'll take it.
Ms. Gonzalez?
I could cry. So I've been on the liaison to the Veterans Events Committee for the 5 years I've been on the board, and just an amazing person you are. Your passion, your love for the veterans in this town and anywhere, like Mr. Gilberto said, people will call from other communities because of your expertise, and you share it willingly. You don't care where they're coming from, you want to help them. And, you know, not only your own service, but your children have given their service, and I mean, I just can't say enough. I'm going to miss you a lot. I know whoever we get will be great, but I'm going to miss you. And I thank you. I met you first at the wall before I was on the board.
Right?
Yeah. It just, and I was, if anybody didn't get to see that, you missed something, because that was amazing. And to make the town, I'm honored to have been a part of that, and making the town a Purple Heart community. And, you know, like Mr. O'Leary said, you know, you don't take no for an answer. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it happen. It's gonna work. And just thank you so much. We've been very fortunate to have you. And I hate to see you go, but I'm happy to let you go and go enjoy your time.
So I'm the new guy, so I didn't get the pleasure to spend enough time with you as these folks did. Day after I got elected, I went around town hall, introduced myself to you, but told you that I haven't heard nothing but good things, and you could tell by what they all said here. You served the community in an amazing way. I appreciated meeting you. I wish I got to work with you longer. But the veterans are never thanked or supported enough. And so thank you for your services, and thank you for your family services, and thanks for everything you've done for the town. That's what I
you.
Appreciate it. Wish you the best of luck.
And we have a plaque.
I'm gonna say something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm so used to being the last word. I gotta get used to
So,
that.
well, Ms. Magna, I saw a lot of your work from afar and close, some of your events, but I think you do a great job with the limited resources, and I know how limited they are, that goes into veteran services from all levels of government, not just local. To keep front and center, I think, what veterans did. Because there's at least 2 generations of Americans that they did such a good job that we just enjoy the spoils of war, that there is no big war. And I feel like sometimes the longer you move away from an event, you forget. But you've been able to at least hear, because I know I learned a lot that when I moved to North Reading, and just more when I got on the boards, it was like, wow, there's a lot that goes on from, I think I was most impressed with, you know, those 575-page applications that like you would just breeze through for people, because I could see somebody looking at that being overwhelmed and being like, it's not even worth it's not even worth the hassle. And you would be like, no, it is, so I'm just gonna do it. All right, and that takes, there's a lot of the job description that you just did. And that's really, that just tells everything I needed to know about the character when I first, you know, when I was first here, again, when we all came out of our shell, so to speak, in 2021, so, no, but again, thank you for your service. Like what Mr. Wallner said, I'd be hard pressed to say that if you didn't want a few hours per diem, whatever you want to do, that we can't find something. I mean, somewhere, you can even use this room.
I like working on those claims.
So, but yes, but without further ado.
We have a plaque. Coming up. Is that right?
Just have to watch our stuff over here too.
Wait, this one, we just read, 4,000 pages.
I got it, you can use mine. Or Jeff, do you mind?
I'll take a picture of all of you, text it.
That would be great, thank you.
So,
Nick, would you move in closer, please?
presented to Susan Magner in recognition of 16 years of dedicated service to the town of North Reading, including 14 years as Director of Veteran Services, given by the Select Board on behalf of a grateful community, May 20th, 2024.
Thank you.
Give me all your best smiles, stand at attention, please, there you go. Stay still though, it'll get blurry. Fantastic.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, everybody. I'm sure you will. I'm not afraid to help out.
Don't worry. There's plenty of receiving left.
Let's go to our next, one day.
Next item's a one-day alcoholic beverage license. This is what I'll say, a repeat event that we have a lot of familiarity with. It's gone through the regulatory process. I think that there have been no issues in the event in the past, which was, I think, about a year ago, you guys had the last one. We're here to recommend approval for a one-day liquor license for St. Teresa's Church on Winter Street.
Everything was in good order as usual?
It was, yep.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant a one-day wine and malt beverage license to St. Teresa's Church for an event to be held at 63 Winter Street on Friday, June 21st, 2024, between the hours of 5 o'clock p.m. and 9 o'clock p.m., subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. Any further discussion?
There's only 300 tickets, right?
Only 300 tickets.
300 tickets, so that's early.
Don't procrastinate.
Any further comment? Seeing none, Mr. O'Leary?
Aye.
Mr. Wallner?
Aye.
Mrs. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Chair's aye.
Thank you.
And that's Friday, June 1st, from 5 PM to 9 PM.
June 21st.
June 21st, excuse me, yes, June 21st. Friday, June 21st.
Good
Great,
weather.
thank you.
Gotta go work on a float.
Hi, Susan.
Thank you. Okay. For the interest of not keeping 3 people here till 11, even though I think we're going to be done in an hour, I'm going to take,
Never the optimist.
I'm going to take number 13 out of order.
Don't challenge Mr. O'Leary like
Which
that.
item is that?
Number 13. All right, we'll do that next.
Okay, I'm just printing out the copies for the board members.
No faith, Mr. O'Leary?
What's that?
No faith.
Mr. Chairman, through you,
Go ahead, sorry.
so I think this goes back 6 years, at least 5 years,
2019.
in terms of a request from Mr. Magazoo to acquire some property from the town on Audubon Road. The town, being the owner of parcels at 8 and 14 Audubon Road, Mr. Magazoo, or a company that he's affiliated with, having bought, is it 12 Audubon?
Yeah.
For purposes of constructing a single-family house lot. Some confusion at one point in time about whether or not that property was a buildable house lot. I think the initial thinking was that it was, and there was a determination somewhere along the way that it wasn't. Either way, Mr. Magazoo is seeking to develop a lot at that location.
We did go before the board, and the board actually had us do the perks and everything, and validate.
Mr. Magazine, you and Mrs.
Sure, so
Magazine,
I'll get to that part. I'm not gonna try not to leave anything out, but you can fill in if I miss anything. So,
Please have a seat.
in response to the request that I think the
This is
board
my
has.
attorney, Jill.
In response to the request, Mr. Magazoo agreed to basically buy not just a small lot on one side of the property, but a portion of a larger lot as well. Was asked to come up with a plan to minimize the amount of land that he needed to acquire from the town so that we would not, at the time, reduce the amount of town-owned land we had while we were in a case with the Housing Appeals Committee relative to me. We did that and has filed an A&R plan with the select board. There's a couple of things that need to happen in order for that to proceed. First is we need to approve and sign off on the A&R applications. We go to the planning commission and then conduct an auction for these 2 tax title foreclosure properties. One of the things that we do with regard to auctioning off tax title properties is determine what cost might be borne in terms of a minimum bid. A lot of times for the parcels, we're talking about abutter-owned properties that are, or for someone who might be looking to do a shed, or just wants to own the land because they're using it for their own purposes anyway, but they're not seeking to necessarily develop it. So a lot of times the charge that we assess is just the cost of the transaction. It might be $2,000 or $4,000 between the legal fees and the advertising. In this case, there's obviously a buildable lot that's being created here. So we've struggled with how to really quantify that. I think at a prior meeting more recently, I say more recently, probably like last year, we went over a scenario of values that I think Mr. Magazine felt were excessive for a minimum value for bidding on both the portion of land and the entire parcel of land for those 2 parcels. Based on some feedback, some conversation with Mr. Magazine, we're trying to get that number down to a lower number in terms of the projected value. So we basically asked the assessor to look back in time and say, okay, what was the property worth roughly when we started talking about doing this at the end of 2019? which she's done, and the values are on the piece of paper that I just passed around on there on the bottom. Mr. Magazoo has this as well as his attorney. The thing I'll point out is, I believe in this, Attorney Mann can correct me. You have quite a bit of latitude in terms of determining what the minimum value is. You could just put it out to auction with no minimum value. You could put it out to auction with some other reasonable value. I think in most scenarios, Mr. Magazoo is probably the only bidder either way, because he owns the property in between these two lots. I know there are other abutters, I'm just not sure there's a ton of value for them in that area, if I'm speaking candidly. I kind of felt like we needed to give an indication what the value might have been when we were having these conversations, but ultimately whatever the value ends up being from a minimum standpoint is subject to your determination at an auction. And I should note, I think there's been multiple offers Mr. Magazoo's made to do a land swap or donate land to the town as well. Unfortunately, we're dealing with a tax title parcel. We're not, without going back to town meeting, we're not really able to tie the two together directly. So, through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Attorney Mann or Mr. Magazoo want to add anything to what I've described.
I mean, I can provide color for the board so that we can just update you on, what's transpired, if I may. So I did bring a copy, I'm just gonna hand them out. I did bring a copy of the A&R plan that was prepared by Luke Floyd Engineering. When you see it, I outlined the entire property, but it would be once the properties, if you will, were combined. The property that has the X is the property that's currently owned by Mr. Magazoo's company. It's called Cadillac LLC. So you can see that clearly on the plan. Essentially, just again, for color, when Mr. Magazoo bought the property in 2019, it had been the subject of tax taking. So historically, the property has not really yielded much value to this community because it was constantly a tax title because taxes weren't being paid. After Mr. Magazoo bought it, it actually was redeemed. So there was sufficient funds, the taxes, back taxes were all paid, and then Mr. Magazoo bought it and has been paying taxes on it ever since. And since that time, it has been taxed at an exceptionally high value. So what I did was actually just bring you a copy of what it would be taxed. Clearly, back when he bought it, as Mr. Gilberto pointed out, it wasn't a buildable lot because it wasn't grandfathered. So even though it was pre-existing, non-conforming, under the law, you have to have at least 5,000 square feet. It was only 4,800. So no matter what, it did not pass the threshold for being considered a buildable lot under Section 48, Section 6. So it was never a buildable lot. However, he had been given advice that it was a buildable lot. And that's why he purchased it, that's why he paid the back taxes, and that is also why he is not objected to paying the taxes that is currently assessed. When you look at the document I just sent to you, you'll see that his 12,000 square foot lot, I apologize, 4,800 square foot lot has been taxed at $253,000 since he's owned it, approximately. It's obviously gone up over time, but there's been a tremendous value tax-wise for that property. And if you'll notice, properties that are listed in that list, both above and below, at the same exact size, are valued at far less. There's actually a lot on Audubon that is valued at $4,900, and it's .11, exactly the same square footage, because it also is non-buildable. So for the most part, when you look at the list I just gave you, I only gave you that excerpt. It's right on your website. That lots that truly are non-buildable, that do not have structures on them, are valued at exactly what they're supposed to be valued at. Minimal amount, as Mr. Gilberto pointed out regarding other properties. So I just offer that for context. So now going forward with regard to seeking to acquire property from the town. Now, Mr. Magazoo clearly understood that there were issues that overrode his concern for being able to develop, because this town had to protect its citizens and the entire town itself. And now that that time has passed, we're here to see if the board will put it up for auction. I have reviewed the amounts that have been proposed as far as providing a minimum amount of money, but I would add that while that would be the fair market value for an entire lot, if you were to not have to compile it, not having to have owned it for many years, not having paid excess taxes for years on it, I guess that's the square per square foot price for raw land in Middleton when you have one huge piece of parcel. I would argue that you probably have no precedent for that in town relative to auction, but I agree with Mr. Gilberto, there's nothing that binds you, nothing at all.
So, Mrs. Mann, or Mr. Magazoo, what value would you place on that land based on the circumstances?
I don't feel like I should be putting a value on it.
Okay? I only say just because it was kind of.
Yeah, I mean, so it doesn't mean, so fair market value, right, for everybody, fair market value literally means what the market will bear. So when you put it to auction, that should happen. What will the market bear? So you need to look at the property and think to yourself, okay, if we overprice it and we try to get the levels that are here, probably nobody's gonna bid, including Mr. Magazoo, because it outprices him. At some level, it's too expensive. But if you set a minimum bid price where you can actually encourage people to come, you know, and you have the auction for not only the larger parcel, parcel A is shown, but also that other parcel, number 14, then you're going to get, I would hope that you would get some abutters who would be interested in potentially increasing the size of their lots, and then you'll have that fair market value. Because it would be worth more to Mr. Magazoo as being able to combine it to form that buildable lot than it would be to somebody who's just going to add, for lack of a better term, yard.
Mr. Gilberto, before I go to the other board members, so the next step would be auction?
So we actually would need to get the A&R signed and approved by the planning commission
Okay.
to create parcel A, the small parcel from the larger
Okay.
portion. And then I actually put contingent motions in there so we could get that process going too. So once the A&R has been signed off on, we put both of those properties out to bid for auction, both 8 and.
So the contingent motions are
Contingent on the A&R.
contingent on the CPC approving it?
Correct, yeah, which we believe that they would. I don't think there's any reason that they can withhold their approval. But they do need basically your signature on that application.
The A&R plan is statutory, it
Yeah.
requires
Okay.
signature, but it's up to you because you're the owner.
Mr. O'Leary? Questions, comment?
Mr. Chairman, just one other, because I'm realizing, I don't know whether a copy was made it to you, but the planning commission had indicated that because of the roads and status as an unaccepted way, there may be some level of improvement that has to be
Mhm.
done to it, and I don't know what, I know it drops off from the back there, I'm not sure
Right.
how much, but are you aware of that as a potential issue, Mr. Maggie?
We have enough linear feet that we don't have to improve it.
Okay, I mean, and they would have to decide that either way, I just don't want.
This
them to
this shows the
surprise.
elevations.
Sure, thanks, yeah. I'll read from, the 2 bullets here.
Yeah,
If you
no,
don't have it,
that's-
we're going to.
But I understand it, I know the rules,
Yeah.
we have to have roadway improvement plans if you don't have
Okay,
sufficient
so he-
frontage to meet.
Okay, I just don't want there to be a surprise.
We just thought that it's potential that when we go to develop, we may not need to do any improvements, but it does reside in the power, you know, under the authority of the CPC.
Both for the frontage and for the determination
Yep.
access, right? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. O'Leary?
Just, again, this has been ongoing for at least 4 years. And this board, at one point,
Approved it.
embraced the concept and the idea of getting some of this tax title land back on the tax rolls, and to work with Mr. Magazoo to effectuate that. We also sent him off on a mission to subdivide it, get it approved, which he did. It came through this. Here we sit. Additionally, we asked him to take on an additional portion of the land, which he wasn't seeking initially. I think that's a smaller lot.
Right.
The 3,200 square foot lot, which is that, you know, if you're going to do something and you're really interested in this, we want to incorporate this other 3,200 square foot lot, get it back on the tax rolls, and while you may not need it, we want it to be included in any plan that you develop, so that we can get it back on the tax rolls. So Mr. Magazoo has done everything we've asked him to do, and we've all aged since we asked him to do it. And so now we're at a point where we can move forward. So it's, and then it just comes down to a question of, are we gonna set a minimum price on it? So, but again, I think we should move forward. I think we should seek the A&R approval and continue on this effort that we put him through to carry out what we asked him to do. So,
Mr. Waller?
What is the minimum value? Is that what we're trying to determine? Is there a recommendation?
I'll struggle to say it's a recommendation, but talking with the assessor,
Yeah,
her determination based on the land area for a portion of 8 Audubon, which is the parcel A after the subdivision. She had initially identified the value, so I should say her evaluation as of roughly January 1st, 2020 was $138,100. And then for 14 Audubon Road, which is a smaller parcel, she had identified a value of $36,800. And as I understand it, that's basically a value, if those parcels were part of a larger buildable lot, what would they be valued? You know, again, there's other factors the board may wish to consider. Those parcels are not being taxed at this point in time. They'll now be taxable. They will create a new house lot, which is something that I think is unusual from what has happened when we've done tax title auctions in the past. But at the same time, you know, I think that there's, you know, opportunity for an additional, you know, revenue stream that's created from the development of the parcel, which really can't happen as far as we can tell. I'm sure Mr. Megas probably has rights to try to make that argument separately, and if that happens, so be it. But, you know, he has been saying, I think at this point, without this other land, the parcel really can't be developed. It appears it can't be developed.
so so as a starting point, 175 is basically where we're at, if you combine those two lots together.
If you use that, if you buy into that
If we
methodology.
use that methodology.
Use that methodology. I'm not sure that that's right or not, but that's the best I could come up with.
Okay, yeah, I don't honestly know how to approach it, other than to start there. I don't know how we've done precedent before, and if this is different.
There isn't much of one.
There
There's been land swaps in the past,
Yeah,
which have gone to town meeting. We've needed land, somebody else has needed land, and, you know, the last one was more than 10 years ago, before my time, but we have done it.
Yeah.
These are tax title properties, it's a lot. There's a clean way to do this, and I think we're talking about it right here through an auction, it's just a matter of what the board's preference is.
yeah, all right, I have to hear more from my other colleagues, because I'm not quite sure where to go with this.
Mrs. Gonzalez?
Mr. Magazine, you were originally talking about building for your son, weren't you? Is that
Yes.
still your plan?
He's still renting a house here in town,
Okay,
you know,
so you want to keep that in the family,
trying to,
yeah.
but, you know,
Um,
if it gets too high, I can't do it for him, I have to do it as an investment,
Yeah.
so.
Just for everybody's knowledge, I know we touched on it, and Mr. Massey, the whole 40B project came up in the midst of all of this, and we were, claiming safe harbor and trying to keep the land that we had, so it put a little wedge into the whole thing that was going on with Mr. Magazoo, so it went on a lot longer than I know that you would have liked. But I agree with Mr. O'Leary. I think it should be done. You've been patient and mostly patient and did whatever we asked you to. So I'm in agreement that we should do this. And again, it's just a matter of numbers for me.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
I know a lot of this are here, but 8 Audubon, you're buying, or you own a portion of it, and it
No.
is or is not
Eight.
buildable?
8 is,
8 is this, 8 is the big parcel.
so 8 was part of a larger parcel that was 2+ acres that the town, pre-COVID, agreed to put up for auction. But at the last minute, somebody in the selectmen at the time said, John, why don't you take this? So we went to the town attorneys and we added that extra parcel. It was the meeting, first COVID meeting that got canceled, that they were supposed to add that piece in and vote on it to put it up for auction at that time. And since COVID happened, and then the town had the legal battle with the Thompson Club, the approval on that 2 acres got thrown out, and, we said, okay, let's, the selectmen as a group said, you know, what's the minimum you really need to build a house? And we came up with this.
Half an acre, yeah, about 0.45
Yeah.
Yeah, so the rest of 8 Audubon still
Good.
belongs to the land.
Belongs to the town, yeah. They asked me to have Luke Roy engineer it and survey it and subdivide it off from that other parcel. And that's what I've done, along with a few other things.
My opinion, and I know, Mrs. Mann, question?
Joe man, yep.
Ms. Mann? Property taxes are high in North Reading, so when you mention that comment, that's what you get here. But I don't think you can buy land for that cheap anymore. I actually think it's a good deal for you. I think it's actually valued pretty low. But at the same time, I don't know enough history, but it sounds like the town has asked you to go through a lot of hoops and a lot of requests, and it sounds like you have done that. And you do seem very patient and put together nonetheless, so. I don't have an opinion on this issue, but that's my opinion on the information I'm receiving.
Okay, so further, go ahead. I just asked one question. How much do you estimate you've invested so far into acquiring this property?
So,
Roughly. We're not holding you.
Over 100 grand.
In legal fees and?
Legal fees and taxes. When I went engineering,
hiring the perk test company, I mean.
septic design, perk tests.
How much were back taxes of that, 100,000?
The taxes that I originally paid off was 37,000, was it?
So it started in from 2002 until 2019,
And-
there had never been taxes paid, and then there was interest also.
So when I took possession of the property, all of a sudden, instead of the back 20 years of taxes coming to 30-something thousand, it was, okay, John owns it, so let's charge him $5,000 a year. So it's 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, $5,000 a year, 25,000.
So that's actually a good thing for Mr. Massey's question, because you said, you know, the land's worth that, but the land independently, the 4,800, is probably only worth like $4,000 that the adjacent property was worth, but it had been assessed at higher because the town also believed that it had been buildable, but it was not. And then Mr. Magazoo, because he was in the process of trying to accumulate land to do that, you don't go to a town and seek, you know, an appeal of the assessment when you're trying to get something. You try to be cooperative and you just pay the taxes. So he already way overpaid for a parcel of land that literally had no value for 5 years.
Mr. Gilberto, just for clarification, on the motions, where it says the minimum bid price, the minimum bid, so if whatever we set there, if that's all the minimum bid is, right,
Correct.
that's what it goes for?
Correct.
Well,
It depends, it'll be at least that amount.
that's the minimum.
Yeah, in order to actually, I should stand.
Get
In order to actually
competition.
come into the auction, you have to demonstrate sufficient funds that you can actually pay that price. You have to have the deposit, you have to have all of these requirements, but then literally people bid at the auction, so it will be, if you have enough interest because you set the price at a certain level, then you'll have a lot of people competing for it, hopefully. I mean, from your perspective, not from John's, but from yours.
But their value is not very high because it's
That's the point, yep,
without the middle
yes.
piece of the puzzle, you don't have a buildable lot, so.
So
we're
what is
effectively
the
setting-
true
That is-
value?
We're effectively setting a price that no one can compete on, right?
Let's just make an assumption that the minimum price is gonna be to sell.
Yes.
That's good.
So, I mean, that's just the
Yeah.
best way to look at it. So, anyone have any thoughts?
I'm just reading the motion.
Just trying to come into a number.
A number, yep.
Note that on the motion, we normally have a handful of very restrictive conditions that all are
Yeah.
intended to prevent development.
Right.
In what I presented you, we're basically recommending the last one, which says that the property can't be subdivided.
Right, of course.
Other than that, I'm not sure
Okay.
that the rest apply. Here, again, any could aggregate more land and do something that we can't foresee. But I think in this case, we all recognize we're trying to create a buildable lot, or help in the creation of a buildable lot.
Yeah.
So I'm not highlighting any of those conditions. When we read that motion, I think we're only reading number 5 in those conditions.
So, another question, what do you intend to do when you have a buildable lot? What's gonna happen?
Build a 3-bedroom house.
Build a what?
3-bedroom house?
There's an existing one there. Is there something existing?
No.
there?
There was a shed there.
Was a shed?
Just a matter.
we have to set a price on each.
Yes.
It's my recommendation. We normally set at least $1,500 to recover the cost of the transaction.
No, this is on each lot.
On each parcel, there's 2, yes. There's 3 motions, one's for the A&R plan, and there is 1 motion each for each parcel.
Okay.
So 1,500, Mr. Gilberto, is just for cost
That would be
recovery.
my minimum recommendation, just to
Okay.
cover the cost.
Does anybody have a thought on that?
Well, if we're saying the lot sells for 1,500, is that what you're saying?
Minimum, but that's just to cover
That-
our legal
That's
costs
just to
of
cover
the
us,
transfer.
yeah.
But that's what it'll get sold for.
That's what,
If there's no other bidders.
there's no, there isn't, that's what the bid is, but, I mean, obviously it should be more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a if you're gonna build a 3-bedroom house, you know, you're talking about a family, you're talking about school,
So
all
you
of
said
that
roughly
stuff.
100 is what you're in on it, correct? 100 is what you're in on this. And then you said the back taxes were about 37,000 on the other property?
It's about that.
Okay,
I
so
think what
if-
he, I think what he said was, what I got was 38,000 was other expenses, everything else was back taxes and the current taxes. That's what I got up here, what he said,
okay.
out of the 100,000. So 38 is above and beyond the taxes. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I think it's the exact, I think
Yeah,
38 was the back
Was
taxes, and
just
then
the back taxes.
the 100 were the were the
And then
costs.
You said back taxes were 37, then you said
Yes.
it's 5,000 a year for paying current taxes.
Yes.
Current
So that's
taxes,
another
ti-
25.
time, engineering, lawyer fees.
Well, that
Are
was
we
separating-
adding all of these together?
separating that.
What is that total?
I'd say everything together is about 100,000.
Right, so,
Okay, everything together.
so just to break it down,
Yes.
37 is back taxes, and then another 25 was current taxes for what he owned.
Yes,
So now we're up to 63, so everything
Yes.
else is about 60.
About 30
This
oh.
is 37,000.
yes.
So, well, let me ask you, you're the buyer,
Yeah.
let's say you.
I don't know, $75,000?
If we were to have a buildable lot sell in this town, just a buildable lot, what does it go for?
It's a lot, 250?
Over there, so probably, over there, probably get 250,000, 225.
So you've got 100,
This-
you've got 100,000 invested now.
At the top of the hill, you know the topography? Oh, I know, a buildable lot in town Hawthorne is worth $350,000 plus. If you go on Charles Street, you're $500,000, you know, so it depends on what.
Yeah.
This is on the top of a hill with no backyard. I mean, there is really no backyard. But this is,
So, well, hold on, just as like, number, but,
I'm just trying to put some perspective.
yeah, so, well, why don't we start off with 150, and let's have a discussion on that, because we gotta start with something, we gotta start at a number. By the way, I arrived at on the fact that if we take 250 based on the topography minus the 100 you put in, what's opinions on that? And I'm not saying that's the
Yeah.
number, it's just that we have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Mr. Massey?
How do you feel if you have to do it?
Don't worry, I'm gonna put everybody on the spot.
Yeah, I think,
What happens if you have to do some
Hold
road
on one
work?
second, Mr. Massey.
I think every property that you buy, you're gonna have to have some personal investment.
Okay. So would you say,
Septic, engineering.
okay. So would you say higher than 150?
He's already invested 100.
I think that's appropriate.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yeah, I had 220 in my head, so if you go 150 and it's 100.
Mr. Wallner?
150 doesn't sound bad to me. It sounds kind of in the middle.
Mr. O'Leary?
Yeah, I was somewhere closer to the end, but
So, okay, well,
So maybe go back to the 175 and return.
I was about to say that.
It is like
Don't worry, I'm gonna ask you what you
a
think too in a second, Mr. Massey, but Mr. Massey, I mean, would 175 be okay if we went up a little bit?
Yeah.
And Ms. Gonzalez, if, for discussion purposes until it's actually voted for, if we went down to
Probably gonna
220
pass on it.
for 175?
Yeah.
Mr. Wallner, I think you said 175.
I'm good with that, I'd like to hear what he has.
Yeah, so do I, but I want to hear Mr. O'Leary.
Again, I think, looking at two separate parcels, and again, each one of these is valueless pretty much.
Without,
By themselves, without all three. Although the 3,200 square foot one was us throwing it into the deal to put it back in the tax rolls. He could actually do it without the 3,200 square feet, I believe.
He'd have to take more out of the larger parcel.
Yeah, he just had to take more out of the larger parcel downhill.
I think,
Yeah.
because we asked you to ask for the minimum.
Yeah.
So-
Right.
Yeah,
So-
if this, I don't know what I'm gonna have to come up with, if I'm gonna have to extend the road, if I'm gonna have to do anything else on the site. I just, to pay 175, I think after all this time, I might walk away. That's just too steep to conceive, to, go forward. $100 grand, something I could live with, but at 175, I know it's been a long battle for me, but I think I'd just pass on it,
And,
truthfully.
and what I say is that currently, with what's on the table in our fiscal situation, I think the number based on what property goes for, I think it's fair. I think at the very least, for this board, in my opinion, to consider a lower number, we have to see what happens at auction. That's a different story, because again, there's gonna be a lot of people, I don't know who else would come out, but I know that if something's at a bargain, somebody might come. But at least at that point, we can go back here and I can tell everybody we tried, right? Yeah, it's better to get 50% of something than 100% of nothing, but we can't say that yet for the
Right.
175. And I think that, again, Mrs. Carboni's, the assessor's thing, and again, this number is big because it doesn't take it into account, but Mr. O'Leary is correct. I mean, woodcutter's ledge, and you'd get a lot more. I'm not trying to compare the two, it's a different situation, but, so I think that at the very least, this allows the board to see where we're at, question, okay, can Mr. Magazoo do what he needs to do at CPC while we do this auction simultaneously to see if there's any bidders above the 175, or does one have to happen before the other?
He would need to, we would need to authorize the filing of the A&R plan, and it would need to be approved by the CPC before we could conduct either auction.
Now then, if that A&R is approved and then the auction fails, do we have to go back for another A&R to do another auction?
You do not.
What does everybody think of
The other
that thing I just made
Mr.
up
Chairman,
out
the other
there?
thing that's important for everybody to understand is the money gleaned from this particular transaction does not necessarily go into the town coffers and becomes available as free cash later on because of the recent court case that came down where tax title property was taken, that the previous owners, someone have to be made whole or their heirs and all the rest. So the money's gonna have to be held in escrow, and what's available to the town is back taxes plus interest, correct?
How long is it held in escrow?
Forever.
Until the law gets straightened out.
Until the law gets straightened out.
I mean, there's no timeline for it right now.
Like it's one of those, we just have to
We're gonna have to.
wait for somebody to come out of the woodwork?
No, and the law will get straightened out at some point
Okay.
to address it, but for now, we unfortunately really, there's no budget gap we can solve, there's no capital investment we can make. We're gonna have to hold the money aside. And that's because of an issue at the state level that they're working through.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
that 175 number that you're referencing is all inclusive of,
I think I can't even try.
that 175 number that you are referencing is all inclusive of.
All of them, correct?
The two properties.
Two, yes.
Two
Two
properties,
together.
because he already owns the middle.
Yeah.
And it's also subject to the A&R approval through the planning commission and what other restrictions may be put upon them at that point as far as improvements. I don't know if you've been up to the site.
Mr. Massey, but it's,
Like this, and like this.
It looks like a ski
And it's
slope.
right at the crest of the hill.
And Mr. Magazine, I appreciate that
Hanging off to the left.
you put in a lot of time, and I hate to put you through another hoop, or but it's something where we owe it to the town, especially now, we just can't, in good faith,
Yeah.
you do the auction, and then, I mean, again, I don't see anybody outbidding you, unless then they're gonna turn around and try to buy everything else off you, because why would you? I mean, again, I've seen not crazier things, but
yeah.
at least after that, it's something where I can look everybody in the face and say, we tried. Like, it's, like, and there was no other bidders, and we really can't do anything with this lot anyways, and we need the tax revenue, which no one will disagree with. So,
But to that point, what does it cost us for one child to go into the school system?
$18,000 a year.
18,000
That meeting's
a year?
across town.
Huh?
That meeting's across town.
I mean, we have to consider that. It's a 3-bedroom house that'll be built, you know, again,
Again,
the
it's probably
situation we're
It's
in.
gonna be assessed at, $750,000 or more probably.
Yeah.
Any new dwelling, you got a ranches in town.
I'm gonna,
The average home in town is assessed at almost $900,000.
I'm just gonna rein it a little bit, because it's not in the, it's not in the scope of what we're looking at. I mean, it's not, we're not gonna discuss like whether it's a 2-family, single-family, and what that's gonna bring in, and whether or not we're gonna hire another half a cop. We're not gonna go down that path on this, so,
So let's just run this. Let's say we do it at 175, right? And nobody comes forward, including you.
You go back,
Then what?
you go back to the
Then
drawing.
we can drop it down.
You can put it back up for auction again.
but again, at least then we can say, with certainty, that there was no one else.
And what's the how long does that take? Because I'm sensitive to how much time.
It's
it takes.
probably 4 to 6 weeks between the advertising requirements and scheduling. So I would say probably 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
4 weeks, yeah.
From first time offer to.
It's more us getting to Attorney Capola, getting it advertised, giving the opportunity for the auction date, getting the bids. It's roughly 4 weeks.
Can we ask about that?
Well, I think that's.
I can try, but we have some other things we're tending
If
to
you're
right now
gonna
too.
go to
Just a couple?
175, there should be 140 and 35, which is
Yeah.
close in line with what's here.
Yep.
And then, see what the market brings.
And then, but be prepared if it doesn't work, we drop it down.
Yeah,
Potentially.
Because,
I have to use that word.
well,
Potentially.
that would be the plan,
So-
because no one's buying it as is, right?
Are we good with the motion on 175?
No?
But, well,
I'm gonna
you have to do one of
that.
Yeah.
each parcel.
So we split. Or-
what is the number, Mr. Rowley?
Well, you've got recommendation at 138.1 and 36.8, so if you go 140 and 35, you get 175.
Okay.
Or you go a little bit lower, you go.
So for number 13, is that the one we're attaching?
Essentially, the fact that we're through so many hoops.
Well, go through the hoops and at a point where you get a plan approved and something could be done, so that if you want to do some recognition for that, then you lower it a bit, that's all.
Yeah.
So Mr. Massey, for the one for 8 Audubon Road is where we're gonna attach the 140 on the motion? That's the bigger one, correct? And then the 35 is gonna go to the one for,
It's right at the bottom here, right?
for number...
Yeah, the bottom 2 paragraphs.
Yep.
On 38, and it's 36, 37.
And we're going to just put the property shall not be subdivided as the condition.
Right.
Correct, Mr. Gilberto, because that's the one that
I
is most...
believe that's our intention.
There's some other restrictions. But, you know,
Again, I will say, there could be any number of scenarios I can't predict that happen when this gets bid. I think, it's an auction. Whoever the high bidder is the winner of the auction. So we've tried to anticipate what might happen, but who knows?
It's an unusual situation.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
And we're talking about 2 parcels.
Yeah, so we owe it to the town to look out for their interest, but also I think we should expedite it as fast as we can.
Correct.
Yeah.
And, move
Fair
this
enough.
along. So,
And,
and I think by starting at 175, we're starting with a neutral number.
Yep.
I don't think anything's gonna happen. I think we'll be back in, 4 weeks to come see us and let's do it again.
All right.
and also for the A&R, there's all kinds of fun people here from the CPC. You can just go sit next to them and look at the calendar.
I think Mr. Gerton's already putting it in.
Is it on the
I got it,
agenda?
Bill, I got it.
You,
Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you for your patience. This is
Thank you.
difficult.
Okay.
thank you for your time tonight.
You wanna stick around for the motions? This is the fun part.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Massey,
So,
are we just confused on something? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where to go here.
what are we
So
doing,
the- so
1:30 on
for-
that?
We're in the meeting packet. There were a couple of motions that.
Go to page 4.
Page
You
eight of the
see
packet.
number
Page
13, Nick?
Item number 13.
Is it the first one?
The first one for 8
That one,
Audubon.
You don't need a number for that one, it's just a straight motion. And then we can allocate the dollar amounts in the next two motions.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the filing of and authorize the chair to sign a Form A application for endorsement of plan believed not to require approval, as reflected in a plan entitled Plan of Land in North Reading, Massachusetts, created for John Magazoo, dated October 11, 2022, for map 8, parcel 209, 8 Audubon Road.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Massey, a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Massey, are you
I
aye?
abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Next motion, and this one, Mr. Massey is the one for, where is it?
The bigger ones.
With the bigger parcel, so this is gonna have the 140 on it.
Let's do 138, as it says.
Excuse me.
138, 100, right at the bottom.
No, we're setting the minimum price. Or our minimum is 175.
That, our minimum price includes these two.
They do. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. That's how you wanna break it down?
Yeah, let's just do it exactly as it is.
Does that go to 1:35?
138, 100 for one great Audubon,
It's off by,
and then 36, 800 for 14 Audubon.
yeah, it's 174.9.
Okay.
That's fine. So it's 138.1, Mr. Massey, for the first one, and then 36.8.
We just discounted it.
Yeah, give you $100. You okay?
No, I can't follow with that.
Okay. No
But what
problem.
you can tell me is,
So on that next motion after the one you just read?
Yep.
Not very well.
Put it at 138,100. It's in the slot.
So we're on, so this is 14 Audubon, there we go, so 14 Audubon is gonna be 36, 800. 36, 800.
did we come to a price on this one?
Over.
8 Audubon?
8 Audubon is 138, 100.
And when you combine them, we're close to that
It
175.
comes up to 175.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, through you, when you
Yep.
read those two motions, Mr. Massey, there's gonna be the list of 5 conditions, it's only the 5th one you'll need to read.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move to sell by auction town-owned land identified as assesses map 8 parcel 197, 14 Audubon Road in accordance with MGL Chapter 60, Section 77B, and a minimum bid price of $36,800. Subject to the following restrictions,
That's,
property shall not be subdivided.
Keep reading.
And
Subject
subject to the approval.
And subject to the approval of the Form A application for endorsement of plan believed not to require approval as reflected in a plan entitled Plan of Land in North Reading, Massachusetts, prepared for John Magazoo, dated October 11, 2022, for map 8, parcel 209, 8 Audubon Road. Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we go to the next one, Mr. Massey, whenever you're ready.
Do we have the bid price?
That one is the 138 one.
100.
Yeah, that, we were down.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't worry.
Sorry to hold on. Mr. Chairman, I move to sell by auction a portion of town-owned land identified as map 8, parcel 209, 8 Audubon Road, designated as parcel A on a plan entitled Plan of Land in North Reading, Massachusetts, prepared for John Magazoo, dated October 11, 2022, in accordance with MGL Chapter 60, Section 77B, at a minimum bid price of $138,100, subject to the following restrictions. Property shall not be subdivided, and subject to the approval of the Form A application for endorsement of plan believed not to require approval, as reflected in a plan entitled Plan of Land in North Reading, Massachusetts, prepared for John Magazoo, dated October 11, 2022, for map 8, parcel 209, 8 Altamont.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, I know we're late for the hearing, but I do have the town clerk participating remotely for agenda item number 11, the special election.
10 quick?
Can be quick here.
Yeah. Okay. Wastewater update.
We gotta do the town clerk one first.
Town clerk.
Should we do the
So
clerk
you
first?
can, either, I just want to do the town clerk before we do the
Yeah.
hearing. So
Yeah, no, we'll do the, let me just go to that one. It's gonna be quick. I'm gonna do the wastewater update now. Are you guys gonna stick around or gonna go over there?
Mr. Chairman, please let the record show that I will be recusing myself for any deliberations of the board in relation to the wastewater update and project, and that I will be recusing myself out to the audience and reserve my right to participate as a resident.
Duly noted.
Same for me.
Citizen Walner and Citizen O'Leary.
Okay.
Take your presumptive seats.
Gilberto? Anything? Besides the,
You see,
just the motion,
Yeah,
I can go over it.
If you, I have some slides, I have a couple slides I can go through, but if you want to do the narrative, that's.
No, we'll just do the narrative. I mean, so, as everybody knows from the last meeting, or most know, we finally completed the study. Make a long story short, now that we have all the data, wastewater will not be the silver bullet to solve all the fiscal problems. The study did show that it paid for itself and then made some profit, but it's not going to solve all the problems. So, and it's one of those where it's expensive, it's not gonna get any cheaper, but again, we got to the point where I think a lot of people on the board were saying that we did not have until roughly about 3 weeks ago, all the info to say definitely what was what and what wasn't. Now we do. And yes, it would help fiscally, but it would just not solve all the issues. So that was kind of the big conclusion of it. However, it has been determined as that, you know, and I'm gonna get opinions as well, that it is not the most appropriate time to do it. A lot has changed. One, Mass DOT and the way they were looking at it has changed. It seems that they have kindly hinted, if that's what I want to call it, that they don't like what happens if they do it in conjunction with us and we get that SRF funding, which has restrictions that they can bypass. But more importantly, we didn't lock down a route because of changes in their North Andover's plan, because there was a few things going on there that failed at town meeting for what they were trying to do by Merrimack. So when that's all taken together, plus the fact that, you know, we're not exactly voting to give back money on June 10th, that it is just not the appropriate time to take this up. You know, there's certain things that work today that don't work tomorrow and vice versa. So before I entertain the motion to pretty much terminate planning activities at this time, I would, you know, I'll get an opinion from Mrs. Gonzalez, and then also Mr. Massey, who, you know, undoubtedly has probably followed it, although he hasn't been on the board. So, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yeah, I mean, what you were just saying, there's been so many twists and turns in this whole thing. I want to give kudos to you, Mr. Studo, for all the work and all the time. I don't think people even can fathom the time that you put into this. and I appreciate that. You know, when this started, we were being rushed. We didn't want to be rushed, but we were being given a timeline of, you know, you have to be ready to go when we open this road up here. And so we were being pushed, and I think that made people uncomfortable, you know, to go so quickly into such a huge project. And then that twisted and turned and changed, and now we have an override, and we have a fire station, and, you know, I think at this point in time, I think that it's the right time to put a stop to this for right now.
And I'm gonna get Mr. Massey's thought, he just had to step out momentarily, but we do have all the data, so if we wanna pursue it in the future, it's not another multi-million-dollar study. As someone mentioned to me, and the ledge is not gonna move, it is what it is. What we need to do, it is what it is. The only thing that's gonna move is the price, because there's no way, if, let's say,
Yeah.
the perfect storm happened where this made sense at some point in the future, it's gonna cost more. That we can't control, but that's kind of what everything. But again, I think I want to applaud everybody, all the work. Actually, I want to applaud everybody who showed up, because everybody put in a lot of time here, and no one did it for money. There was a lot of meetings, and a lot of people put in a lot of time, and I'd say that it was a pretty respectful conversation, considering how, I don't want to use the word divisive, but it was a big number, right? And whenever you're talking about something that, and it won't be the last one, right? There will be some project in the future that's big, and it doesn't mean just because you're not for it, you disagree at all times. So, before we take the vote, Mr. Massey is now back. Good to hear.
Can I just add,
Please.
I thank you for your time, and I don't want to leave Citizen O'Leary, who at the time was
Citizen.
Board Member O'Leary, who was very involved in this also, and gave a huge amount of his time too, before he was excused.
Mr. Massey, any thoughts?
Yes, when I was running for this position, I met a lot of people. I think the pulse of the town is exactly what we're doing right now. I don't think my opinion of this issue is a secret. So I'm glad that we are doing this. I do want some clarification on planning activities. Does this include financial, that we will not spend any more money?
Oh, no, it's done. Correct?
How much more funds allocated to this?
No.
So we have a significant amount of money that's been allocated but not spent. So there, I could go through and pull out a summary, but I could just tell you I'm pretty sure it's gonna be over $1 million of funding that is moving with various buckets of funds, whether it be grant funding or our own American Rescue Plan Act funding as well, that has not been allocated. There are balances that are there. There are some invoices that need to be paid for work that's been done, but the thinking is that all of it would conclude, and if at some other point this or another board or town meeting wants to consider another wastewater alternative that might not be as expensive and might not be as large, we could do that, but the time's not now.
And how is that money able to be allocated in the future?
So depending upon the bucket of funding, the grant funding is probably going to be lost, to be candid with you. What we haven't spent, we had applications with financial modeling that we put forth. That's not to say we couldn't reapply to the same programs and qualify for funding for another wastewater project in the future. But we're pretty restricted as to the use of the grant funding that's there. So what has not been expended, and the DPW director has tried to work to assign costs to the grants as much as possible. But there will be grant funding that will be lost. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars in MassWorks funding. It was $1.5 million in federal funding that I don't think we ever actually touched and probably won't touch. I think we're hopeful we could, convince a grant program in a future year to fund something else since we didn't spend that funding. And we'll certainly look to see where it could be allocated, but I'm not overly optimistic. I don't want to create that expectation. There are unexpended funds that we've approved locally here that could be reappropriated or just closed out into free cash to be used for another capital project in the future or otherwise. The American Rescue Plan Act funding, I know that that was a difficult conversation. I think sitting here today, the finance director and I would probably say to close that funding through the free cash process as we're allowed to, and we can choose how to utilize it in the future rather than have to go through a whole discussion about ARPA funding again. I think that would be our initial recommendation. So that we'll stand to benefit from that through a town meeting vote in the future, if that's what we do.
So stop and refund, pretty
Yeah.
much. Okay. Well.
I
Took a
do,
while to get to this
I do
one.
want to recognize Mass DOT, the town of North Andover, the town of Andover for their work with us. I mean, this is going to be a big impact on them if it went forward. And they did work with us to try to find the ways, that it could be mitigated. But there's no avoiding a significant impact that would have happened, and I want to recognize those communities as well. Thank you.
Pretty much the work of June 2022 town meeting, it's solved. That was what voted. Go out and figure out what this is gonna cost and what the benefit and cost is, and we did that. So that, took a while, but it's a pretty big project, considering that, $2 million projects, sometimes take a year to plan. So this was a while. But I will entertain a motion.
Just to confirm, planning activities do meet financial expenditures, correct?
So, our intention is to
But
stop.
this motion, I expect no money to be spent on wastewater.
So, again, there's costs that have been incurred and bills that we've not received
Not incurred.
that we're gonna need to pay, obviously.
You mean like new?
New
No.
work.
To the extent we have to sort out a contractual issue with vendors, we're gonna have to do that. I'm not expecting that we're gonna have to pay for any work that wasn't done or has not been done. But, there are contracts in place that we need to work through as well, just so that, so I'm hedging my comments because I don't have the hundreds of pages of contracts in front of me. But the intention is, we're saying to the vendors, thank you for the work, bill us for the work you've done to date, and we're gonna call it a day.
I think you mean new initiatives on this. No.
Or new expenditures, correct. New contracts.
But are you saying we're pursuing other options or things like that? To answer that question, no. That we would go to a town meeting at this point to ask for that. At least that would be my recommendation. If we were gonna do it.
I don't think the wastewater was the right time anyways, especially our situation, especially given the override that's coming forth, so I'm happy to share this motion. Mr. Chairman, I move that the select board terminate planning activities for a wastewater connection to Greater Lawrence Sanitary District.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. All those in favor? Aye. I will just add, for the last, I'm happy we got past this. There's a lot people have to do. Also, what's great now that we have, and thank you for clarifying that point, because it can draw what I'm about to say now. In the last 3 years, if it rained too much, it was because of sewer. If it didn't snow too much, it's because of sewer. If I got mustard instead of mayo in my sandwich, it's because if we were just stick to septic, I would have got mayo. So I hope now we can just finish that, because I feel that we have a lot of important work, but it's been an easy catch-all to blame a hypothetical project that needed to be approved by some pretty wide margins. But now that that's gone, so I only say it because if tomorrow you hear that something's not getting done in North Reading, it's because of sewer, please you can say, that is now impossible. Okay? So that's all I ask, because I feel like, I think starting tomorrow, I might lose my mind if somebody says the reason that, the sky's falling is because of sewer, because we no longer have that project on the agenda. So, all right. Well, that was 3 years of my life I won't get back. Please.
Don't get comfortable over there.
No, that's it. Now, to the number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I'm gonna try to, I think I have to spotlight Susan together to be able to
Spotlight.
speak. Oh, there she is. Hi, Susan, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can hear you.
The town clerk, Susan Duplin, joining us remotely. Thank you for staying on the meeting. Do you want to just report the recommendation of the registrars, or I can read it? It's up to you.
Yeah, I can report. So, as I mentioned the last time I was before the board, that state elections are an automatic opt-in to in-person early voting. If the board would need to vote to, opt in for a municipal election, so the board of registrars we met last Thursday and voted unanimously to recommend in-person early voting for the June 18th special election, given usually there's a high turnout for those elections. And I just wanted to mention, you have the schedule in front of you, which you would have to vote. And normally we would hold in-person early voting in the gym. However, that is currently being renovated and unavailable for a couple of months. So we are gonna have to hold in-person early voting in room 14. We will make it work. The schedule, we would begin on Saturday, June 8th, and which is also the last day to register to vote. So we are mandated to be open for that from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we would start on Saturday, June 8th. And you see, we're gonna have it Monday, June 10th, which is also town meeting.
Yeah.
And we are gonna start in-person early voting at 4 p.m. And I like to offer 2 evenings, so Tuesday, Thursday, you have before you 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And Thursday, and then Friday, we would end at 1 o'clock on June 14th. It must end Friday before the election. So the town election ballot, the special election ballot, I posted on the town clerk's website page. Once, if you do vote to schedule in and approve it, I will post the Q&A for the June 18th special election on the town clerk's website page. Also, all the deadlines will be there as well. So like I said, the board of registrars is recommending unanimously to approve the in-person early voting beginning June 8th through June 14th. Please.
Any questions? Mrs.
Yeah,
Gonzalez?
Mrs. Duplin, is that a lot for you for June 10th to do town meeting that night also?
No, we'll be ready for a town meeting before that, so we will have to be, obviously, but,
God bless you.
I have staff that will work the in-person early voting, so that'll work.
Mr. Massey?
Mrs. Dupin, when was the last time that North Reading allowed early voting for a town meeting?
For town meeting, we don't have it for during town meeting?
Yeah, my,
Town election. Town election.
I
town
don't,
election, sorry,
You can have a town election.
for something that's not, I guess they did for my election, right?
We've had early voting by mail for this most recent annual election, and Susan, for last year's as well, or no?
we didn't do in-person early voting last year for the municipal election, no.
Did we do by mail?
We did mail-in, yes, because that is permanent.
Okay. So, and there's the law of reform, this in 2022, 2023 was the first year we were able to do it legally, at least.
Yes. All right.
Anyone else? Mr. O'Leary?
We mail out about 2,500 ballots for this election. They should be in any day now, so as soon as we have them, we're gonna get them out. You know, all hands on deck, we're gonna get them out sooner rather than later. It just, so in-person early voting gives, you know, more opportunities for voters to vote. Sometimes they vote early and they change their mind, and as long as you haven't cast your ballot, you can vote in person.
Mr. O'Leary?
Susan, I applaud your recommendation and that of the Board of Registrars to make this available to as many people as often as we can. This is a very important issue. I think, first of all, I think any election is important, and I think we should avail ourselves of early voting and mail-in voting anyway. But in this particular case, especially, we're talking about an override election, I think we need to make it available as often as possible prior to the 18th, and we've done that, and the registrars have done that, and I appreciate and applaud your efforts for doing so. In addition to that, Susan, would you just explain how people can also vote over the counter during normal business hours?
Yeah, so, that is called absentee voting. You need an excuse. In other words, you're gonna be absent on election day. You can vote up until noon time the day before the election over the counter. So, some people, it's due to religious beliefs, you can't make it to the polls, you're out of town, something like that. You can vote absentee over the counter.
And this is during normal business hours in the clerk's
Yes,
office?
during noon, yep, yes.
So there's ample opportunity now for everybody to participate, and that's a good thing, and I would encourage everybody to take advantage of it. And once again, thank you and the registrars for recommending that to us.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Warren? Good. Mr. Massey, can we have a motion, please?
Yes, sir.
Number 11.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the request of the Board of Registrars for the town of North Reading to hold early in-person voting for the June 18, 2024 special election as follows. Location, North Reading Town Hall, 235 North Street, room 14. Dates and times, Saturday, June 8th from 9 to 5. Monday, June 10th from 8 to 4. Tuesday, June 11th from 8 to 8. Wednesday, June 12th from 8 to 4. Thursday, June 13th from 8 to 8. Friday, June 14th from 8 to 1 p.m.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Something about this seems like we're putting the horse in front, the buggy in front of the horse. Is it the same? We got some overtime hours here, going to 8 p.m. a couple times. So that'll cost us a little. I don't think having any early voting before our town meeting is appropriate. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just in relation to the comments there, this is two separate actions that are required by the community for Proposition 2.5 override. Two separate actions, town meeting action and ballot action. The override can't take place unless both prevails, but they're two separate and very distinct processes that need to be followed. So they really aren't conjoined when it comes to whether it's done earlier before the town meeting or not. So they're two separate processes that have to take place. So whether it's, a couple of days before the special town meeting is not any way related to the process of bringing it to the ballot. We had to bring it for 90 days. We had 90 days to do it. We did it in close proximity so we could just get the issue resolved and we'll have a budget July 1st. So two very separate and distinct processes that have to take place. They're not really related.
The town meeting wouldn't be a precursor.
That doesn't have to be.
For special
This
election?
board could always, you could put the ballot question before town meeting.
Okay.
Calendar-wise, we could have had the election before town meeting. We just determined to do the town meeting first and then the election.
We have to do.
But the board could have determined to do the override election first and then go to town meeting. It's at the discretion of the board as to what comes first. So, and again, as far as providing opportunity, as much opportunity on such an important issue for people, I can't imagine why anybody would be opposed to that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Opposed? 1 no. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Dupont.
Thanks, Susan.
Have a nice day. Night. Day. What time is it? Night. Okay. So we have moved on to the hearing warrant here.
8 o'clock here.
A little late, my
Not as
apologies.
easy as you think it is.
Well, no. Special circumstances, but wait, you haven't I'll make up for lost time. Mr. Lobello, ready to go for me to read it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. This hearing will represent an opportunity for residents to learn more about the articles in the town meeting warrant, to ask questions, and to engage in discussion in advance of the spring annual town meeting. A list of the warrant articles are as follows. Mr. Lobello, I don't have to read all of them, right? No, we're gonna go through them all. The hearing is held pursuant to section 1825 of chapter 38 of Massachusetts General Laws. Any interested citizen is welcome to virtually attend and participate in this hearing. Before we begin, a couple of things. In the interest of time, because we have 34 articles, there is going to be 2 minutes per article per person to speak. That's it. Because, and I'll explain why, the number one complaint I've gotten in 4 years from the select board from left, right, and center is these meetings take too long. Across the board, meaning 100% voter rate on that one. So then also I'd like to remind you, as I was reminded last year, that this is an informational hearing to get as much information as you can to then go debate at town meeting. This is not the debate floor, it is the informational hearing. So I just ask that get all the information you want and then please go yell at someone on June 10th. So, without further ado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the information of folks in the room, we have new and improved in-room audio, which picks up nearly everything that's said in the room. So unfortunately, any side conversation is actually getting heard on Zoom and on NORCAM, so I urge folks to please keep their comments to through the chair.
Yep. And then also one just thing to add, we will take whoever wants to speak in the room first, and then we'll go to questions online for each article.
Great. And again, we'll answer any question that comes up, but I think the first 15 articles are pretty much routine articles, so I will move quickly through them. Mr. Chairman, you know we will need to assign warrant articles to board members. So right now they're listed as blank. We don't need to do that tonight, but we should do that soon for the board members. Just a couple of definitions. Free cash, again, money that's left over from a previous year. Proposition 2.5, the state law that limits the amount by which taxes, real estate taxes can be increased in any given year without an actual vote at the ballot, which we just talked about, to 2.5%. Again, an override is increasing the tax revenue above that 2.5% limit. Debt exclusion is doing so specifically for a particular project. New growth is additional tax revenue generated by new construction rather than the existing property tax base. Fixed costs, these are costs that are for our budget purposes. State assessments, county retirement system, health insurance, a regional school assessment. Our municipal costs are basically the cost of operating municipal departments such as the town hall, police, fire, DPW. School costs are the school departments. We can also classify them as educational costs, so that includes the regional school assessment as well. And the town budget, when we say town budget, we talk about everything, all of that together, including the enterprises. Our current reserves, some of you have seen this slide before, but this shows the balances in all of our available accounts. Many of the funds in those accounts are restricted to the use that they can be used for, either because they're not recurring or because there's a statutory limitation on those funds, but in the interest of transparency, we want folks to know, those are an important part of the town's financial standing. Article 1, fiscal year 2024 budget amendment, transfer $15,000 from line 101 debt service to line 6 general insurance to balance out that budget. There could be others that come forward, so we're not asking for a vote on a recommendation at this point, but we are aware of that one transfer that will be proposed. I'm not seeing anything online. What I'll ask folks, if you do have a question, I guess raise your hand, because that way it'll pop up on my screen, especially those online here. Otherwise, like I said, I'll move pretty quickly through those first 15 articles. Article 2, the capital budget amendment. That's the budget for capital that was approved in fiscal year 24 in June of 2023, then amended in October 2023. No amendments are anticipated at this point in time. Our snow and ice deficit, that's funding that exceeded what was budgeted. We budgeted $175,000 in a given year. We exceeded that by about $239,000, and we're proposing funding that using free cash. Article 4, appropriating funds in the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund. The balance is roughly $1,700,000. We're proposing to transfer in $1,300,000 and then to apply that funding to the fiscal year 2025 operating budget under Article 16. Article 5, transfer funds to the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund with a healthy balance at $3.9 million. We made a transfer in fiscal year 2024 at June town meeting as we normally do, and we are proposing to make another transfer under the fiscal year 2025 portion of the meeting in accordance with our financial plan in the amount of $425,000, so no transfer is being recommended at this time, and we expect the article to be passed over. Article 6, funding the stabilization fund. We're proposing to transfer in $350,000 in free cash to the general stabilization fund at this time. Article 7, the solid waste stabilization fund. There was a point in time where we would try to project out the funding that would be left in that budget in a given year and transfer it within the year. Our strategy in the past couple of years, I think it's been working right, has been to wait for free cash to be certified, see what was left in that account, which has been funded by the fee that we all pay as ratepayers, and then make that transfer at October town. Article 8, transferring funds to the water stabilization fund. We're transferring $137,000, which is the balance of retained earnings from the fiscal year 2023 budget process. Again, that's ratepayer funds. Article 9, appropriating funds to the PFA arrangement fund. We made a transfer in October in accordance with our funding plan, and we do not expect to make a transfer in this particular year, but we foresee that a transfer may need to be made in October, depending upon how much is left from the PFA when we close the year out. Article 10, article proposes to transfer in $100,000 in free cash to this fund for out-of-district transportation and special education costs, as well as tuition. It's a fund that's under the control of the school committee and the select board in a joint vote for emergencies that come up during the course of the year. Fortunately, we've not had to draw from it. The balance, is it $350 or $250?
It's about $358 right now.
$358 is the balance of that fund. We're proposing to transfer in $100,000 from free cash. Article 11, appropriating funds for legal expenses at 20 Elm Street. We are not expecting to need to appropriate funding as we still have a healthy balance in that litigation appropriation from prior years. Article 12, dissolving the 102-104 Lowell Road Regulatory Inspection Revolving Fund. That fund was permit fees for the development at 104 Lowell Road, which were used to offset additional inspectional services, department's costs that were associated with permitting. The balance of that fund is approximately $1.1 million. We used about $20,000 per year over a series of years to offset costs, but the permit fees were far in excess of that. Once the fund is closed, the funding will go into free cash as left over from this current fiscal year, and our capital plan calls for it to be appropriated at October town meeting for a fire pumper truck for the fire department, and I think we talked about that at prior meetings. Article 13, prior year bills. We have two relatively small bills, one for alarm monitoring services out at Hillview, and another for a repair of a DPW tractor, both to be paid out of departmental expenditures. Keep an eye out for any others that come up between now and town meeting, and ask for a vote to recommend at meeting before town meeting on June 10th. Article 14 and 15, they're both routine articles for selecting town officers and for hearing and acting on reports of town officers and committees for the past fiscal year. For those who are in the room here, we have the annual town report available. They are available here in the town hall, and we'll get them up, scanned up online if it's not there already this week for folks to review the reports of the various boards and commissions. Article 16, I've tried to summarize what's going on with the budget, mostly because there was a budget hearing that the select board held at its last regular meeting on May 6th. There have been a couple of, there's been one webinar, there has been an in-person information session, there'll be another webinar, I think, next week as well. And certainly plenty of discussion at October town meeting. But just to summarize what will be brought to town meeting, $90,627,932 budget within the limits of Proposition 2.5 to be approved by town meeting by a majority vote. And then there's $2,085,227 that's contingent on a Proposition 2.5 ballot election scheduled for June 18th, with early voting beginning now now on June 8th, and early voting by mail happening, I think, prior to that as well. And just to, for folks who, again, who may not know, that, and as I think was stated earlier, there's two components that go into this. One is the appropriation by the legislative body. So that's the town meeting, which happens to be made up of any registered voter in North Reading who shows up to vote. So that's where the money is approved to be spent on a department by department basis. A portion, what we tried to structure is basically the balanced budget without an override, and then the portion that is funded by an override. So that if the override portion is not approved at town meeting, we'll have an operating budget in place for the town come July 1st. I think we all would agree we need to have funding in place for the critical services to continue. The portion that's contingent on that ballot election, $2,085,227, detailed in the warrant that's been mailed to everybody's home, also posted up on the town website as well. That election determines whether the tax levy is increased. Folks will see the way that this has been structured is for a single vote for an overall tax increase phased in over 3 years, totaling $10 million. So when folks see the ballot, when it gets mailed to their home, they see it posted as a specimen ballot, it's going to say $10 million because it's one vote. Ultimately, town meeting, again, the voters of North Reading determine how that gets spent. The financial planning team, with the support of select board, school committee, and finance committee, is recommending a phase-in over that 3-year period. And the portion that's been identified for fiscal year 2025 is $2,085,227. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we want to continue to the next article. And there's been plenty of discussion. I know there will be discussion in other forums on the budget, but I wanted to sort of summarize it for folks.
Any questions?
Yes, Pat Fillmore.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fillmore, they just,
It'll pick you up, Pat.
I have a loud voice, I don't need my.
they stuck this in front of me and I screamed all.
I'm hearing, you're telling us $10 million override, but then you're telling the people it's only gonna be $2 million a year. But overall, it's gonna be a lot more than that, because over the 3 years, your assessment goes up, so it's technically not $2 million this year. Or maybe it is, but next year it's gonna be $2 million plus another, whatever, it's, whatever our assessments goes up and everything else. So I mean, just tell the people it's $10 million, not $2 million. And I think that's where we're getting confused, Mike. People are getting very angry because out of one side of the mouth is coming, we're only gonna have $2 million. But the override is gonna be $10 million. And that's where the confusion is coming in from the people.
We certainly don't want any confusion. I'm glad
Well,
you brought that
there's a
up.
lot of it,
Sure, well, it's certainly not intentional.
No, I know that, and I'm not saying that. I just think, to say $10 million override, but it's only gonna be $2 million.
Sure.
And that's a little contradicting.
So there's a few things that are going on with regard to this. The first is that year over year, under the limits of Proposition 2.5, the town's total tax levy can increase 2.5% plus whatever new growth happens. So I think the best example of new growth is what's happening over on Lowell Road. They're coming towards the end of construction of the condominiums at Martin's Landing. That's additional tax value that is basically being paid by the buildings as they're constructed and the unit owners as they move in. So that's not being reassessed to everybody else. That's being paid by that property owner or those property owners at the condominiums there. The rest of us, including myself, who own property here in town, we see our share of that 2.5% increase each year. The complicating factor is that in recent years, the real estate values for single-family homes has been virtually out of control. So what's happening is it's absorbing more and more of the whole pie. And so what we're all seeing is increases in our property tax bills that would exceed 2.5% because of what's going on in the market. The overall is not increasing above 2.5, but the share being borne by all of the residential taxpayers is, as that proportion, which is in the high 80 percentage point, continues to increase and approach 90%. So that 2.5% increase, adjusted by however much the residential values have overtaken the commercial industrial property values, that's there year over year. It's been there year over year since Proposition 2.5 in the mid or early 1980s. So That's one component of the increase that everyone will see. And we've pegged that number for the average single-family home valued at $811,000. If there isn't any change in that shifting of the value overall, it's about $250. If your house is worth more than that, it's gonna be more than $250. If it's worth less than that, it's gonna be worth less than $250. The override that's being talked about is in excess of that. It's a dollar amount that is more than that $250 increase that the average single-family home can expect to see. And it grows year over year. So what happens is that $10 million, which is authorized in the first year, it grows by 2.5%. And it grows by 2.5% again, it grows by 2.5%, and that happens in perpetuity. Whether or not that gets spent is a determination that gets made at town meeting. So the financial planning team, because unlike what's happened in some communities where the entirety has been put on the taxpayer in a single vote, in a single year, the financial planning team, I think with the support of the select board and the finance committee, has said, let's phase this in over multiple years. And in the first year, it ends up being just under that $2.1 million. Again, in addition to the $250 average single-family tax bill increase. In the second year, it's a larger number. It's not going to be $2 million again. It's probably more like $4 million. I don't remember the exact number. Or, yeah. And then the balance in that third year is what the financial planning team has shown. That all will total up to the $10 million. What actually ends up being created by the override is the $10.5 million because the 2.5% it grows each year. That's all in excess of the $250 per year that the average single-family home will see. To be very clear with everybody. I will say though that that's all conditioned on town meeting. So we have a financial plan. Town meeting in the next year could say, you know what? Sorry, we don't want to see that $4 million increase approved at town meeting. We're gonna vote no. We're not gonna approve that. And whatever ends up being the amount approved is what gets assessed to the tax base. So while we have a plan, it's just that. It's a plan that's subject to annual town meeting approval, the voters of North Reading each year moving forward. And that's the case right now, to be candid with folks. We generally will prepare a budget that allocates all of the revenue available under Proposition 2.5. For the next 2 years, or for next year and the year after, we're saying we're not gonna do that. We're gonna limit it, because if this override goes through, we don't intend to assess it over all those years. I hope that helped, but I can see hands going.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Yule.
Jeff, you, not sure I followed you correctly on this, but you said the first year would probably be about 2.1 million. Second year could be somewhere around 4 million. And then you weren't sure about the third year. But you indicated that we could possibly not approve it in the third year because we don't need to spend the money or whatever. So are you saying that this 10.5 million can actually be less than the 10.5 million?
It could, so the ballot vote will ask the voters to approve at a ballot $10 million.
Right.
The amount of that gets spent in any given year, including the first year or any future year, is determined by town meeting.
So each year that number can vary, and you're saying you could wind up less, but not more?
We can't exceed the $10 million
Right.
plus however amount it grows, plus the existing tax levy variance. But we could spend less than that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Denaro? Please.
So are you saying that, that if the town decides not to appropriate money in the fourth year, you still collect the money from the residents? You collect money every year, right?
We collect money, but we won't collect what we don't authorize to be spent.
Well, are you gonna collect it, put it into a bank account, the unappropriated money?
For the first year, no, we're not gonna.
No, I mean the fourth year.
The fourth year calls for again, under the financial planning team's projections, the fourth year calls for all of it to be raised, collected, and expended, subject to town meeting approval.
And the same with the fifth year and sixth year?
Correct, that's correct.
Right,
It
so,
continues.
so every year, people are going to be paying for the Prop 2.5 addition to the taxes.
That's correct.
Does everyone know that with your explanation? I mean, I don't, I'm very confused by it. patents too and everything. So I wish you would all have a common definition that kind of sets the stage, because people going around, if I tell people I think it's forever, they say, well, no, it's only for 30 years. I asked the guy this afternoon, he came to my house, I said, you know how many years? It's 30. I said, no, it's not 30.
No.
That's with the debt exclusion. I finally know what a debt exclusion is. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to either help clarify or confuse, what's important to understand is that the override vote raises the levy limit. Now, the levy limit is all that we would have available to spend, okay, which is what we currently have for spending right now. The levy limit is plus 2.5%. That's the total amount of money that can be spent by town meeting. Okay? So if town meeting doesn't appropriate up to that dollar amount, you only get taxed on what town meeting agrees to spend. So if town meeting, we come to budget, basically, we spend every dollar that we have available to us, and that's the budget that we bring forward to town meeting. But if town meeting cuts it, and says, no, we're not going with your proposal, select board, finance committee, and school committee, we're going with something less, that's all you get taxed on. That money that isn't appropriated doesn't get carried forward. The levy limit does, but there's no dollars that's been appropriated. All you're getting taxed on is what's being spent. Our levy limit is raised, which means town meeting has that dollar amount to pull from. But if they choose not to spend it all, you're only getting taxed on what's being spent by town meeting. Same thing with this $10 million. We're looking to raise the levy limit from the current year plus 2.5%, because that's what Prop 2.5 allows, plus $10 million. So that's the maximum amount the town meeting can appropriate in year one. They can spend the whole $10 million, or they can not spend a dime of it. It's up to town meeting to determine how much they want to use the levy limit to appropriate. So in year two, what's being proposed is approximately $2,085,000, in the first year of that 10 million. So we said, hey, town meeting, at the ballot, we're looking for 10 million authorization to raise the levy limit, but we're only asking you to spend $2,085,000 this year. Town meeting can say, okay, the ballot questions can prevail and say, okay, we're going to raise the limit by 10 million. But town meeting says, you know what, you're looking for $2,085,000, about 2.5%, or we're only going to give you $1 million of the $2 million. And that's all we have to spend, and that's all you get taxed on. So basically what it does is it allows town meeting the opportunity to spend up to a higher amount than what Proposition 2.5 allows. The town meeting makes that determination based upon our recommendations. The town meeting can take it, leave it, or take a portion of it and decide and reprioritize things. But you're only going to get taxed on what town meeting agrees to spend. Even though the levy limit's up here, town meeting's only going to spend down here. That's all you get taxed on. You still have the ability, you meaning town meeting, to spend up to that limit, but you don't have to. You don't have to. So what the override vote is looking for is the opportunity for town meeting to decide to spend up to $10 million more above the normal levy limit, 2.5, Proposition 2.5, to fulfill the needs and desires and whatever they want to deliver for services. Thank you.
That's a very good explanation.
Yeah, but so that's how it works.
Yeah, I have other questions.
They say, here you go, you got $1 million to spend, but you only decide to spend $500,000, you only get a tax of the
You
$500,000.
answered the question that I had.
Mr. Goldberg, is anybody, Ms. Phil, I know you had one more question, just let me make the rounds. Is there anyone online for this one? Okay, Mr. Mackey, and then I'll be right back to you, just so I can give everybody a chance. Please.
Kevin Mackey, 18 Adams Street. So on a bunch of the webinars that we've had, it used to be slide 26, but that gives a breakdown by year of how we're gonna spend the $10 million. So even though we're only gonna spend, I think, 2.8 for the first year, at least from what I've listened to Mr. Gilberto, it's been clear that for the 3 years, we're gonna at least appropriate the $10 million. So like I said on the webinars, it's one of the slides, I think it was slide 26. it says fixed costs, school and municipal needs. So, I've been trying to understand it, and it is confusing, there's all these numbers, but it has been said at least once before, probably 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Ms. Phil, please.
Just a quick question, you gave us the number of $256, and that's for our taxes. Is that with the override? If the override goes in, how much will our taxes increase then? For the just say the $2 million the first year.
So for the average single-family home,
Yep.
worth about $811,000. If the override were approved, and town meeting were to approve the budget that's being recommended, the tax increase would be $655 for the average single-family home. If it were not approved, it would be $250.
So that's a lot of money, $685.
$655.
Is an awful lot of money. Second question, and this is just, I'm gonna throw this out. $10 million over 3 years.
Correct.
Does the town have a chance to vote line by line, the way we used to do it years ago, town meeting on that budget, line by line? So if we don't like the idea of somebody getting, you know, a pay raise of $10,000 a year because their title got changed, or, you know, do we get to vote line by line?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, town meeting always has the opportunity to do that, to make
so
an amendment.
it has to be a public, somebody in the audience, or to vote line by line regarding the budget. You know, so like, DPW will be line by line. Parks and Rec will be line by line, you X by the
So,
school.
Madam Chair.
That's the big thing, the school.
Madam, that's fine, I'll be over there. 2024, you can be over there.
He's wearing a kilt.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm gonna give, it's a bit of a conditional yes, and here's why I say it's conditional. We have 101 lines in the budget that got printed and sent to each property owner or each residential home. So it's possible that we could vote those 101 lines. I think if somebody had a concern over one, so those lines are really salaries and expenses, is that right, Gloria? So it doesn't get broken down into a particular salary or a particular expense. Each department has a salary and an expense appropriation, which for purposes of calculating how the budget is going year over year, we treat as one appropriation. So town meeting doesn't have the authority to cut somebody's salary. It has the authority to cut a budget.
I agree.
And I think if there was a particular line that was of concern, I think we would urge a voter to bring that line up rather than address every single line in the budget.
And I'm just saying, I mean,
Yeah.
having attended many town meetings,
Sure.
once upon a time, we used to vote it line by line, including the different departments' salaries.
Sure.
And there's a lot of top heaviness up above, be it whether the school, and I don't know if anybody wants to agree with it, but I've seen it, looking at the numbers, looking at public records on the, I mean, there's top heavy. And there's spots that can be cut down.
I think it's important, Mr. Chairman, to understand when it comes to the school department budget, it's a bottom line that can be cut. You cannot go line by line on a school department budget statutorily, by state law. You appropriate the bottom line. Because you're getting information presented to you, but as a town meeting, and then for any amendments that may be offered, it can only be for the bottom line number, which includes salary and expenses. Right, so if you're gonna make an amendment, say in the school department budget, just the bottom line could be amended, not salaries or expenses. And then it's still up to the superintendent and the school committee as to how that money is spent. Town meeting can offer an opinion, but all they can do is make one line item on the school department budget. General government different, because it's presented basically by departments and salaries and expenses. So very different.
Mr. Gilberto, do we have any other questions online?
Question from Maureen Doherty. What will the additional tax levy amount in the 4th year for the average home be? So it's going to be $1,700, increased by 2.5%, plus $250. Yeah, I'm using a round number.
The total.
That it would increase.
The total.
That's from year 3 to year 4. The total is a bigger number because you have 3 years of $250. I'm
Yep.
gonna say 250, but that 250 grows by 2.5% as well. You have 3 years of that you have to include in that projection.
Okay, so 2460 roughly. The total. Okay. Any board members want to, as lawyers say, opine on this issue before we move on?
Yeah, I'd like to apply, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bessie?
I'd recommend every resident go through these line items that they were referring to. It does, it tells a story, it certainly does. This is what I was always excited about going through. I could come up with maybe 45 to 60 questions, easy, just what I was looking through last night. But the one thing we all need to keep in mind here, school override is 2/3. We have a lot of expenses coming up. Well, the municipal side also pays for the capital part of schools, whether that be the turf field replacement, whether that be the air handler replacement, whether that be the flooring replacement, right? So I just want to point out, so residents understand where our schools are headed elementary-wise. The little school was built in 1960. It had a renovation done in 2001. Typically, every 20 years, your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems will fail. Their life expectancy will end at 20 years. So that's come out. The Hood School, built in 1959, renovated in 2003. That same thing. MEP systems will be failing. The Bash School, 1917 original, reno in 2006. Again, those systems will be failing as well very soon. I see a lot of things here for Hood School roof replacement, technology instructional equipment for the middle school, high school, which was just recently built, so I'm not sure where that comes from. The elementary systems upgrade, burglar alarm system, we'll go with that. Modular feasibility study, classroom window replacement at the Hood Little School, and a F-450 utility truck replacement for that $95,000. There's a lot that can be trimmed there, in my opinion. And again, I sit here all night, I could have 65 questions, I don't want to waste everyone's time. But we as a board should do better. And I certainly think us as a board, it makes our job easier if the town makes a yes vote for 2.5 Brock override. We were elected to make the hard decisions, to make some hard cuts. If that's what we have to do, it's what we have to do.
And Mr. Massey, thank you. I'll just say I do agree, within reason. And I think that if this doesn't go through, fine, what the people want. I just feel that once we start putting human faces to those cuts, all of a sudden, it's like, I'm not saying it's true. Like, there's a lot there, and I agree. I mean, I think when certain things with capital, it is what it is. I mean, for better or for worse, if a roof on a school goes, you gotta replace it. There is no, well, let me think about it and see if I can get a good price on concrete. There's none of that, doesn't exist. However, I do agree. However, I will say this though. A lot of time has been spent here. I run a business that is 10 times the size, budget-wise, of North Reading, what I manage daily. And it is not that simple, and we do, though, would love any suggestion, which, no, I agree, there's a lot here. I will say that, like, again, all I know is when I look around, because I thought when I first got here, I think you mentioned percentage of budget, it seems that it is pretty standard issue in the Commonwealth, the 2/3, 1/3. So that's a structural change that has to be, that's across the Commonwealth. There are very few municipalities that don't have that split. Again, I didn't know why, but it is like that. So I do agree in theory. I just think sometimes it's a little bit more difficult. But I do think, yeah, if the people don't want it, then we do the best we can. We come back, and if there's a service someone loses that they didn't expect to lose, it is what it is. But I'll be the first to say, I'm gonna have very, very little sympathy for someone that wanted to not go through the override and when a service goes down, because I will say this, and I'm not defending the schools, but I'm gonna defend the board in advance, that there will be cuts by those that think that they are bulletproof. And there are going to be a service by those that vote no, that will go away. And I just hope that, I don't know where they're at there. We've done a pretty good job. I think the best gymnast in the room is Mr. Gilberto, of how he's done the budget. He's always been able to present us something that's worked. But, you know, my own thoughts on this is that we, like Mr. Massey kind of alluded to, we'll make this work, right? If we have to cut, we'll find somewhere. They may not be popular, you know, but I just hope that everyone realizes that there's gonna be pain across the board. And I can tell you that if you look to year 2, the municipal budget looks worse than the school side. And that's the problem. That is where I think that as a board, we're going to look at, and I agree, I mean, if people want the cuts, I think the one thing I can say is that I always have said in every role I've had here, the people should vote, and then we do what they want. We went to Junetown meeting 2022, the people voted, not the select board, to say, go spend some money and come up with a sewer plan and see if it makes sense. Which, by the way, to clarify, no one in this room ever said that it would never make any money, so, and that's recorded, so I would seek some people to clarify their commentary on that. But more importantly, I think that we have a fiduciary responsibility to take what town meeting gives us and do the best we can. And if they vote it down, well, we're gonna have some really hard conversations. And I do think some cuts, I don't wanna call it cuts, efficiencies. I think that's what you mean, Mr. Massey. I don't think, it's like, I think we can find some efficiencies. However, at the same time, I think there's going to be, like I said, a couple meetings ago, you add a child to a household, if you want to keep the same standard of living, either find more income, because there's not enough hand-me-downs. So I think we're gonna have to make a decision of the town. We've added more people, which is why the cost has gone up, it's the truth, not just school, okay? Let's not, I mean, just because you don't have school-age children doesn't mean you don't add cost to the town, which is now, you know, the belief by the Facebook faithful that if you're over 50, you don't cost the town any money at all. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you said that, Mrs. Fillmore. I'm just saying that it doesn't take much. I just don't have time. But what I'm going to do before just because Mr. Massey and I spoke, I do want to give it to Mrs. Gonzalez and my other board members, and then we can take more questions on this article.
I mean, I'll add on to everything that you just clarified, but, you know, as chair and vice chair with Mr. Gilberto and Mr. Daly and the whole financial planning team, I mean, we were meeting every Friday morning, and they continue to meet. I don't have to anymore, but they continue to meet. But, I mean, we have gone over line by line and painfully talked about everything. So, you know, and what we came up with is meetings that we have had that have been public that, you know what, this is, you know, comfortable. If we do the Prop 2.5, and you're not gonna feel so much pain, and you're gonna be able to enjoy what you like to enjoy living here. And this is the alternative. And there will be cuts, and there will be pain. So we're here to just present to you what we can present to you, and then you get to choose. You get to vote. We get to vote. We get to decide, do we want to feel a little pain, or do we not want to feel a little pain? And there'll be more pain next year than there will be this year. So I think we did a good job of that, of presenting that and allowing the public to make that decision.
I'll just add, I think that what has to be clear is that the voters should get, it's our responsibility to give them options,
Well,
to
that's
give
what
them
we need,
choices. Right, and so just to be very clear,
Yeah.
you know, there's doing it at 2.5 plus new growth, or it's with the 2.5 override. And it's up to us to give an option, and it's up to the voters to decide which way they want to go. And I believe, without being intimately involved with the, the financial process and how you came up with your numbers, everything I've ever heard, it's been really thoughtful, it's been really thorough, there's a lot of information that goes in the background for producing these numbers. I don't think they're arbitrary by any stretch of the imagination. I think the numbers that are there are real numbers. I think they go through incredible pain to try to make those numbers as accurate as possible. And I think the recommendations, I know that the Finance Committee goes through great effort to sort out the capital improvement and to prioritize them and to do responsible things. I think we're lucky to have that kind of team in place. But again, as being leaders in the town, we have to offer options. I don't think it's good to take away options, to just say we're not going to give you a 2.5 override option. I just think that's just not even acceptable. Even if we all didn't like the 2.5% override, I think it's responsible to offer to the town to let them decide for themselves. And whatever they decide, that's what we're going to work with them. But I think it's irresponsible not to offer a choice.
Mr. O'Leary, anything before I move on for some final questions?
Sure. What did he get? Let me see.
Senior moment, Stephen.
What's that?
Senior moment?
I didn't say that.
No, not a senior moment. I'm trying to choose my words carefully. What's being presented at town meeting is a responsible budget within the confines of Proposition 2.5 to maintain some semblance of services that we currently enjoy. The confines of Proposition 2.5 does not allow for all of the services that we currently enjoy to be moved forward. Therefore, you now have a second choice of, and again, there's more than two choices, but a second choice is being presented by the town leaders. It is a Proposition 2.5 override, which gives a very clear picture as to how do we maintain the current level of services that we currently deliver to the town of North Reading, and this is what it's going to cost, along with some other initiatives that should be embraced or have been embraced by your elected officials or all taxpayers in the town of North Reading to carry forward certain programming and certain services that need adjustment over time. As an example, this board has voted, now we're penny pinching times here, trying to maintain level of services, and we're hell-bent right now on hiring 4 new firefighters in order to deliver a minimum acceptable level of public safety services to the town of North Reading that we can't maintain right now without these 4 people. So something else had to give. We had to prioritize things within the confines of Proposition 2.5. And so you can go through there and you can cherry pick, all you want, if you think you need a new dump truck for $95,000 and look at what it's replacing. So, probably an 18-year-old, truck that's got, 143,000 miles on it that we're spending more on maintenance and repairs than it's worth it. So it's easy to cherry pick it. And I'm going to be interested to see as you go through the process and get the opportunities that you're going to have now. I await your suggestions as to what can be done moving forward in a more meaningful and cost-effective way. Because, Mr. Studo pointed out, you've got the financial planning team here, who's the chair and vice chair of Select Board, School Committee, and Finance Committee. Select Board, separately and independently elected. School Board, separately and independently elected. And the Finance Committee, independently appointed by the moderator, and their job, under the charter, is to report to town meeting. They're an instrument of town meeting, totally separate from the select board, totally separate from the school committee. Deliberately and intentionally. And what you have is some unanimity here as to what we believe people want to have for services and what it's going to cost, the reasonably cost to do it. And that's what's being presented here. If town meeting so chooses to cut that, they're going to have to make some choices. They're going to have to reprioritize for us and make the choices to do that. And that's fine, as I've said for years. Listen, we volunteer to put in the time and the hours to give our recommendation at town meeting, and people somewhat trust us, which is a good thing. And we give them the recommendations, and either they take it or they leave it. For the most part, there's been unanimity in town meetings part over the last 15 years on what we've spent. So now we're at a juncture where we've hit the ceiling. With what we can appropriate and what we can work with it. Now town meeting has to make some other choices too. What we have done is we have presented 2 budgets, and they can choose what to do. But as I said before, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it for as long as I sit here, whatever town meeting decides is fine. We'll make it work. We always have and we always will. We'll make it work. But we put in the time and the hours to make the recommendations. We do that, and we respect what town meeting determines. So I'll await your recommendations, and I can't wait to hear them.
Mr. Chair, can I have 30 seconds to respond, please?
You can have more than 30.
Awesome.
That's why you got elected.
Well,
I'm just saying, no.
to that point, Mr. O'Leary, I think the town elections show a lot about what the town wants, right? I think you, me, and Kate cannot be
I'm sorry?
any more different in personalities and what we stand for. But what I do want to say is the town came out, and to me, they spoke very loudly about what they want. Of course, and I never said that it shouldn't go to town meeting and it should be up to the people. But what we can do is make a little bit better recommendations, as well as maybe bring that price tag a little lower to lessen the burden. And that's the kind of cuts I'm talking about. I think municipality-wise, I think you actually said it before in candidates tonight. We got room to cut. We got room to make this a balanced budget. It's the schools.
No, we don't have room to make balance.
No, I'm sorry, no,
I'm
I'm
not providing the
Steve?
same level of services.
Steve, may I?
I'm sorry.
You said that at candidates night, that the municipality does have room for it. So with that, it goes to schools. And I look forward to sending you an email with my 60 questions.
And I look forward to telling you can't. We have to do it here. Do not send that email, please. Open meeting. Not kidding. But I'm going to go to point taken. No, and it's good dialogue. That's great. So now I'm going to go back.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm
No.
sorry. I just wanted to say that just getting elected with an override on the table in a few weeks. Unfortunately, I can't mince my words. So other subjects that may take longer, I'll mince my words a little bit more, be a little more politicized. But I do just want to say that I can't mince my words with something such a hot topic. Thank you.
I can appreciate it. I'm just going to let the finance director speak real quick, because she's probably going to say something that's not opinion but fact.
I just have to correct a couple of things that Mr. Massey said in regards to the town on the municipal side paying for the school capital. That is not true. The capital comes from either free cash or bonding. The debt service and any fixed costs come off the top first. The share to the school and to the town are after that. And furthermore, the high school, it may seem new as a parent of children who were the first ones to go to that school. It's at least 10 years old. The technology does not withstand the test of time. They're having all kinds of issues with networking and access for the students. They all have Chromebooks. It's an overload on the school. I'm a parent in the town. I'm the finance director, but I can attest to the fact that there were budget hearings for each and every budget. We went through each and every item with great detail. We listened to all the school presentations. There was meeting after meeting after meeting. We took this budget in as tight as we possibly could to ensure that we met the needs of the town, that it was reflected, the class sizes, the things that they need, that the town has a choice. But I am one who would not normally want to pay these taxes, but as someone who has lived in this community since I was born, I have watched what this town has done, and we are as frugal as they come. So I encourage you to listen and observe what the other staff or members are doing before you make comments that there's so much that can be cut. We have gone through everything with great detail, meeting week after week after week. And I personally would not support this if if I hadn't seen every number, I wouldn't put it forth, I wouldn't, it's just something that, you know, I think you have to understand how the finances work and how the budgets are allocated, how it's shared, and how thoroughly we observe things.
So I'm gonna move on to the question, but I'll say, I think what he meant, Ms. Gavin, is like, because again, the terminology, but I think what he meant is one way, shape, or form, no matter where where the bonding or whenever it comes from, the town as a whole pays it, right? I think that's what Mr. Massey meant. I don't think he meant but I understand, but also
It doesn't come out of the town share, out of the municipal share. The municipal doesn't bear a bigger burden than the school. It comes off the top first, and then the remainder is
gets
split.
that. And again, I think that's more of a terminology, so I'm like, you know, but I'm going to just continue on. Thank you for your comment. I'm gonna get back to both of you, but just, he didn't get to talk yet. Please.
Ralph Samad, Park Street. Just a question, I know you said the efficiencies that the town may or may not have. We've heard that there's gonna be services cut. Is there something that the board can present to us or talk to us about some of the potential services, whether it's individually by schools, by DCR, by individuals, by the different groups? You know, Parks and Recs, what are they gonna lose? You know, DPW, what are they gonna lose? Instead of just, I don't wanna say scaring us, but saying, you know, when we think of services, we think that, you know, it's going to the school automatically and this and that. Is there something that you folks as our board has come up with that potentially we are gonna lose X amount here and X amount there, to maybe enlighten us what potentially our cuts are gonna be?
We had that list.
Yep, it's right up on the screen.
Oh.
15.2, school department, positions that are at stake for fiscal year 2025.
Did you wanna go through these? Excuse me one
I
second.
think
You wanna go through these or the municipal?
Municipal.
Just in general, you know,
So this is the biggest share of it.
That's the big
1.2
share.
million. There is an additional detail that I can show you. I'm not gonna go too far into the detail, but we are talking about teachers in classrooms. If you look at those top two lines there, we're talking about other support services that are there. I think the school superintendent has said at one point, one of them is a potential retirement. The other 14.2 are people who would not otherwise be looking to leave working for the town. So that's the school end of it. I think that, you know, without wanting to speak for the school committee or the superintendent or assistant superintendent, you know, I think that their concern is that, you know, this will have an impact on what folks see in the schools come the opening of school in September. That in the years after that, it will be far worse in the absence of this. So that's the school end of it. There's a non-school end of it I can show you too. if you
Yeah,
want to see
please,
that.
that's the one, yeah.
So, of course, it's really small. You know, we've had some positions that we've tried to add over the past couple of years that we've held vacant. So the first thing we did was go to cut them. One was a grant writer position at an $80,000 salary. A business manager that was intended to assist the DPW in, you know, in addressing the overall finances within its department. A series of cuts to accounts that I think all of us don't want to touch. Police and fire overtime, veterans benefits, the salary pool, you know, that gives us a bit of flexibility in terms of any collective bargaining that happens.
Mr. Gilberto, can I stop you 1 second on that one? That's kind of what I was saying, is the unintended consequences, that veterans benefits, it's not a big deal until somebody is at supermarket and find out, hey, did you know that whatever I was getting is now gone? And now, that's what I meant by the way that when a face gets put to it, and that's an unintended consequences, and we just told Sue how great of a job she was doing, and now whoever's gonna take over for her, this is your present, welcome to North Reading. So just something to point out that it's not, we're not talking about, you know, cutting, you know, some shiny luxury object, like, and this, please, I'd like to clarify, 2026 looks worse. So these numbers are, so that's what I meant, like, everything here is bad, but I just want to point that one out because, not just because we had the presentation, but that's like helping those that need it the most And now it's like, well, that's what we're gonna cut.
But on the other hand, we have to stop it and somewhere. We have to reverse this curse
Yeah.
somewhere. Unfortunately, whether it's a budget cut this year, because like you said 2 times now, next year is worse than this year. So, and then the following year, and then it just keeps snowballing. So, you know, I guess it comes down to if you watch your pennies, the dollars take care of themselves.
So, not to contradict Mrs. Studo, but, you know, with regard to what we're talking about here, I want to be very clear. We're not going to stop responding to emergencies.
Yeah.
We're not going to stop paying veterans benefits. These are areas where, when something has gotten really tight in another area, we've been able to make a transfer from. It's sort of the last remaining area where we have some level of flexibility in the budget. And now we're talking about taking that off the table come July 1st. I think we've been clear, we think we'll probably limp through the fiscal year, and when we get to fiscal year 2026, which is a year from now, there's nowhere left to make the reductions but real services. And I think that's not a scare tactic. If I could tell you that the police are not going to respond, the fire is not going to respond, we're not going to pay veterans benefit, that would be a scare tactic. That's not what I'm here to do. But what I am here to say is that limited amount of flexibility that we had left through other efficiencies that we found over the years, this is what's left on the table without it being a real impact on people in this room or elsewhere in the community, and we want to make sure that folks are aware of that. The reason it's happening, Ralph, you hit it on the head. If you look at the projections Lorianne has done, 20 years of history. It's not just made up numbers, it's what's actually happened here in North Reading. The average increase for municipal costs at 3.3%, I think was the number, for school department expenses 4.1%, and for fixed costs, the things we really don't have much control over anyway, is over 5%. So when you look at that, look what we're being told is available, 2.5% plus new growth. We're just lucky we've had the new growth, honestly.
Right.
So, you know, again, none of this is intended to be scare tactics, I mean that. I think what we want folks to be aware of, though, eyes wide open, is we've been able to make it work and come into town meeting with a balanced budget with relatively little impact on what folks are seeing. That time's run out, and we want folks to know that.
And also, it's what Mr. Wallner said that about the informed decision. I grew up in a household where this was, you know, we couldn't vote for an override. So cuts happened annually, you know. Fortunately, you know, my parents did everything right, so then I did not have to be in this position. But this was normal. So I get it when it's like, the money's just not there. But I think that the town needs to make that decision. Again, just like, not to bring up a project that's now dead, but it was something where it was always, it is the town after consideration, and we got all that it's like now we can make a decision with all the thing. And just like here, just like there's some other articles we're gonna go through, it is the town that needs to decide. I think that sometimes what's frustrating is when those say, no, it's such a bad idea that the town should not get a chance to try. You shouldn't even talk about it. And that does get said, where it's like, why would you even talk about an override? Just call it a day and cut. And I think that's what Mr. Wallner was saying, like, no, we go there and we can make it work. It might just not be, to your point, Mr. Massey, just not as easy. It's easier if we get it. But did you have Mr. Massey had your hand up? Mrs. Gonzalez?
I just wanted to add in, there's not behind the scenes, but other things in motion, like cuts at the school because we don't have enough poverty in town.
Oh,
That money was taken away from us. Chestnut Bridge, things that have popped up things that we have to pay for, that we have no choice, money that we once counted on that's getting taken away. There's things that you don't realize that are also going on in the background too.
So, question,
I'm sorry, back to me, it did come up. A lot of these jobs have been carried on the budget for a couple of years and they've never been filled. Do we have to keep carrying them? And this is kind of the way I'm thinking, Director of Public Safety, DPW Business Manager. I'm trying to show the residents that there's room up there. And town meeting, but I think we could have done a better job of presenting a lower number to the residents.
Laurie Ann, if you want to respond?
Though, all those items were cut to get to the level service within the limit, Prop 2.5 limit budget. Those are all gone. They're gone. They are gone.
Yeah, they're not.
Every one of those, they're gone. That
Right.
list that Mr. Gilberto just brought up, they're gone. Just to get to the Prop 2.5 limited budget.
So meaning,
They're
Mr.
listed in the
Massey, if the
department
override doesn't go
request.
through, those jobs, like, they're gone.
No, it says override amount here, it's got its own column.
If
If the override goes through.
the override goes through,
That's only if the override goes through. They're gone.
And if it doesn't,
they're gone.
We're not bringing them back in the Prop 2.5 budget. I mean, we're not bringing them back in the override budget in year one. Some of them aren't even coming back in years 2 and 3.
so when it says fiscal year '24 budget, and then fiscal year '25 department request, fiscal year '25 proposition 2.5 limit, that's within the Prop 2.5.
Prop
Right.
2.5 limit is, yes, they've been cut from that.
Override amount,
They're not.
If they were being reinserted, they'd be in that column. They're not.
So if the override doesn't go through, they're gone. As of right now, they're technically
Right
gone,
there,
because the
they're gone.
override didn't go, we haven't voted yet.
Okay.
But if the override doesn't go through, those are already gone. So it's a moot point at this point. Sorry, I just said that twice. Hold on, Mrs. Fillmore.
Yeah, just
Please.
real quick, I just want to kudos to you guys for doing the budget. You have done a very good job. I sat here at some of these meetings and saw the budgets being cut apart like, chopped liver. But my problem is the school department. And I look at the school department and they say to every single person, every mother, every person, if you don't give us our money, we're gonna cut 15 teachers, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And I've worked in the school system for a lot of years, and there's a lot of, but don't threaten the people. I don't hear you guys threatening the people. You have done an excellent job with the municipal part of the budget that I can see. But the school has to do something. They can't threaten the people to take an education away from the kids when there's other places to cut in that school department.
Thank you, Mrs. Fillmore. Mr. Yule?
Yes, having worked on budgets with you guys in the past, what I've learned is to your point, when you talk about the put faces to, I should say, Mr. Chairman, when you put faces to these numbers, there's pain. But there's pain on both sides. Okay, there's pain on our side. What you're really hearing up here is, on this side, is a lot of pain, because we don't get the flexibility. I mean, we are your revenue source, okay? And our revenue is not really coming in, and puts us in a difficult position of being able to give you our revenue and share it with you. So there are victims on both sides. Was brought to my attention, somebody who works at the school, who obviously is for the budget override, and it was explained to me that person would get a $20,000 raise.
Excuse
Now,
me?
they get a promotion, but they're gonna get a $20,000 raise, and it's not even a core curriculum item. So you can't see that. Numbers and budgets many times are hidden in plain sight. This is one of the things that I've observed in the past. And we're at a point, we're like the stock market. We're going through a market correction. All of our sins from the past,
Yeah, just over time.
Catching up.
Go up 9% a year.
right, they're catching up to us, and we're going through a market correction. And unfortunately, it's a big one. And as you say, next year it's going to hit us even harder. But from our end, we don't get a market correction. Our revenue source is limited, and especially with seniors like myself, it's limited. Now, I know you have something that you're bringing forth with a discount for seniors. But how much that really helps, I don't know. It just redistributes the money to somebody else, and that doesn't necessarily sound fair to me. So that's what my concern is. When we talk about the school budget, you know, you see hidden numbers in there. And even you don't see them because there's a savvy way of presenting budgets that no one's gonna understand the numbers. So we're all confused, and we say, oh yeah, we need more teachers or something like that. And then someone's gonna get this kind of silly raise of $20,000. I'm not getting that, but I'm gonna have to contribute to that $20,000. So that's why when we talk about budgets being presented and being, I think this is Massey's point, is that somehow we gotta look deeper into those numbers to understand them. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to say that, that people are giving you their feelings every day. You know, it's not just, this is time for a meeting and so we're going to vote on it. With my family, my wife and I live there, the kids are grown up and on their own. But you know, every week we're going for a $10 pizza. One night we're going to the Horseshoe for $5 off on a hamburger one day, and going to Mad Maggie's and $3 chicken wings. You know, 6 for $3 or something of that nature. So you know, we just have to always be looking at. We go to the gas station on the hill at 28 to get the gas. You save 5 cents. It's not, and it's been a good market. You know, you're getting good return on your investment. So you may have a couple of bucks to spend, but you don't spend it because you know things are going to come up. It always happens. You got to save money. So you know, I think we all should be on the same page. I mean, I've made a commitment myself to come to every meeting, and I've come to almost every meeting for the last year. And the reason for that is I want to respect you. I want to see the work you put in. And so I come, you come to the meetings, and so you know, I don't have anything to prove. I don't have any agenda. But I do want to respect that. And so you know, everyone is on the same page and should stay there. It's not us against you or anything else.
No, thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate the comment. So I'm going to, anyone online? And what's the last question before we move on?
We have more packed vote.
Okay, then I will entertain last comments by the board members on this, and then we will go to the next one.
Just on the list you had there, Michael, you know, some of those positions which were in the budget for last year and the money was not spent. And it's in the budget for the override, some of these positions on the municipal side. There are efficiencies that come along with a number of these positions which would help us. You know, a grant writer at $80,000 would pay for themselves many times over if we could get to the point that we get someone on board here. First of all, the budgetary number was a little bit low and we weren't able to attract some good qualified candidates to do it. But secondarily, the town administrator came to this board early on in the fiscal year, looking at the budgetary numbers along with the finance director and said, whoa, let's take a little time out here and take a pause before we fill these positions and then have to lay people off. Well, these are efficiencies in here that we're looking to effectuate, to spend our money more wisely and efficiently to get a better return on the investment here. These are additional positions to a certain extent that would make us work better and work well and give us a better return. But we didn't fill them because we foresaw that the revenues were dropping and the costs were escalating in relation to, keep in mind, 80% of our budget, over 80% is salaries. And what we had to negotiate in order to keep the level of services and keep the number of employees that we have, we just couldn't make it work. So yes, it's in the budget for the current fiscal year that we're in. The monies were not expended, so it's turned into free cash, but it's gone. And we can't recognize these efficiencies if we don't have the opportunity to raise the levy limit to bring them on board. So we'll just continue to operate as well as we can, and we'll make it work. So, fortunate for us, the administration, came to the board early on in the year and put the brakes on it, so that we would have the opportunity to have some free cash available to plug the holes. And then going forward, that's why this coming fiscal year, we're not gonna see the bodies out the door, because we didn't hire these people. But for the upcoming fiscal year after that, it's real positions, it's real services, and, as I said, whatever town meeting decides, we'll make it work.
Mr. Wallner, final thoughts on this one?
I'll just say that, we can argue about the budget and everything now, but we have, we just took away sewer as a potential economic driver for us. We have a huge problem going forward. It's not, none of this is gonna go away. We have a big, huge problem, and one of the ways we were hoping that sewer could bring us was some economic development that would help to offset what we're gonna be facing in the future. When we look at the numbers in the future of what it looks like without sewer versus with sewer, our property taxes are gonna be outrageous. So, we still have a problem on creating commercial space within our town. However we do that, that hasn't gone away, and that is our biggest problem of all that we have to solve.
Mr. Massey, final on this one?
No comment.
Okay. One more comment? Ms. Gonzalez? Come on. Okay, and I have nothing to add. Next article, please, Mr. Gilberto. Anything but Article 16. I don't care what you want to talk about.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Article 17, increase the senior tax rebate program. Folks may remember, last year we increased the amount from $750 to $1,500. State law subsequently increased the maximum for this exemption from $1,500 to $2,000. We are recommending that town meeting vote to similarly increase the limitation of the program here in North Reading. I will note that by law, participants cannot be compensated more than minimum wage, which means the additional exemption dollars can only be earned by working additional hours in the program for a total of 133 hours per year.
Can you share?
Oh, am I not sharing? I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna have a technical difficulty here.
Not that everybody doesn't walk around with this like I do, in my back pocket all the time.
So again, going to $2,000, the additional hours can only be earned by working additional hours.
And again, that's paid for through money reserved through the overlay reserve.
That's correct. So what we basically do is, in the case of the overlay, it reduces what's available for any other costs, fixed costs, municipal costs. It's a true, we fund it by reducing what's available for any other expenses. Another example, trying to provide relief by basically trying to control costs to the extent possible. It comes off the top, which means that when it comes time for Lorianne and I and the superintendent and the finance director at the schools to come up with a recommendation, the funding is already reserved for participants in the program, in a bucket of funds along with, funding for any sort of appeals for tax assessments, et cetera. Article 18, which I expect there may be some discussion on, is a proposal to establish a means-tested senior citizen property tax exemption. And so this is based upon an existing state program, the state circuit breaker program, which provides relief to eligible senior citizens who may be experiencing a high cost in the form of their property tax bill and their water utility bills. The Taxation Aid Committee has submitted a warrant article that's been reviewed by town council, which would allow for the town to set up a program where there would be an opportunity, both the select board and the board of assessors could reduce the tax obligation for eligible senior citizens, depending upon whether they qualify. So we have a round number that's on here that was used to calculate by the Taxation Aid Committee, based on the average assessed home value, based on the number of participants that we expect, based on information from the state, 412, I think that was the number of participants in the prior fiscal year were eligible for the circuit breaker. So if we say those same 412 people are gonna participate and be eligible for the maximum match, the impact is, I've seen two numbers, between $450,000 and $550,000. What, there was a $544,000 number. Could you just clarify that number?
I believe it was 533,000 based on the new amount of half of the 2590, which is the circuit breaker amount. So if we did 50%.
Oh, the increased circuit breaker amount.
Yeah, the increased circuit breaker amount.
Okay.
I think the first amount the assessor gave you was based on last year's,
Okay.
and the 533,000 was based on this year's.
Right. So I kind of copied the report of the Taxation Aid Committee right under the screen there for the presentation, but I know there's a calculation. I thought the number I heard was less than that in terms of the implication.
The shift is difficult to forecast, but it's basically, if we did the full 533,000, you convert that into a value, it's like a 1% shift on the tax rate. So it really depends on this, what the assessor has found, that in other communities, far fewer people are eligible than those who qualify for the circuit breaker. Sometimes it's because of the asset levels or their other income or different things. So she found that it was literally a penny on the tax rate. In several other communities, 1 cent to 2 cents, based on the number who are actually eligible. If it were the full amount, the calculation I did today, it was about 12 cents per thousand. But the way it shifts, those at a lower value, it actually, they have a decrease in their bill, and the others have an increase. So, you know, it really depends on, again, on the value of your home and where you fall on the value scale.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, for those who don't know, the concept of how it works is different than the senior tax work-off program. It's not funding that is, we don't cut from the town's budget to account for that savings. The funding is actually reallocated amongst all of the residential properties, including those who will be eligible for it, under the way that the standard that the legislature has approved of processes it. So there's an impact on the average single-family taxpayer's bill, including those who will benefit from it in the form of an increase. And you just heard there's a range depending upon how many people participate. I think on the high end, we have $75 as the impact. We think based on participation, it could actually be less than that. The one thing I will note is it does not get borne by the commercial, industrial property or personal property component of the tax levy. So that means it's only the residential properties, that 88% that I mentioned earlier, that are absorbing it. There's been some conversation about whether or not through a tax classification we could shift that burden. There's quite a bit of forecasting that would have to go into that, and it would be a guess. I suppose it is an option to try to even out the impact, but it does appear to be a fairly modest impact. But we're cognizant of the fact that that's a potential up to $75 impact on top of the $250 we've talked about. It happens as a matter of course, at least, and obviously the override discussion is being had. So, Mr. Chairman, through you, the sponsor was the Taxation Aid Committee. I don't know, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, do you wanna add anything, Mr.
No,
Walker?
I'll just say it's to reach out to the 10% of the seniors who are, of the senior population, is reaching out to the 10% of the seniors who are the most vulnerable financially to being kicked out from our town. They're overhoused and they're on fixed income. And as we know, it's really important to keep our seniors in town, because if they leave, they get replaced with families, and families bring kids, and kids brings extra burden onto the schools. So it's really in our interest to keep our seniors here at a very modest helping hand that we can offer. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to that, and I guess I'm probably looking this one just to Mr. O'Leary. You know, whether or not we go in this direction is certainly, you know, it's a policy decision for the select board whether you're going to recommend it. You obviously put it on the warrant. It's a decision each voter is going to need to make at town meeting in terms of how they feel on it. But I do feel it's important to note that discussion of this concept goes back at least 10 years. And we finally have gotten to a point where whether we support it or not, we know what the numbers are within some relative amount of predictability. It's a matter of whether we feel it's the right tool for us. So while there's a policy decision for everyone in the room or anyone at town meeting to make, we do have an alternative, and it's been something we've been talking about for a number of years. Again, whether it's the right alternative, that's a different story.
But I do need to catch up with your numbers, because some of the numbers have changed. So before I present at town meeting, I'd like to have my slides updated, which I think you already have, right?
Not updated. We're doing a lot of research because we can't find a simple calculation as to how the shift works.
Okay.
Municipalities that have been undergoing it for several years all have said that the very first year is very difficult, and there's not many models even through DLS. So I use today the residential shift, like every year, classification, you can do a residential shift. That's the table that I use. I do want to go through it again with the assessor and make sure we're on track for how it all works. But we'll try to get you something for that presentation.
As close as we can get, right?
Yeah.
We have to get some experience. By the way, we do have a lot of history of how many people filed for circuit breakers, and we know their average over many years. So we
Right,
do know that. So
right.
we know the trend.
Right, but many communities, Concord, Andover, might have even been Reading, it was literally pennies on the tax rate,
That they
the impact.
Good, thank you.
Article 19, these are one-time fire department recruiting paramedic training costs to be funded through free cash and from the ambulance reserve. They are for recruiting and paramedic training for costs associated with local vacancies and the proposed new positions. We funded these in an article last year as well, and the idea is that the funding carries over from one year to the next by doing it this way. So we don't have to go back to town meeting if we have expense that wasn't yet incurred in that current fiscal year. So I think that the article is the way to do this. Article 20, funding retirement obligations, it's $85,000 from free cash.
You might just want to further clarify that warrant article monies do carry from year to year.
They do,
They don't
yes.
expire June 30th and
Yeah.
be converted to free cash.
This is a strategy to carry that funding, until the department certifies that the project has been complete, which is the training, the funding remains in place from one fiscal year to the next. It's only after that happens that it gets closed out. That's different than the operating budget where, under Article 16 that we were talking about for quite some time here, at the end of the fiscal year, that money closes out, it's gone. It becomes free cash, it's not available for that purpose, so.
And again, our hiring practices are such that the calendar of fiscal year means nothing.
It could go a year, could go
It
two
could go a year to 2
years.
years to fill these vacancies, so that's why the need for the article and have the monies available as the people come on, rather than doing it through the normal budget.
Correct. Our retirement obligations, $85,000 allocated between the schools and municipal retirements. Maureen, do you have that breakdown on the top of your head?
This is all school.
It's all school. Article, and that's not to say that there are not municipal obligations, but that we have prior authorizations for funding that have carried from one year to the next that we can pay them out of. Article 21, appropriating funds to our OPEB liability trust fund. Again, I talked about that being part of our annual financing plan, and it's a $425,000 appropriation from the reserve. Article 22 is a routine article that authorized the treasurer to enter into compensated balance agreements, which dictate the way in which we pay banks, rather than making direct payments. Article 23, we don't have any rescissions for borrowing that we're forecasting at this point in time. That could change between now and town meeting, so we generally leave that open for a recommendation that night. Article 24 is a capital improvement plan. It was presented by the committee, the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, after their months of work on April 22nd, and approved by the Select Board. It's listed in the article, but there's about 24 projects that are proposed to be authorized, funding sources being free cash, cell tower revenue, the ambulance reserve, borrowing, and some prior bond proceeds. Again, there was a recommendation of our capital improvement planning committee, as has been the case in prior years, and the articles recommended by the Select Board and Finance Committee.
Mr. Chair, through you. For the Hood School roof replacement, did we submit to the MSBA for for an accelerated repair program?
Mr. Chairman, through you, we did talk about that in the capital improvement planning committee discussion. We've not submitted at this point in time. I think, we hope that there may be an opportunity to do so, but I know from the conversations with the school administration in the meeting, that was in the capital meeting, that conversation. I don't think that they believe it's a candidate for funding, at least at this point in time. We're certainly aware of the program, and we benefited through the little school. It was a great, by all accounts, a very positive experience that we had in that program. This $200,000 is basically for temporary repairs to buy time more immediately on the roof. It could be a much larger roof replacement project, but as I'm sure you know from your own work, it would be probably much more than that for that project. I think we were at roughly $800,000 9 years ago. We did a little school roof, from my recollection. Article 25 is just to fund town building repairs, a total of $50,000 to be funded from free cash. It usually is used to fund small building repair projects, some maintenance work, but usually repairs to municipal buildings. It can be any one of the municipal buildings, with the exception of the school buildings. Article 26, $25,000 for repairs to one side of the roof of the Reverend Daniel Putnam House. It's a town-owned building, property that is under the management of the North Reading Historical and Antiquarian Society. It's a project that would be overseen by that society and the militia. It's proposed to be funded by free cash. Article 27 is the authorization of our Chapter 90 funding, $515,025. We expect to receive, it's matched with $600,000 in capital improvement planning funds. Article 28 authorizes DPW director to accept easements. It's a routine article. We don't have a lot of them that happen, but when they do come up, it gives the DPW director the ability to accept an easement, usually for drainage. Article 29, lease of town-owned real property at 166 Chestnut Street. This is an existing cell tower location that we receive annual payments from the owner. The lease is coming up, the term of the lease. We do need to go through a procurement process. It's highly likely that the existing lessee will, imagine, prevail, since they already have the investments on the property, but anything could happen. We do need town meeting authorization for this, but I do need to stress, this is an existing cell tower location, not a new location. And it would need to go through any sort of regular permitting process if needed.
One second, Mr. Massey?
We going up, the price that we're charging this lease?
So we haven't developed the RFP at this point in time, but we'll certainly look at what the market indicates is the value. It's been a pretty solid stream of revenue. I think we use like $300,000 of it each year in the operating budget. So, we did see a trend in the market where the payments dipped because the number of sublessees on the tower declined, but then it kind of stabilized and it's been at that same number moving forward. But we'll look at what the market indicates. We'll issue that RFP to make sure that we're maximizing it. But we do want to make sure we maintain a presence there because the infrastructure is already on the site. It's been fairly not disruptive to the site there. Article 30, 31, and 32.
I'm gonna make a comment before you go to those, on 30, 31, 32.
Yes.
Tomorrow, just so everyone knows, there's a pretty big meeting on the next three by the Community Planning Commission. I only say that because we will do our best here where we have members from the CPC. However, since they're probably gonna go 3 hours with this, we will not be here till midnight talking about it. So I just want everybody to know that.
And that's Wednesday, not tomorrow.
No, tomorrow, there's a hearing. Wednesday is something different.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
that was questions.
No, tomorrow's an actual hearing by the CPC. So again, only saying it, please ask your questions, but I think they've been doing a great job. They've had some great meetings. I just don't want it, just so you know that if you don't get an answer tonight, you're definitely gonna have plenty of time. Sorry, I'm not trying to create more work for you guys, but, just, so, please.
From a presentation standpoint, I have four slides, 3 with text and 1 with a map. I've just pulled from the definitions, from the descriptions that we put in the warrant article with regard to the articles. So there's quite a bit of background that we could get into, although I'm not sure that tonight's meeting is the right venue since the planning commission was the sponsor of the articles and they have a discussion tomorrow night. But to summarize it from the descriptions, the first article would establish a new overlay district to comply with the state law, section 3A of general law, chapter 48, which is the zoning zoning act, The district, like the existing overlay district that affects these properties, would allow multi-family housing by right and establish regulations for the overlay district, including parking. The overlay district affects 2 parcels currently located within the industrial office zoning district. The provisions of the underlying zoning district and the other zoning overlay districts affecting these properties remain intact. So just to show where we're talking about the 104 Lowell Road, Edgewood Apartments, and Martin's Landing. Those are the 2 parcels we're talking about. And it's sort of outlined in dark parcels, in the dark line here. So that's the zoning change itself, and then there's a change to the site plan review process, clarifying the site plan review procedures, confirming that site plan review is treated procedurally like a special permit, but is not an actual special permit, and no discretionary use is given to the special permit granting authority. Again, in line with the first part, which is by right zoning. And then the final piece is to update the zoning map with a current version and revision and date to basically show the area that we're talking about here. So that's my best effort talking to the town planner to briefly describe it. As Mr. Stewart indicated, there will be plenty of opportunity to have discussion tomorrow night at a Community Planning Commission public hearing. Is it 8 o'clock, Danielle?
Yes, meeting begins at 7:30, public hearing at 8.
At 8 o'clock, okay. And that will be both in person here in room 14 and online?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. And I do want to recognize the work of the town planner and the Community Planning Commission to come up with an alternative, whatever the recommendation may be moving forward with regard to this. I know a lot of time and effort's gone into it, and now a lot of time and effort's going into educating the public as well. So definitely appreciate the work of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
If there's like a brief something, anyone from the CPC or Danelle you want to give, and then I'll get the opinions of the board, maybe a question that's not too technical if you're going to answer it tomorrow. But, okay. Anyone from the board want to give an opinion? Although tomorrow again, not to. Okay. Mr. Pierce.
Can I give you just a brief, just use this one here?
That's fine, just thank you.
So basically, this bylaw requires this 3A of Mass General Laws 48. As a MBTA adjacent community, we fall under the auspices of this law. And there's a bunch of requirements to it. What we've done, however, is we've taken our properties that we have over in Barnes Landing and Edgewood and put them into the program. And essentially, we basically met the requirements of this bylaw. And by doing that, we've eliminated the possibility of us having grants refused to us. So it was they got pretty heavy-handed. It was like 17 different grants that you would not qualify for if you don't meet the criteria for this. The December 31st is the date that we're supposed to have it all done by. We have it pretty much all set right now. We have a preliminary approval. We wanted to bring it to this town meeting. There's a few people that said, why don't we bring it to October town meeting? But we thought we'd bring this to this town meeting, do the best explanation we could, see what we get for a vote. And if we don't get the vote, then it gives us an opportunity to find out what it is people want to know, or what the objections are, and then deal with them, and we'll bring it back in October. Because hopefully we'll have it all squared away, and we'll get our vote. And then there's also the parties that say,
there's like 20, I think like there's at least 27 town communities, I believe, that have, have voted against this. I'm not sure they can do that. Town council said that they can't do that. We've obviously not everything through town council. And so the question was, why don't we just wait and see what happens? Well, we have no issues. There's really not, there's no requirement to build any of these properties. These properties are already built, so essentially we just, you know, it's a very easy thing for us. And should any of the towns or all of the towns get together in a class action against the state or something, if they were to repeal this, we would automatically be repealed. So we have no real loss in this.
You said the last part one time?
So if all these communities right now that have opposed it, that have voted against it, should they prevail in court, I'm sure there's suits and countersuits, should they prevail in court and the law get repealed, it would be repealed for us as well as everybody else. So it's not a question of us doing something and not being able to take advantage of some other part of it, so.
Mr. Pierce, can you entertain a question from Mrs. Gonzalez?
As I understand it, from an attorney, not our attorney, another attorney who is dealing with a lot of this, if we prevail, we vote for it, and then those other cities and towns prevail that this was an overreach, we will not be able to come out of it. We will have complied. We will have voted for it. We would have complied, and you don't get to retract it. You have given up your home rule. You have relinquished it. So,
well, our understanding is a little differently than that, because I don't think that they could make a law that encompasses 122 communities and then let some of them off the hook, because in the very beginning, we tried to see if there would be, we had hoped there would be like waivers, because we don't have any MBTA transportation. We don't have rail, we don't have bus, we have nothing. So we thought that they would eventually come up with some waivers or some saying, okay, if you don't have any transportation that's within a certain distance, it makes no sense for us to put this law upon you. So, well.
Mr. Pierce, can you, where did that opinion come from? Just to clarify, the one that if it is repealed.
I think I don't know if we said that.
Again, I'm just curious, just for the board's information.
Yeah,
because again,
just seemed that that's the way it would happen. I know I don't think we asked that question.
I mean, let's hope we get a better answer than that, but just to be honest, again, for something like this, and again, we will hopefully, I think that's one that you probably want buttoned up for tomorrow. Just, I mean, over here, when I say I don't know everything 100%, I mean, I get chased into this wall, so, so maybe clarification on that, please, and that's a good question, just so for tomorrow, and that's the great thing, maybe because you have that big meeting tomorrow, we can get clarity. I don't know where, from a legal perspective, but, okay.
yeah,
You have a follow-up?
and if we could just clarify what home rule is, it was awarded to towns and cities in the 60s to now be able to zone for themselves instead of having to go through the state. We were given
Autonomy?
yeah, to decide for ourselves as a town how we want to zone and what we want our town to look like.
Well, it does seem like a little bit of an overreach when you think that the
Yes.
state is telling the town to go to their town meeting and vote on something that they want.
Or threaten to remove grants.
Hold on, one at a time,
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's, if it was gonna cause us to have to take down single-family homes, and all that kind of thing, that would be a pretty big deal, and I can see other communities that have that situation, why they would object, but we can comply with these, and there's no requirement to ever build any of these, and the sites can stay pretty much the way they are. The probability of them tearing any of those buildings over at Edgewood or Martin's Landing down in our lifetime is probably zero.
Mrs. Gonzalez, one more, and then I'm gonna go to everybody else.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Pierce. I mean, we are lucky. We lucked out in this town
Yeah.
that we already had this, and Danielle, I have said before, did a great job of
Awesome job, yeah.
procuring that for us, but I voted against it on principle because there are other cities and towns who are being hurt by this and who, it is overreach and they shouldn't have to comply to this and or be punished. So I have a personal issue with this and it's a principle thing for me. Although we are getting away with it.
Well, and I agree, but the question is, what's the risk? The risk is that since we can comply so easily, and the risk of losing some, so what if the towns all fail? And we haven't complied, then we're out of compliance for no reason, since we could comply so easily. So that would be, I'd consider that a gamble.
It's a gamble.
And I would say also that the probability that any of these suits would be settled in any short period of time is zero. So that means that they would go past the December 31st deadline.
Oh, yeah.
And if we don't comply at that point and everything, and they all lose, then we lose.
They're holding the strings, yeah.
Well, so again, if we had something to lose here, other than, you know, by complying, I would say, look at this a little differently. But the fact that we are able to do this with a minimal amount of pain and basically make no changes whatsoever, what the state is trying to do is they're trying to create a bunch of areas where housing can be developed, because housing is the one major thing the state has a huge problem with, and they're having a lot of difficulty trying to solve the problem. This is their attempt to do it. It may be an ill-fated attempt in the end, but that's all they're trying to do, is create some housing.
I'm gonna,
For the
I'll
problem
get,
it's creating.
I know, I think you have this, I'm gonna swing back to this side, because I've been looking over here, I know somebody, comments?
I'll wait, I'll hear more comments before
Okay, Mr. Wallner?
I'll just say, I totally agree with what you're saying. The risk for us is very, very low. We don't have anything to lose. We only have things to gain. If you read the Boston Globe article from the Sunday Globe, they did a review of all the towns, and most of the towns are doing exactly what we're doing, which is they're finding places that already exist, and until someone plans to tear down, there are multifamilies that are already there. It's a non-issue. And so Milton is fighting it, right? And already they've lost like $160,000 worth of grant that now they're trying to
That's
get back.
disgusting.
And now they're very uncomfortable about that. So it's, to me, this is as close to a no-brainer as it comes. We can slide in, it's easy for us to do it. And looking at other towns, according to this article, many towns have done exactly what we're doing right now. Whether this becomes an ill-fated law or not, that's for the state to decide, but right now,
Let me just,
it's easy to get in and
There's a
get
flaw
out.
in their whole reasoning, okay? And the flaw is, if we comply and we go through the whole thing and then we don't like it, we still have home rule. We can vote that law back out.
That's right.
I don't believe that that's how it's
But
gonna
hold
work.
We can change the zoning. If we can change the zoning to that, we can change the zoning back.
Mr. Massey? Were you done? I'm sorry, Mr. Wallner.
No, I 100% agree with what Warren's saying. I think you can vote it in, you can vote it out. You have.
I mean, they can tell us to vote it in, so we do that, but there's no lock and key there.
Mr. Massey?
You're so sure of that.
I'll go to the audience after, thank you.
I'm filled with questions. The first one coming off the top from what people are speaking about. Who added the severability section to this one? Is that the CPC or is that?
Sarah,
Where'd you see that?
I'm sorry, man.
Severability, it's right in Article 30.
Okay.
Page 45.
If this provision is deemed to be illegal or unenforceable by a court, then the illegality or unenforceability of any such provision shall not affect the validity of any of the provisions in this article, which will remain in full force.
of effect.
The severability clause is typical of what we put into zoning amendments. It's been reviewed by town council. It's recommended by town council that we have a severability clause in zoning. That's all.
I don't see town council.
You can keep going, man. You can just rapid fire your questions. If you have more, just
keep going.
Yeah, I do. Doesn't seem like I'm gonna be able to get out there by the definition of severability. As far as the 17 different grants, Mr. Pierce mentioned, I haven't seen any information, zero, on what grants and how North Reading's able to allocate those. So I'd like to see the dangling carrot, as you say. And how many has North Reading received in the past?
We have, I think we can answer that in part, but maybe tomorrow, I don't know what you guys are gonna present tomorrow, but didn't we have,
Yeah.
we went through that in a prior.
We received MassWorks
Mass-
funding, most recently, I think it's either 250 or 350,000 toward the wastewater planning effort. A few years before that, it was a $3 million water infrastructure grant to upgrade water mains when we transitioned to buying all of our water from Andover, so that was a substantial MassWorks grant. There's been some smaller grants prior to that that we received for economic development planning and technical assistance. I think $10,000 for the downtown initiative in 2014 or 15.
Land.
What's
That
that?
was a long time ago, but the land grant.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, that's right. So there's a couple of funds that we've taken advantage of for green space. So the Ipswich River Park, the Drinkwater portion, a really large developed portion of the park. The portion we also associated as the park. We received, was it $1 million grant?
$1 million,
$1 million, yeah. And then, going back even 20 years before that, for Hillview, it was a state grant that we received. So we've benefited from the grant programs. Again, I know that that question's come up, but we try to go after these grants to the extent we can and get them to fit into our purposes, and we have been successful.
The $1 million number popped up to me as well. That is a big grant. My next question to you would be, did they remove 100% of that grant?
I'm sorry.
Would they remove 100% of those grants?
I've not heard that they're gonna take that money back from us. I don't wanna rule anything out.
No, it's personal. It's
We
moving forward.
You don't care
It's
what
moving
the future
forward. Yeah.
was.
It's anything.
I think it's moving forward.
It's moving forward. It's
Yeah.
nothing personal. It's all moving forward.
My last point is, I agree with Mrs. Gonzalez, this is state overreach. I think we're losing our autonomy. In my opinion, there's a bunch of lawsuits on the table, right? If I'm the town of North Reading, this is just my personal opinion, and take with it as you wish. We should wait to see what that plays out to be, or hintings of what that could be. There's a lawsuit on the table, we should say, okay, what's going on here, let's see how it goes. Not to mention, buying into a failing system in the MBTA. I'm sure we all know that. They're projected to be over budget for the next 3 straight years. Do you think there's any possibility that maybe the state's trying to recoup some of these funds to get it closer?
I don't see how they would do it doing this. This basically just provides areas where the zoning has been adjusted to allow for a multi-family dwelling and those solid housing prices.
This is, that's what
Is-
the
is-
It
I'm sorry,
actually
Mr. O'Leary.
No, it's
That's
a
what-
different funding stream.
Is, that's within 0.5 miles? Of
Yeah.
the MBTA station?
It doesn't apply in North Reading because we don't have a train station.
And we're not the only ones, so
Right.
that's why I thought at some point they do waivers or something like that, but they never came down. So. And they've been slow to give us the changes and everything and the information. But again, if this was some kind of a major imposition upon us, then I would say, then I would look at it a little differently. But because we're able to deal with it so cleanly and not gamble, that's what you want to do. You want to gamble. You want to roll the dice to see if one of the other towns can prevail. However, if we do, the next thing we do is we go back to that budget you're looking at, and we look at a whole bunch of lawyer money so that we can sue. That's probably not gonna be financially. And forget about not getting grants. It's not free to go after the state like that.
If you have another question
No,
before I
Mr.
move on.
Chair, I have a recommendation that there's a lot going on about this subject. There's a lot in Facebook, Boston Herald, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of
Boston
conflict
Globe.
around this.
Both.
Um,
Boston Globe. Both, no, both have articles.
There's a lot going on about this. Mr. Knight has mentioned previously that it can be done by going into an October meeting. I think I would be remiss if our residents did not get the opportunity for more time to dive into this information. As a matter of fact, we can do it by, even if it was voted yes in October, we're now still in compliance. So is there a reason to rush this?
Yes, as I explained before, the reason we thought we put it on this town meeting is because if there are any major objections to it, we'll find out what they are. If there's people who don't understand, we'll find out how many, and maybe we can do another educational meeting.
But then it's too late, Mr. Pierce. Then it's voted, right? And then you got the severability. So what I'm saying is, I would recommend moving this out of town meeting in June.
I don't, well,
And how can I do that?
that we can't.
Can't do that.
No.
No, it's in the warrant. We gotta go through it. I mean, you would need
Well, let me ask you this, can I do it at town meeting?
to vote, what's the vote
It would need to be passed over.
Pass over.
as a vote? And what's
There-
the,
There are other articles that we do that for. They're usually routine articles.
and how many, well, what's the count for it
We
to
would have
go?
to vote.
Majority, correct?
No, certain number of people have to agree with the additional motion. I don't know if it's, is it
No,
10?
it's a simple majority.
Simple majority. No, that's right, yeah, no, I think it's less, right?
So someone could make
I
a
mean, anyone
motion
can make that
to,
motion.
to pass over a town meeting. Anyone who disagreed with it, who didn't want the vote. And then if there's, the moderator would just do his thing and, you know, take the vote and then go from there.
Because obviously we can all go back and forth all night, but at the end of the day, there is confusion. There is confusion in the residents, there is confusion on the select board, there's confusion on the CPC who's sponsoring the article. I mean, we need to give this an all look.
Mr. Chairman, just a note with regard to the motion. So the sponsor is the Community Planning Commission. Customarily, the motion would be offered by the chair or a representative of the Community Planning Commission. So, you know, they're having a hearing, there's gonna be an action that's gonna be proposed. Whatever that is what will get put on the floor first. If it's a motion approved, so be it. If somebody steps up to try to move to pass over, then the moderator will have to untangle that. If for some reason the planning commission decides it wants to pass over, it could be the opposite, somebody that says, well, I don't want to pass over it, then we get into a debate. But different than many of the other articles that the select board sponsors, it will be the planning commission that would offer the initial motion, just to.
Is that clarified? So the CPC could theoretically pass over their own motion, but that's pretty much who
They
leads the
could
charge.
propose to, a
Proposed.
majority of the town meeting would have to agree with that.
But, okay,
Mr. Pierce, one last question. I looked through the law up and down and I've been reading it till midnight. And I couldn't find anything on affordability requirements. Is that a state mandate or is that
doesn't
As far
exist.
as this particular overlay zoning does not have affordability, we could, if we were gonna do our own permitting there, we could put some affordability into it, but there's none in there by the state.
So the state doesn't require the affordability. Our warrant article, by agreement between the select board and the CPC, at the select board's recent meeting at the end of March, we added a 10% requirement for new development within the district. So that is up to the town, but it's not required.
We think it's a good idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Leary?
First of all, whether we have MBTA service, the MBTA has nothing to do with this. It's just a mechanism by which the legislature chose to identify the communities that are going to be subject to this new law. Whether the MBTA is viable or not has no impact on the need for us to comply with the law. So I think it just muddies the water if we're going to talk about the viability of the MBTA, what service it delivers or doesn't deliver or anything else. And I think that lends to further confusion, and I think that's unfortunate, and I think we should avoid doing that. What we need to do is get the people to understand exactly what this means. It has nothing to do with the operation of the MBTA. As far as the severability clause, that's standard language, so that we inserted this affordability requirement, which is not in the Mass General Law. If by chance, Court of Law or the AG's office wants to say that that's not part of the law, you wouldn't be in compliance, and it needs to be struck, the rest of it remains intact. That's what the severability clause does. Instead of throwing the whole thing out, what action town meeting takes is in effect minus what is found not to be in compliance and not part of the law. That's the only reason that severability clause is in there, and that's all it does. It has nothing to do with whether or not there's some sort of a judicial decision as to whether or not the law that was enacted is just or right or unlawful. I mean, what the Supreme Judicial Court has agreed to take up is the lawsuit that the Attorney General has filed against Milton, and that's in October. You're not gonna get a decision from them probably until the spring. You're not gonna get it before December 31st. So as far as looking for any more information to provide the public as to whether or not these suits are gonna be successful or not, we're not gonna get it in time to be in compliance. If by chance the courts decide that the law isn't lawful, there's nothing to enforce, and we can reverse it, and you wouldn't be reversing anything other than coming back into compliance with the law already allows. Or town meeting can decide to leave it. So I don't think we're gonna have any more information other than maybe a laundry list of a few more communities that are looking to spend legal fees on something that we don't need to. If we don't come into compliance, the Attorney General's office will sue us like they're suing all the other communities. And you're gonna be spending taxpayer money for legal fees unnecessarily that we don't have and we can't or shouldn't afford to do. We can hang our hat on principle all we want, but there's no need for us to be putting ourselves in a position of risk to spend the taxpayers' money on legal bills unnecessarily. We can come into compliance. If the law is struck down, there's nothing to be in compliance in, and we can go back and reverse it. I've never seen a law that says, because you've enacted it, and the law has been struck down, that you're stuck. Stuck to what? It's not the law anymore. So the severability clause has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it. The severability clause, and this is which, do a little more research. The severability clause, what it does is it allows the action of town meeting to take effect, and if one or two of these sections are struck out, it doesn't negate everything else. It allows it to be intact and allows the town to be in compliance. The only reason that something would come out of here is because it would not be in compliance with the law as we're looking to comply with. So the severability clause allows whatever is struck out by a court as not being in compliance to not throw the whole thing out, but maybe out with the bathwater. So it has nothing to do with what is being inferred here. That if the court decides that the law isn't just, it isn't in effect anymore, that you're stuck with what you have to do. That's not the case. That's not how it works. So I just want to caution everybody that we shouldn't be, whether it's intentional or unintentional, misleading the public on what some of these issues are, right? The MBTA has nothing to do with it. The service that they provide has nothing to do with it. Their viability has nothing to do with it. The severability clause is just a catchphrase that allows for, if one of two portions of this are struck down by the court, the rest of it remains in effect. So, you know, I will getting a little bit more perturbed with the fact that, you know, just the other night, someone put out there that, you know, over at Martin's Landing, with the two buildings that aren't built, oh my God, they can force you to do more units over there. They cannot do it. It's not the case. That's not true. And the public shouldn't be told that it is, that opportunity is there, because it's not. So it's the misinformation, for whatever reason it's born out of, that is going to put us at greater risk. Mr. Pierce did a wonderful job the other night, and he'll continue to do a good job of trying to keep us focused on what the issues really are, and that's what he should do, and we should move forward. Doing this in June, I think, is a smart move. It moves the risks that we currently have in front of us, and puts us into compliance, and I have no fears or concerns about reversing it if the law is struck down, which I don't believe it's going to be. And I'm not going to sit here as a member of the board and authorize the expenditure of the
the taxpayers' money for lawsuits, they're putting us in a position to be sued by the Attorney General or to sue the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. We have more important things to spend it on.
So,
Can I respond?
I'm gonna take a response, but then just, again, from the information, I'm gonna go back to 20 minutes ago and say that hopefully a lot of these questions get answered tomorrow at a public hearing where this will be the only agenda item, and it will only be 8 o'clock when you can start talking about it. So, please.
Yes, tomorrow night and Wednesday night, when there will be an attorney who will be giving some factual information also, who I have already listened to. First of all, the town will decide. If we are bringing this to the town, just like we're bringing our budget, we owe it to everybody to give them all the information that they can have, so that they can decide. And if the town decides that they don't want to do this, and there becomes a lawsuit, that is their decision, not ours. We're not making that decision, we're bringing information, and they can decide. And to say that the state changes its mind out, changes the rules on a whim. We saw that with 40B. Oh, we're changing the rules. We saw it with COVID. Oh, we're changing the rules. Change the rules to apply to how they want it to go. So to say, you know, well, that can't happen, this is the way it is, and you know, that, I don't trust that at all. And also, nobody's misleading anyone. I think, you know, we are bringing up questions, we are asking questions, we are looking for information, so we have all of it. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Griffin and get any questions from general audience or online, and then I'll give my 2.5 cents. Mr. Griffin, please.
Thank you. There's a couple things that I'd like to point out. I think we're kind of missing the point a little bit. We're talking about locations, we're talking about deadlines, we're talking about buildings, we're talking about all these different avenues. I think what we should be talking about is when we look at the rights that the town people, that we have, the rights that we have with our own zoning laws. Prior, and I'm gonna read some of this stuff because I really want this to sink in a little bit. So if you could just be patient just a little bit, that would be great. Prior to the passage.
Just a little bit though.
Okay, I'll try, Vincenzo, I will. Prior to the passage of Article 89 of the amendments of the Massachusetts Constitution, which is the Home Rule Law, in 1966, Leanne, you got that? Yeah. The power of the municipality to enact or amend zoning bylaws was a power derived exclusively from the supreme power of the legislature in zoning matters. The Home Rule Amendments granted cities and towns independent municipal powers which they did not previously inherently possess to adopt, amend, or repeal local ordinances or bylaws. For the protection of the public health, safety, and general law, ID at 358, 359, the zoning power was one of the independent municipal powers granted to the cities and towns by the Home Rule Amendment, which that is Article 2, Section 1. I'm going to read that in a second. Enabling them to enact zoning and ordinances or bylaws as they exercise their independence and police their own powers to control land usages in an orderly, efficient, and safe manner to promote the public welfare. That was, and I'm not an attorney, but that was actual law that was established in 2003. Duran versus IDC Bellingham, 440 Mass 4550. In section, Article 2, Section 1, right, and this is right off mass.gov, it says right of local self-government. It's the intention of this article to reaffirm the customary and traditional liberties of the people with respect to the conduct of their local government, and to grant and confirm to the people of every city and town the right to self-govern in local matters, subject to the provisions of this article and to the standards and requirements the general court may establish by the law or ordinances with provisions of this article. So what I'd like to point out is, we can talk about all of those things and all this stuff and the deadlines and all that, but we're missing the point. The point is we have rights as a community, and we're foregoing our rights. So I really feel, and I've looked at this, I can tell you, Rockport, Marblehead, Raleigh, Malden, Millbury, Wakefield, Wayland, Danvers, Hamilton, Gloucester, Winthrop, Manchester, Wenham, Halifax, Marlborough have all joined suit. Now, my point is, there are 10 others that have already said no. So when I first started looking at this about a year ago, there was one town. It was the town of Holden. What's interesting is it has mushroomed, it has grown, the people are speaking up, and they are they're standing up for their rights is what they're doing. It's not so much about this location and all that, and I want to try to find, there were actual comments, and I absolutely agree. We had a joint committee meeting, the select board and the CPC met on April 28th or 5th, I'm not sure what that was, but one of the statements that was made actually
March 24th.
by, I'm sorry?
March 24th, the joint meeting?
Yes, correct.
No,
Well,
it's
whatever.
April, no, I just came back.
Yeah, but what was interesting, there were a couple of comments when I read the minutes of the meeting, and I thought it was interesting. One of the select board members said, if this starts becoming objectionable, which I'm sure it has, because we've gone from one town, which was the city or town of Holden, and now we're, okay, just a couple of months later, we're at 26. And the closer we get to that deadline, those numbers are gonna grow exponentially. But what this person said was, if this starts to become objectionable, we can then go the Milton route and fight it tooth and nail. Okay, that was said by a board member on that meeting day. And there was also a comment that I found that was very interesting, also said that this person believes that the rule, they will change the game as we go. If we comply, they could just change the rules. Yes, I agree. But, and those are statements that came out of that meeting that I pulled out that I thought were very relevant. And again, so my big key and my big argument with this whole MBTA community law isn't about buildings, it's about our rights. I don't want to see the town lose its right to govern itself. When you give that up, I don't know where that goes. And I don't want to be the one to say, hey, we did our best, sorry. We can push this out to the town. And this is another thing, the town warrant. When we met last, we had a census, and the census was, the 5 select board members thought it was a great idea to push this forward into the warrant. And I agree, it's a great idea to push it into the warrant. And the thing is that it wasn't actually whether the select board really agreed with policy. What they did was they agreed to push the warrant forward to let the town know and get information. So they didn't actually say whether they agreed with policy or not. They agreed that the town people should take a look at this. So I really would also love to see Passover on this to be passed over or dismissed or yep, or I really do. I just think that you know, the people, when you talk to the people, you know, we're looking at like settled law and unsettled law, and that's where the lawsuit comes in. So why would we jump on board with unsettled law? It's unsettled right now. It's a law. I think it's a bad law when you look at it, and this is how this all works out. It's our democracy. It's a constitutional republic. That's what we do. We go, okay, the state just threw a law at us. Oh, if nobody fights it and they don't stand on their ground, then you lose. But if you have ground to stand on, you should. We owe that to the people in this town to get this information out so that they can decide, again, if this moves forward or not. Again, I'm looking to ask the board, even if I got a census right now, like, would you be in favor of or would you be against? Because when we were at that meeting, there was never a vote taken for that. It was just census.
We had some
We had our own vote for the warrant.
2 weeks ago.
recommend.
No, I did not recommend.
No, well, it was for.
Okay, so anyways, okay, well, when we met, so thank you for your time, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. Hopefully, I've gotten my point across. I really do think that we should rethink this and go back and really visit like what's happening in our state. It's falling apart.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take a couple of questions and then we're gonna put the horse back in the barn, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. I just want to clarify a couple of things. With regard to being able to opt out of the community, MBTA Communities Act, okay? From what I understand right now, the law was changed to make it easy for us to opt in. It used to be 2/3 to become part of this program. But they could, when he signed the bill, they included that they're gonna make it a majority vote to opt in. But to opt out, it's 2/3 to opt out. Okay, that's a lot different than saying, oh, the town can just opt out. Okay, it takes 2/3 of vote by the town, so that's more difficult to achieve than to get in. So it's like Hotel California, you know, you can go in, but you can never leave. Now, with regard to rushing into this, I mean, we just went through this, all right, with the wastewater project. Sorry to mention that again, okay?
You'll never
All
know.
right, we wanted to rush into it, we wanted to, let's get this thing done, let's get into it, okay? And, you know, there was a big push for that. You did further study, but caused by the citizens of this town requiring us to, your body, to review it and go into the details and dig right into it. And you came to a great resolution on that. You realized there were additional problems with that, so you canceled the wastewater program. Well, we're in the same thing here. Why do it in June when you've got October? There's no reason for you to just force it through, okay, when people need more information and to address the exaggerated information that, you know, Steve is, my words, you know, is referring to, okay, making things misinformation, because there is misinformation out there, and there's accurate information. There's misinformation coming from this side, and there's misinformation on this side, but there's also both accurate information on both sides. So that's why it's key that we push this issue until October. So, and then, since you pass over, okay?
But I gotta move on, Mr. Ewell. I gotta be fair to everybody with this little timer I got going. Anyone else? Anyone online? I'm gonna give one last round to everybody here. One, but let's keep it very short. I didn't talk, and I've been quiet for 30 minutes, and that's hard for me.
So much kinder and gentler than I thought.
I will start from this side. And anyone? Last thoughts? Okay. Ms. Gonzalez?
No, thank you.
Mr. O'Leary?
Yeah, just,
Oh, now I
and
might
I
have to
appreciate
respond.
Mr. Griffin's comments and what he read. And I think what's important, if you read it again, you don't have to read it, just read the words. The Home Rule Act was granted to cities and towns by the legislature. Do you concur? Right? That's what it says.
Commentary, not
But
dialogue.
it was granted to cities and towns by the legislature. Those who give it can take it away. It's the legislature that creates the communities. It's the legislature that creates the laws that govern the communities. And they can modify that, and they do it every single year. So again, I think this is where our council, and again, you know, you've got attorneys on the other side are advising otherwise. But we have a town council that was here, that represents over 100 communities in Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that advised us that Milton isn't going to prevail. And I don't think we're getting bad advice from our council, but I think we should heed it. So again, the Home Rule Act was provided to the cities and towns for all the stated reasons by the legislature. The legislature enacted this proposal, it was signed by the governor, Governor Baker a few years back, and that's a modification to the home
Just
rule.
permanently discharge
So,
all the state.
It's just important for us to have people understand
Give me a break.
that it's the legislature that gives the authority to the local cities and towns, not the cities and towns that take it on their own. It has to be granted to them by someone. That's the legislature. Legislature grants it. The legislature limits it. The legislature dictates what we can and can't do. And they've done it time and time again, and will continue to do it. So,
Mr. Wallner?
Just, I think that the reason why we should do this in June is because it's an opportunity for education, and I don't think if you take it off of June, I don't think anybody's gonna be more informed now versus later. So I think it's better to get the word out as much as you can, and having it at a town meeting where they can have its first exposure in June is a good idea, because then if it has to come back in October, people are more informed and they know more about what's going on.
to Mr. Pierce's point. That was Warren's point, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if you take it off for June, they're not gonna be any more informed by the time they come to October.
I'm sorry, I must jump in here, Mr. Chair. That doesn't make any sense, Mr. Wallner. You're giving people more time to do their homework.
Okay.
I don't disagree with.
Can't see
But-
why that doesn't make sense, but I'll.
Okay. So. I'm gonna talk. So, couple things. One, I saw firsthand, unfortunately, the heavy hand of the state. I'm the lead on the 20 Elm fight we have. We won, and they literally changed the rules in the third quarter. Never seen that before. It was awesome. One day, we're celebrating, the next day, it's like, guess what?
Yep.
You actually beat the state. You know what they did? They changed the rules. The game wasn't even over. Very disheartening, right? Because like it was. So that's personal experience that I am in the camp that irrespective of what happens here, even if we win initially, which I don't have a legal opinion. I am not a lawyer. I think the state is just going to shore up wherever they want to lead, whatever. And that's a separate thing, but I've just seen it before. Also, it's curious that I agree it will not help with housing. There is no developer on the planet that wouldn't make these condos $1 million. What are you, crazy? Why? Affordable for who? They don't care. Developers care about cash. Okay? So, but I only mention that not because, again, not an opinion on this, but an opinion that this was the first, it was a very pro-developer friendly rule, just in that perspective. And we have our own internal 90-10 and we can do whatever, but there's no like, I was actually shocked when I saw it, because I was like, oh great, if the state's gonna really go like this, they must say like 50% is gonna be affordable or something, and then it wasn't. But finally I will say this, and it speaks to everything here. I think everybody here has heard me say I respect the autonomy of other elected boards. This goes through, the board here, we gave our opinion. But whether it gets passed over, recommendation, this goes through the CPC. Meaning, I'm sorry to say, it's not gonna be thrown in the select board's lap. At town meeting, whether it's backed, yes, no, or it should be passed over, just like we do with our own articles, it's gotta be CPC all the way. Right? And that's just because you're an elected body, right? And I know that's how you want it. So like, we gave our opinion because of course we're going to. Because I realize no matter how many times I tell people that I swear if we don't hire the principal at the batch, they still yell at me about it. But it's something where, again, I feel that when it comes to whether this goes to June and it goes down and we get another crack at October, like the community's gonna know where we stand, where finance committee stands, we're gonna say it too. Why'd you ask school committee while you're at it? I don't know, Buckley always wants to get up and talk. So,
He'd be
but-
here if he wasn't.
yeah, he definitely would. Turn on the TV, see if they're still on. But again, I feel like tomorrow though, my only suggestion I would make for your meeting, and I'm not telling you what to do in any shape or form, but it seems to me that the biggest disagreements or perception of misinformation is the legal arguments around a few things. So I would just say maybe get those buttoned up. And again, this is not, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not gonna start speaking. Unlike my investment, I will not give legal advice incidental to my profession. And
again, I just think that tomorrow's a very important hearing for the town. Just like we've had this hearing about, in a way, in a much smaller case, it was like the 18 meetings we had about sewer. Sometimes you get nowhere, no matter how many, but I think it's very important, but I do agree with one thing I will say. I think with something like this, whether or not it gets passed over, I know this, once it goes in this warrant article, it gets talked about more. And that's fact. Because this makes it real. That's what I always said about sewer, not to bring it up again. Until you see it in one of these little booklets where we spend, what is it, $10,000 to mail one to everybody in North Reading? It's a big number. Until it makes it in one of these little books, it's not even, the hypothetical is nowhere near to be found. So that's why I do think that if we get the town meeting, and CPC recommends to pass over, right, town meeting, if town meeting votes that, at least town meeting did it, and great. And then we can argue about it almost instantly again. So, but that is where I will leave off, and sorry if it was long-winded, but I felt like I really composed myself on that one, holding back for a while. You know, and that's the thing, it's hard when you get told you can kind of talk whenever you want to, not talk. It's like actually, self-control thing, so, can we move on?
Article 33 would dissolve the Veterans Memorial Committee established by town meeting. It's anticipated that the select board will incorporate the duties of this committee with those of the existing Veterans Committee, as is being recommended by both the Veterans Memorial Committee and the Veterans Events Committee. The Veterans Memorial Committee was established by town meeting, the only way it can be disbanded is through board town meeting. But the intention is that the responsibilities get absorbed by the existing Veterans Events Committee. Article 34, the final article, is a request for project
Simple one at the end of the
bidding
night.
phase funding. The article would fund expenses associated with bidding for the fire station reconstruction project. Funding this article would allow the project to be bid out and the results reported to and considered at a future town meeting, potentially as soon as the October fall annual town meeting. The proposal is to request $75,000 to be funded by free cash.
You know what, I'm gonna do the audience first, if that's okay. She had her hand up first, I'm not, Mrs. Fillmore, please.
Just a quick question. I mean, we still don't, and I keep going back to this refurbish the fire department. $26 million could build you, and you look at all the other towns that are doing this, they're building new ones. And it's not costing a hell of a lot more than $26 million. And if we're gonna refurbish a fire department that's sitting on wetlands, conservation could tell you that the wetlands are there, or maybe they disappeared all of a sudden. But you're refurbishing something, it needs to be brand new for these guys. We have a fire department that gives their heart and soul to this town. You don't give them a refurbished building. You give them a new building if you can. And for $26 million, you could do it.
You wanna?
Want me to respond?
Yeah.
So I am joined by the Director of Public Works, Joe Parisi, and I see Paula Claridge from HKT, who's our town's architect on there, and I think I saw Brian from Vertex, our owner's project manager. Yep, I do see him on there as well. So we do have a few folks that can answer. The part of that I could just respond to is that fairly early on in the discussion, the alternative of acquiring land to build a new station was not made available to us. And so that put the direction in the Facilities Master Plan Committee and now the Fire Station Building Committee to look at working within the limitations of the existing site. As to the cost and what could or could not be obtained by it, I'll start to go to Mr. Parisi, but Mr. Parisi, I don't know if you want to refer us to one of the other folks online here.
Are they still awake?
I know Joe's awake, I see it there, you're on mute, Joe.
I wouldn't blame them if they fell asleep.
Yeah. Still on mute.
Oh, there it is.
Okay,
right, so, yeah, I do have Paula Clary from HKT Architects. I also have Brian Forrest from Vertex OPM. So certainly any questions, we'll, should be able to answer, so.
I think the question was, couldn't we just build a new station for $26 million, to summarize it?
It might cost a little bit more than 26 million, but
Okay, well, let's see what
Get a
the,
new one.
let's get the answer, or some type of answer.
Okay, so, Paul, I don't know if you want to take that, but basically some information that, we have on, from the architects on new construction, it's at a cost of $950 per square foot. Whereas this, a mix actually of new construction and renovation of the existing is at $803 per square foot. So in this particular case, it's cheaper to reconstruct and add than it would be to build new. Plus you have potentially the purchase of land, if that's available. So I think overall it's cheaper based on what the cost per square foot is being put at to renovate than it would be to build new.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the spread between new and renovate?
Right, $803 per square foot for a mix of new construction, that'd be the addition, and the renovation of the existing structure.
And how much is new?
$950 per square foot.
And how many, approximately, again, how many square feet is a new fire station?
23,200.
They're including the basement.
Okay.
It's already built.
So,
Doesn't the town own 27 individual pieces of property also?
just give me 1 second. That's it. I'm gonna try lightly on that one.
Are you going there?
Okay. So yes, so marginally, to answer your questions, Mrs. Fillmore, it would be roughly $147 more per square foot, and then the calculation, so it then becomes subjective if it's substantially more or not.
right, but you're getting new as opposed to refurbished. And you're not, I mean, this is the thing. You've got a building over there that they built not too many, a lot of years ago, but not too many in consideration to the age of the town. But built on wetlands and to the point where it was always flooding. I mean, come on. So 100 more than for new, brand new. I mean, I think, go ahead,
Mr. Rudloff?
Dave Rudloff, I'm on CPC, 29 Grand Drive. Yeah, your intuition is pretty good. So I think I gotta give a little background. I'm an OPM, I know Nick's an OPM, Ryan Carroll's an OPM.
Can you define that for those that...
Owner project manager. So I'm 60 years old. I've been doing it almost my entire life. I'm an architect. I do commercial, heavy construction. All my projects are easily over $15 million, most of my projects. And I hire the architects, I hire the general contractor, I hire all the consultants. I'm responsible for the whole budget, I'm responsible for the design. So I like to think I know what I'm talking about. I don't do public work, so I'll get that out there like Nick does. I don't do public work, so I know there's nuance in that with some of the regulations in the state and how you bid and qualify contractors. But to back up, just to let everybody know, if you go to other towns, and anyone can contact me and ask me for the links that are all either building fire stations or have built fire stations, you can go on the town website, click on the fire station, and be shown a giant page with hundreds of documents, every meeting, every budget, every iteration of design, everything. And that process, as everybody knows, including Joe and the team online here, it takes 2 years plus to do all that. If you go onto our website, and only because I raised a stink with Mike, in defense of Mike, he was nothing but helpful with me, but it happened, what's going on with the fire station? You go on the website and there is one meeting minutes from December. and it had basically assigned officers, and that was basically the entire thing in the agenda. There's no meeting minutes. If I said meeting minutes, I mean agenda. There's no meeting minutes, nothing. There's no iteration of what it looks like, anything. So that's when I started to reach out. That was April 1st, and when I did that, and it took me, after asking for any kind of documents, I was made to wait 30 days to get just plans. And they came in the form of the CDs that were issued a couple weeks ago. And the documents that were put up on the website, I think on April 3rd, April 4th, like 2 days after I kind of raised this thing, to be honest, they were an isometric. It was a presentation basically similar to what Mike presented in the October 23rd meeting. And it just had a few isometric plans. So I was able to join the second fire station committee meeting. It was a Zoom meeting, and when I got the opportunity to speak, I asked a few questions. And again, granted, I'm just going off an isometric, so whether the questions were spot on or not. But what I do notice in the CDs is that there's a lot of problems with the station.
Can you define that? I'm sorry.
Construction documents.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, I apologize.
I mean, I look at CDs like, 10 months, 5% APY, so.
And just for the acronyms, the first approval, which was in June of '22, was for SDs, which is schematic design. So that's the first stage of design, where you're kind of just trying to understand the form and programming and things like that. And then it went to, when Mike had the appropriation in October 23rd, they were seeking DD, which is design development. That's where you go a little further, really start to develop the design. And then after it's CDs, which is construction documents, when you're getting ready to go to bid, getting ready to build, all that kind of stuff. But anyways, there's one means of egress for these firefighters. You can get, we don't even have to have them dispute that. It's getting looked at, I know, by our building official, Jerry Noel, but I don't even understand that one. But the other is, they have the dorms, and the firefighters at night have to go down a hallway, down a set of 10 stairs, and then down another corridor to go to the restroom. It's unheard of in fire station design, and it's not even safe for them to go downstairs and have to go around a corner. Where their showers and bathrooms that I just referenced, they're right across from a conference room. So the showers and the bathrooms are across from a conference room.
So let me just stop, just a quick question
Yeah.
for clarification. When you're just giving the public and the board this information, is it a matter of, you have an issue with the cost or design or both?
I'm gonna get to that. I was just giving the background, and I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, the doors, if you've seen the station now, it has double doors in the center and then 2 singles. The fire trucks barely scrape out of those. They're 10'4" wide. Our trucks are 10'4" wide with mirrors. The openings are maybe 5 inches more on each side, so you gotta be a pretty good driver, And so what they've done now is they've gone to 4 doors, and the openings are basically the same size, if not even less. So that's what you get with a brand new station. You get the same size width doors, because you're constrained from the police station to the old building. It's not gonna change, it's the same thing. I just think, to the point of giving them something they deserve, they deserve a modern station, and I'm a big proponent. I want them to have a new fire station, but they deserve a modern station with more modern and safer design, with a more modern, safer design. It's not that way right now. Now, I'll get back to why I got off first on the money part. The $75,000 that they're seeking right now, everyone's looking, after we're talking these millions and everything, $75,000. What do we care about $75,000? There's already 83, I believe, Michael appropriated, or it was already, right, because they need about $158,000 to finish bidding, some qualifications, a lot of the stuff that Vertex will do. My point is, so there's no going back after this one last vote here. We've all done the design and everything. The next step is to approve this, what is budgeted right now, to be fair, not 26, but about $20 million for just bricks and sticks, the main building, not soft costs. So designs, design and Vertex, we're at about 1.3 right now. And there's nothing on temporary facilities. So temporary facilities, whoever's been lowballing it around $1 million or whatever, you're looking at 2.5 or whatever, especially if you're gonna renovate the entire DPW shed, like is what I'm hearing they wanna do. So you are back up to that number, and there's no going back. And the problem is everyone gonna vote for this in October? Because if they're not, you're wasting about half of this expenditure. Because half of this money is to have Vertex go out, qualify contractors and go bid it out and everything. And then when it goes down in flames in October, you just burned all that money. They gotta go do it again. You know, they said as much on the second fire station committee meeting. They said they're gonna have to start it all over again. And that's just the way it works too, out on the street. You can't just hold a number for months on end. So I just want everyone to understand that. I know you've already, voted on the article to put it forward and to approve it probably, and it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but I wanted people to understand that this process is not been transparent. It's the opposite of it. No one knows what's going on unless you're on the committee. And then if you're on the committee, because I've spoken to 3 to 4 members of the committee, have you received any drawings? No. Have you received the budget? No. We've only received the budget of what's been spent so far only a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So that's what we're talking about here. It's been 2 years of just behind the curtain, and then they just want to go, here's the firehouse, I want everybody to vote for it. I think, and I agree, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, there wasn't an appetite for a new property, seeking a new property, but that should be, we should tap the brakes on this right now, not spend the 158, and go take another look at a station that's new. We need one more on Main Street, closer to the west side. That's the best way to do it. You build a brand new station, you move those firefighters into that, and you run that. You don't have to spend $2+ million on a temporary facility. Just build a new facility. We need one. And last I'll say is that 900, we're at 900, we're almost $1,000 a square foot at this $20 million based on the actual what's being built. I'm not including the basement. The basement underneath the equipment bay is already built. It's not new. This slab that we are built, that our fire trucks are sitting on right now is the exact same slab that will be in this new fire station. So it's a mix of new and renovated, and it's about not quite 50-50, but I think it's 11,000 on one side and 10 on the other. But the point is, this is an awful design, and if we're building a building for the next 30 years, 40 years, this is not the building. I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman.
Wow, we're gonna try this with sword, just put everything in a closet and then put it out for a vote? Great. Okay, comments, I will start from this side this time, because I started last time over there. Mr. O'Leary.
The Fire Station Building Committee committed to town meeting to come to them with a fixed cost for what they were gonna provide. They were provide the plans, cost, and no guessing as to what they were gonna be voting on. And this is the ones that they need to do that. Again, the town meeting, again, I'll come back to town meeting whether they like the plan, don't like the plan, like the location, don't like the location, and wherever alternate location is gonna be, that's fine. But a commitment was made by the building committee and this board before we asked for an override again for a new facility. People would know what they were getting and how much it was gonna cost. And all they needed is $75,000 to do that. So to follow through with what was, the commitment was made, I think we should follow through with the commitment. And again, I don't disagree with it. Ideally, I mean, we came pretty close to buying the water place out on 28, which would have worked out well, but unfortunately, structurally, we couldn't have modified it. But again, I have no suggestions for a location for a new fire station. So personally, I don't know where we would put it, and I have no idea what the
Right here,
cost.
relocate us.
Relocate us.
I mean, that's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story.
Not tonight.
And again, it all costs money, But anyway, so to me, the $75,000 is what's needed to get the information to the voters. Commitment was made, and town meeting can make the determination whether they want the numbers now or not.
Mr. Wallner, just give me 1 second.
And to your point too, what they're trying to do with this 158 is get you to a point where they can give you a certain number from bidding. I say again, that it's a wasted exercise. They got 2 independent numbers on the DD set. The DD set is pretty much mimics the CD set. Those numbers are pretty solid. It came in around $20 million, again, for the building, the construction. You're not, it'll come in $700,000 less or whatever. It's not gonna get improved. Again, a new fire station, whether it's Woburn's brand new headquarters, I've toured it with the chief. Go online, folks, just do the research I did. They cost $600 to $700 a square foot. Those Woburn cost $600 a square foot. We're at $1,000 a square foot. And they got a 27,000 square foot brand new facility that's state of the art.
What was it built? What was that one built?
That's Woburn. It was just moved in this year, I think, well, let's say last year, sorry, 23. It's their new headquarters, and it's right off of 95. If you're interested in it's a beautiful station, and it's simple, but there's more of them. You just go online and find it. Type in new fire stations. The budgets too, you can go to the websites of the town and pull up how much it costs. This is all public information, unlike North Reading, where you have to, I have to make 40 calls to our poor TM, who's busy enough. TA, sorry, did I say,
Yeah.
sorry, TA. Thinking town meeting, sorry.
No charging.
I apologize, Michael. And I'm just saying that you can find this information, so it's not a hidden, this is easy to find this information that helps. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wallner?
I'll just say that I think that I agree that there isn't a lot of public awareness about what the future fire station will look like. I can't comment about the design, I don't know about that, even though I did do a walking tour of the fire station to see what they were planning to do. It sounded like when we were going through it, a lot of, the issues of the doors, things like that were being addressed. At least I thought they were being addressed, but I do think actually at the last meeting when we went through this, I actually said, I think you need to get more information than what we've been given so far, because I think a lot of people really don't know what's going on. So I agree with that. I think there needs to be more public display of what the plan is and what it looks like and how it works. So I'm not disagreeing with that.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Oh,
Your turn. You wanna talk?
it's my turn?
If you'd like to.
Not right now.
Okay. There's no guarantee I come back.
All right.
Massey?
I believe I'm gonna be jumping on this facilities master plan committee, or fire station building committee, whether that be a liaison, and that's my hopes, to dive into this with you, Dave. I thought, I agree on as far as the information out there. I think the only thing I've seen really is what's presented here. I could have swore I saw a number that said $1,500 a square foot, so I'll have to look back before I say anything. The other thing I want to say is I agree that the staff. Well, one, we have on our list of future projects the West Side Fire Station. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone here? And it's like a brand new school. That's the ideal plan. You build it, they move in, and then go back to the other, and you renovate. Instead of spending 23 million on the existing, can we spend 8, 10? While the other gets pushed to the new building? More bang for your buck, and the value is happening.
I'm gonna let him finish and then you can.
Okay, but it was gonna be the same, just
Go ahead.
jump on that. I appreciate this, Jim. And to that point, the station right now is designed as the station. It'll be the only station. It's got 17 bunk rooms, dorm rooms, so 17 firefighters. It's housed. It's got a huge, gym, kitchen area. It's great, but it's made for continuing on with one fire station. If we're gonna build a West Side Fire Station, you can trim down. We don't need that addition off the back that adds another 8 dorm rooms. You can go with the 9 dorm rooms that you have right now. There's two, one double out of that 7 or 8, I'm sorry. There's a lot of things you can do to trim down this design, so in the future, and they already have a new state-of-the-art fire station, all their equipment, communications, everything is out of that station. So when you do a renovation of the old station, it can be done more efficiently. You don't have to find this temporary facilities and pay $2 million plus that is like right in the tank. I know Joe's on, so you can say, well, I get a new a renovated shed out of it. You know, perhaps that's an argument, maybe, you know, so it's not 100% lost dollars on the temp cost. But still, you know, is this a fire station project or a DPW shed project? It's a fire station project, and we're asking the taxpayers, you know, to put up a lot of money for a life safety building, and it shouldn't include $1.5 million for a new DPW shed is part of the plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's not.
I agree with the temp costs. You'll always hear me say efficient use of tax dollars. Temporary construction is never efficient use of tax dollars. You're basically building, setting up for what just has to get taken down. What I do want to know is if the staff of the fire department has been surveyed, and have we spoke to the fire union as far as what they require in a temporary house? But what I do want to understand is that temporary cost, I agree, I was also told $1 million, I knew right off the bat there was no chance. But when you put these guys in this temporary facility, we need to take into consideration what the union requires these guys to live with. And I'd be interested to see if those costs are out.
Do we have any idea, can we remotely answer that question from Mr. Massey?
I mean, I can tell you that there is representation from firefighters who are on the building committee to the extent of surveying. Joe, I don't know if you know offhand one way or the other, but I'm not aware of any formal survey. There's a mechanism for feedback, but that's all I can comment on.
No, I get it.
Gotcha.
But hold on a second. Mr. Massey, do you have any more? We'll try to get you that. We just don't have it right now.
No.
Anything else? Okay, I'm gonna take a couple other questions from the crowd, and then I'm gonna give our everyone online who spoke like a chance to either explain why some numbers are 600 and some are 950. That's a big spread. I need to understand. Not that I know numbers or anything, but.
Rita Mullen. I took a couple months off that I wasn't to every single meeting, but because I've done a bunch of town meetings before, I hear the good and the bad, and I've gotten an awful lot of calls to ask, you know, about the fire station and the meetings that we've gone to it. And I have to say, there hasn't been as much notification on this. It used to be the time that you picked up the transcript and you did read on the front page, police station, fire station, this, that, the different things, and you were able to kind of read as we go along. It's not a knock on anybody, but there has been what people feel is a lack of transparency because there haven't been as many meetings, and you've had maybe more meetings on the wastewater, obviously, bigger number. You had, took us 8 years to get the new, school, high school, because we got shut down, it was 6, 7, 8 years in a row, ones before that. So I don't think this is, I think it's an okay thing to not go ahead with this yet, because I think we haven't mentioned, there haven't been dollar amounts to say really what it's gonna cost. The first thing we did here is it should be on the other side of town. I think it does not make any sense not to really talk about, do we need the other one? I don't know if we need a second one, do all towns have a second one, because it's that far away? And if we do, there's gotta be a location. To say that the numbers, and I agree with what Mr. Butler said also, $1 million isn't gonna take care of the housing, $2 million, and where are you gonna put it? We haven't talked about where it's going yet. These are the things that we do have to know before. I'd like to see things positively go out and positively pass, as opposed to go out and one of the biggest things we learned on land utilization at one time is when the group came forward that didn't want all the trails in town. Not that it was good that we didn't pass it, but all the answers weren't answered by them. And we had 28 people that came forward, 30 people at the meetings that kept saying, you didn't answer this, you didn't answer this, you didn't answer that. And that was something, it was a $10 million project that would have happened, but they were right. We didn't have every answer to everything. When it was all done, everybody worked it out and said, we're not gonna do it now, we, could come back later if something's happened, if something's changed. But to force it on the town, $25, $26 million, and it's not that we don't all love the fire department, the police department. It doesn't come down to what do you want, what do you need. If you need the second one, then we should do the second one first. Do it for the right amount of money. Do it that's tall enough, big enough that houses your biggest one that's gonna come in 20 years from now, whatever the size of that fire truck is gonna be later. We've talked about what the center of town looks like. To put $26 million or $25 million into that, spend $2 or $3 million to house them where we don't know where yet. These answers haven't been done. Why force it on town meeting and sell for the fact that we want to do something for the fire department? We're not doing something for the fire department if we're not doing justice by having the second one if we need it, having the other one up on the other side of town if we need it, and think about a cluster that is going to be in the center of town, 24 minutes today from before I hit the high school to even getting to the center. God forbid there's a fire during any of those times where the kids are coming in and out. I think there's more of a chance of more accidents there. Build it the way you want, build a new one, not to give them the best of everything, but to give them the safest of everything on the other end of town. And if we don't need a second one, we still always have every local town, Reading, Middleton, Andover, Wilmington, North Andover. And fortunately, I had a fire, so I know what I'm talking about before. But I live pretty close to the town hall, and 2 towns came to my house to put it out before North Reading did. And it's not, it could have been because they were the other end of town or whatever. So I think if we really need the second one, I guess the fire department committee, maybe it has to be bigger, more numbers, just like you had on the school committee X amount. When we built Ipswich River Park, we had 9 people on it from different segments of the area. I don't know how many are on the fire department, and if Dave was on it, and some of the people that, also know how to build things. When you start to look at the amount of money that we're gonna spend to remodel, not make it bigger, not get anything else, it's an awful lot of money that I think we haven't explained to the town what's gonna happen. So I'd rather put it off 6 months, a year, 2 years, and do it right the first time you know you're gonna get it because it's the right location. And for the amount of money it would have cost to relocate these people, buy 2 or 3 acres of land somewhere in town. We said we don't have to have it free, but I'd rather spend $2 million and put it someplace else than to spend $2 million, not know where we're putting it yet. And if we do know where we're putting it, tell the people where we're putting it, because I don't know how many other areas there are in town that we can put it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullin. Okay, take,
How about on the Rita Mullen deal?
I don't need Marty coming through here like the Kool-Aid man.
You can't make a silk purse out of the sow's ear, and that's what they're trying to do.
Okay, I'll take that. Any other questions before I give Mrs. Gonzalez one more chance to speak? Because you said no. Anyone online? Mrs. Gonzalez.
All right. I think with all this information coming forward, you have to question it, especially what Mr. Rudloff was saying. I mean, I hadn't heard any of that about the bathrooms and the showers and, the way it's set up. That's concerning to me. I, like everyone else, I haven't seen any of that. So it's certainly something we need to look further into. Absolutely. And not just take it for what it is.
Can I just add one very brief comment? I think one of the high-end decisions we have to make, though, is whether there is going to be a second fire station. I actually, to man that, to staff it, is not a cheap alternative. Like, it sounds great to have 2 stations, but you have to put people in there, and to maintain 2 different stations is a lot more expensive than maintaining one. So we have to decide, like, is it really necessary to have a second facility for a fire station? Because that, to me, is a really top-level decision. Once you make that decision, it makes it a lot easier to deal with these other things. If you're really going to go for it, then, it makes sense to go down the alternative you're talking about. But if that really isn't in the plan, then that doesn't make sense, because it's operational expenses. you gotta have staff to do it, and fire department is a big number for us to be staffing. So we can't minimize that. Just a thought. Thank you.
Now, because you wanted me to talk, right?
Not really, but go ahead.
Well, to your point, Mr. Wallner, I think if we found the right location that maybe is more central, we wouldn't need to. You know, right now, we're on one end of town, or, you know, if we found something, if we could magically find something more central, I think it would take care of the town.
I think we're gonna stick though pertinent to the article, which is not, I don't see anything here that says talk about West Side Fire Station. I don't know, maybe, I know it's late, but I think that is a top level conversation that has so many layers that we'd be here till 6 AM, because that's a whole other everything, so,
Does Mr. Parisi or any of our consultants have
That's-
anything to add?
but that's who I was gonna go to
They all
next.
went to bed.
Anyone who's still awake, my question is, and then you can add whatever you'd like, is that, is there a specific reason your estimates are so far from some of the other referenced fire stations in the, vicinity? Please.
Thank you. Oh, sure, Paul, go ahead. I was just gonna say, I can speak to that. The other fire station, we just completed one with our firm in Ashland that was a $23 million fire station. But that was bid in 2020, and prices since then have just gone exponentially up. And we've been seeing this on the other fire stations that we've been working on throughout the state and in New Hampshire. The cost per square foot is going up just exponentially. This building, right now, our estimates are coming in, it's actually, for CDs, $18,640,000. And that's at $803 a square foot. And our cost estimator is saying that if we were to build new, that it would be $950 roughly, if not more, a square foot. So for the same renovation that we're doing for $18,600, it would end up costing closer to $21,375.
So
So it's quite a bit more.
21,375 for new?
For a new building, and that's just the building itself, that's not including land. It's also just talking about the fire department, and right now, the building that they're in houses the police department as well. So if you were to build a whole new public safety building to house both fire and police, I think that total square footage for the building right now is 40,000 square feet. So then you're not just talking about a fire station, you're talking about a public safety building. So then you're getting closer to $40 million if you go with the $950 a square foot. So renovating, back when studies were being done as to whether to build new or to renovate, was the most cost-effective way to get the fire station upgraded facilities.
Okay, I'll just follow up. My question is, and I know, thank you, you referenced Ashland 2020, but, and again, I'm not familiar, but assuming that this one in Woburn, assuming it takes 2-3 years from bid to build, is that fair, or am I way off?
That's probably about right.
Okay, so assuming that though, is there something, meaning, let's say you bid this, let's just talk about our project from a square footage standpoint. I'm trying to figure out how Woburn did it, how they did. But if I bid it and you tell me it's gonna be $950 new, but then prices keep going up exponentially, does that mean that we have a guaranteed at $950 and the builder takes the rest? Because I'm just trying to figure out that even if something was bid a few years ago, how do you still, like for Ashland, right? I mean, like Woburn was just done?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out, again, this is just because I know very little about this. If prices go up exponentially as I'm building and procuring and all that, who takes on those costs? Does the contractor just like eat it because he bid X, or does that get passed on?
He'd eat it. It's a bid, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get the price that he gave you when you awarded the bid.
I'm just really.
Basically bid to inflation.
Okay, so,
They take the risk.
Okay.
If you bid it properly, they take the risk.
But not always, because COVID obviously threw a wrench in a lot
Of course,
contracts.
so, but it remains that I think that, it should go to, whether or not it should still be recommended, that's up in the air. Again, there's a lot more info, and that's one of the purpose of this informational hearing. Doesn't mean that just the public learns more. I mean, we definitely have, but I do think that,
Can we hear it from our consultants as to why they believe we should still move forward?
I think they said it because it costs less, Steve.
No. Why shouldn't we move forward with the $75,000? They already have, they have some figures here,
Okay.
$18+ million, but the 75,000, what's it going to get us, and where does it place us? And
Okay.
The 75,000 is for the bidding process, because so far the fees that we've had so far is just to get us through the construction document phase. The 75,000 will allow us to put it out to bid so that when we go to town meeting, we have a bid in hand and a price.
And I can also speak to that. This is Brian from Vertex. As part of the bidding procurement window, we need to pre-qualify contractors. A project of this size for Mass General Law requires us that we'll need to pre-qualify the general contractors and the final sub-trades on this project. It's a pretty significant list that we need to do in order to vet the contractors that will have the permission to bid on this project.
Any other questions from the board to the consultants?
I just want to bring up some quick research. I constantly hear information, I just research everything. But the Ashland Fire Department Public Safety Building was $30 million, 42,000 square feet, brand new.
So double the size, and it's public safety.
But that was in 2020 dollars.
It was built.
The construction costs.
It was bid in 2020, it was moved in 2023.
So pretty much, it's, okay, I mean, I can get behind why it's, I just wanted to see the spread, but it seems like it's a pretty large change, right? I mean, about 50%, am I doing that math right in my head?
As far as
A bit, from 6 to actually it's more than that, so, more. Okay, any other questions from the board, and then I'm gonna give, Spilmer's gonna get the last question.
Oh, great.
Mr. Waller?
No, I'm good.
Mrs. Gonzalez?
We're getting the number of 26 million to Band-Aid something, put a Band-Aid on something. Now, is that money counting, finding another location for the fire department to exist and do their job while that one's being done?
Yeah, because we just said that the price for the actual rehab is like 18 million something, and then these 6 million is the extra to move them to housing to do it.
Okay, do we have a place to house them?
I can only fit 2 in my house, not gonna be done.
That's shed at the.
And the police department, I'm not saying it's a good idea, I'm saying that's what I got. Where you get 6 million? I think that has cost. Okay,
all right, so I think the consensus is that we need more answers, and then the only question is that does funding this in town meeting get us more answers, or are we just wasting money? It's pretty simple, and again, I mean, yeah, and again, I think that just like everything else we've talked about tonight, we take this information and we're gonna go debate over what's looking like a multi-night town meeting. I said that out loud.
Oh, don't say that out loud.
Sorry, I mean, I can do math, I mean.
We are prepared for it.
Yes,
Reasons.
can't wait.
But the sponsor is the Facility Master Planning Committee. They're the ones that
Correct.
should get this feedback, and they're the ones that
Yes.
should decide to push.
Same
forward.
thing, like, I mean, that committee, been around a while, and like it's something where we will hear from them, like we did here, and then it just becomes like everything else, like, convince us why we should pay the extra 75 to get to this point, or, you know, which is in vogue. You can decide to recommend to pass over and see what the town does, or you continue with this, but I think
I
that,
think what's gonna happen, Mr. Chairman, is this board needs to decide whether we're gonna move forward. Again, I forget how much we spent so far, Mr. Gilberto, on the plans and everything.
1.2.
Mr.
Right.
Gilberto.
1.51.
Mr. Gilberto.
I'm counting, it's gonna take me a minute more.
Yeah, okay, but again, we spent over $1 million. Anyway, get to the point where they're at. And they're at the point they're at because that's the direction that this board gave them,
You guys
based
still
upon the
with
information we
refurbish?
had at that particular time. Doesn't mean we can't change our mind, but again, it's $1 million that you've invested already on a plan that was already developed and devised, you know, a couple of years ago, and they moved forward to it, and they've come to us and said, we promised town meeting that we would have a figure as to what it would cost to put it where we have now designed it for, and this is what we need. So if we're gonna change tact and go in another direction, we need to just make that determination and let them know and thank them for their work and encourage them to continue on with it, because I don't wanna discourage them either. They put in, thousands and thousands of hours.
I found the cost, 1.335 million.
Okay, so far we
Just
took
in case
away
everybody
$3
was
million
wondering.
to get us to this point. They need $75,000
That's with
more to.
Vertex, but
Chairman,
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
No?
this is where we're at.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the board is looking to change course, so be it. So that's the conversation. Article of town meeting is $75,000 to get you the numbers that we promised to get you for October. Do we want to move forward with the 75,000 or not? And if we're not going to move forward with the 75,000, why not? And is it because we're changing course? Or are we staying the course and saying we just don't want to spend the 75,000 bucks? Right? I mean, it's not that complicated.
Just one.
I'm gonna give you the final word on
Why are
this.
you going to give it the final word?
But Mr. O'Leary's.
Well, no, I mean audience, and then we're gonna.
Mr. O'Leary's on to, the question that's in front of you, but as they just stated, the money is to go out to bid, qualify, and get you a number. So the question you have to ask is, are we gonna approve a fire station in October? I don't think we're gonna, based on where we're at financially. So then you've just wasted 75,000, and not 75, remember, there's 83 still sitting in the pot right now that they're gonna use. It's 158 they need right now. The 75 is what we're asking.
No,
I know.
I
just meant
understand,
to
I understand
everybody.
that.
So it's
So
158 that you're
What I'm
blowing.
posing to the board here is,
Okay,
are we going to move forward with the plan that's been worked on for the last 2 years or more?
but you know the number.
Who made the decision?
You know the number. It's come down a little bit, says Paul, the architect, on the CD estimates. That's great, but it's still
There's
about
been
the same.
discussion and debate,
Yeah.
ad nauseam here as to building new versus renovations versus, find a new location, build a west side, move them in a. And we made some decisions a couple of years ago. Doesn't mean we can't change our mind. And again, doesn't mean everybody's gonna be like-minded either, because they're not. Some people think we should build new, some people think, So, the question before us is, if we're gonna spend the money to get the number, final number for what's been designed? Yes or no? And then, if we're not, why not?
Okay.
I would just like to refer back to Mr. Massey, who asked if the fire department was surveyed. Like, how are they feeling about it? Do they feel good about this renovation? Are they happy with how it's gonna be, or?
We've been working with the fire department for the entire design, and what is reflected in the plans is based on input we received from not only the chief, but firefighters that are on the building committee as well.
And this board ensured that they were represented there, and they did have input, and that they were required to be consulted, because they have to live with it. I mean, that was a foregone conclusion from the board when we moved forward with this project. But it's just a question of whether we're gonna change tack or we're not. Whether we want a final number or we don't.
Mr. Wallner, anything else?
No, I think the walkthrough from just like, it's safer when they're taking off their uniforms, they're not piling them up on top of the thing. The dorms are, can allow for male and female. There was a lot of substantial improvements from quality of life that they didn't have right now when I walked through, and that was very clear. So I can't comment about where the bathroom was versus having to go down the stairs. I don't know about that, but.
Yeah, just.
But they,
Examples.
yeah, but anyways, what I saw was from a safety point of view, from utility point of view, from living there 24 hours, which they do, I thought it was a far improvement from what they are currently doing when I walked through.
Of course. My guess is if we were gonna build a new station, it would be designed differently than what we're working with the current renovation and addition. So,
Yeah.
two very different projects.
Yeah. Mr. Massey, anything else?
With also the thought that there would be no
Except
second
that, so Mr.
station.
Wallner? Anything else? No thought, okay. I do agree though that, because I said it too with, God, we just can't get away from sewer. I said it too with sewer, but I feel like at this point for the extra 75, we're pot committed to bring it forward. And I think that there's been enough dialogue, and I agree, and I am not, let me be clear, I am not supporting the project. I'm just saying that again, to go to town meeting for this last 75 to see what it would be. And I see the point that we're not really in a position to waste any dollar. Here though, it's something that, again, percentage-wise, and I know that might be a bad way to look at it, but we spent 1.33 million, and it just, relative to the spend already, just to get it there, I think it's gonna be a harder argument to make to the greater community, in my opinion. Not about the merits of the project, well, you went that far and you just couldn't show us the numbers. So, and I do agree, I think that at this moment, based on everything going on, anything of this magnitude might be a harder sell in October. So that's like, but I do think that that was the intention of the board, not support for the project or not against the project either, but more of, we came this far and like, let's see where this last 75 takes us. And you know what? Mr. Roloff, you brought up a good point. Everyone's brought up good points, because at the end of the day, it might be that, you know what? The facilities master plan, like Mr. O'Leary said, and Mr. Warner alluded to, gets back together and says, hey, after the bid cost came back, because what I learned is that there's a bid estimate and then there's life, and it might come back and just be like, no way, not now, not for this price. So, but I do think that in general, that's what the board was saying when we voted 2 weeks ago to put it forward. More of, not so much merits of the project, but just, it seemed like, you know, this gets us, and I'm assuming like what I heard today, that those bids are pretty, not cast in stone, but they're pretty, if they're from qualified GCs, they're for real. So it's not like a fantasy bid that would come. It would be like a true number, and again, I'm just very ignorant to that. So, wow, do we have any, there's nothing else in this warrant article, right?
Nope.
This is the longest one since I've only been,
We
Mr.
still have-
O'Leary may have
we still
seen
have
some
other
longer
business,
ones.
but-
We have other business, but that business, is nothing, so, and I'm sorry, I do not want to be, the first meeting I chaired, it shouldn't have been with this. Because now it puts me in a bad step, but I'm gonna make a comeback in 2 weeks.
Only improvement. It's only gonna be improved.
Only gonna be improved, I can only get better, so next time,
This is your benchmark, Mr. Chair.
well, the benchmark next time it will still be the same day of the week. How's that? So, thank you, everyone. Do I need to read something to end the public meeting?
Thank you very much.
Huh?
Close the hearing.
Motion? No, I'm closing the public hearing. Okay. Mr. What's next, Mr. Gilberto?
Again, the water, everybody else.
No, not yet, that's easy. Don't? Okay. And do you have some dates that you can, they're in the,
They're not in the packet.
okay.
The dates that we're looking at, the next meeting would be Monday, June 10th, which will be town meeting. We would meet in advance of town meeting, and we suggest we plan to meet at 6 o'clock that night.
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, with town meeting scheduled to start at 7.
And can you, after we agree on this, can you just do me a favor? Can we just shoot an email to everybody about it?
Sure.
Like about the meeting dates, because sometimes my outlook just doesn't, yeah. Thank you.
We're proposing Monday, June 17th as a regular select board meeting. That would also be with the water rate hearing. That would be the day before election day for the special election for the override.
And can I just make a suggestion? So, when I first got on the board, especially if there was a lot of executive session going, we used to start at like 6:15 if it was a long thing. And I know that then we accommodate like we would any board member, but would anybody be opposed to that? I mean, I know we did 6:30, but I just feel, I won't the
Start
tape.
earlier? start early, is that what you're saying?
We average, with executive session, we always average about 6:15, from like the time of like, you know, when I was in my basement to when I got here in person. So would anybody be opposed that if it's gonna be a longer executive session, we try to start earlier? So, I mean,
I'm good with that.
theoretically, if it's a shorter one, I don't know what the rules are about starting open session a little earlier. What are the rules?
We have to
You have
start
to set
at
a specific time.
No, but I mean, if you started open session at like 6:30, is that allowed? I don't know what the rules are.
The board, I think, has a policy,
7?
targeted 7:30 open session time. We've done it earlier than that.
So maybe we can target 7
We could-
with an earlier executive session, if everybody's okay, just for the interest of time,
Yeah,
or we
no,
can
I-
save anywhere.
No, I like that.
Okay, so maybe going forward, if we can, if there's no executive session, we'll just come at 7, but if there is, we'll, you know, just so the
Yeah,
open
but
session.
For years, we always had a 7 o'clock start for open, and we primarily started 6 o'clock, 6:30, depending upon
Okay.
what's executive session.
Okay.
Depending upon the makeup of the board, and the accommodations that need to be made,
Right.
depending upon their work schedule, where they work, how, commuting and all the rest.
Correct.
And that was long before we had the remote stuff.
Okay.
So then we get flexible with it. But
All right.
for the most part, it was always, 7 o'clock public.
I like that idea.
All right.
That's a good idea.
I'm just trying to get us out of here, that's all I want to do. Hey, that's what you can
You
count
thought
on.
it was gonna be
It's all right, so you get,
easy. I'm not
It's no fault.
wondering.
It's
So
no
we,
fault.
so you get the 17th, the 10th, the 17th, what else?
We were looking at, I think, July 22nd, for the shootout.
Yeah,
July
it's
22nd.
Monday. Is everybody,
I can't.
huh? You can't make the 22nd?
I won't be here on the 17th, but like I said.
You mean Wednesday the 17th?
On Monday, the 17th.
No, you're looking at the wrong,
No,
Well, he was
Monday,
just
June
saying-
17th. Monday, June 17th, I won't be here. My son's getting married, so.
oh, all right, no, we moved on to July.
No, I'm talking about June.
You won't be
What
here.
are you talking June?
Yeah, Monday, June 7th.
Well, should
I'm
we
talking
push it up
Monday,
to?
June 10th, Monday,
Yeah.
June 17th.
Okay, You won't be here
I'll
for the wedding.
But that's okay.
okay.
But should we put it on June 24th instead?
No, I probably won't be back for any of that.
No, let's,
Let's do that then.
so for the,
So, again, it's okay.
for the following month, if Mr. Massey
Take
can't
a
make the
reason.
22nd, the week of the 15th, can we do another day? Not that Monday? I fly back from Italy. I can't come straight to the airport after that. I will not be in any mood. I'll probably get myself in trouble. So, but I know we've done that before, a one-off meeting on an off Monday. I don't know if the board wants to entertain that.
We could do-
So-
Mike,
What are you suggesting, a Tuesday?
I could do that.
Leanne, what works for you that, like, does Tuesday work better? Does Wednesday work better?
I can do Tuesday.
I can do it Tuesday.
Mr. Massey? Mr. O'Leary? How about the 16th then?
Okay.
July 16th. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You still doing
Tuesday,
July?
7/16.
And intercontinental travel with 4 kids?
22nd was my wife's birthday.
What is,
July
July's the
22nd.
least of my
what's your
problems.
wife's birthday?
22nd.
Oh,
I'm on the hook.
you're available for that.
What month?
Mr. Chair, through you, Mike, would July 16th, what would that be, just a regular meeting?
Yes.
And then what was the next date?
I think we had August 12th, the date we were looking at. So it'll be July 16th, Tuesday, and Monday, August 12th.
Yep.
And then there'll be a little bit of a gap, but we're able to meet on September 9th. So instead of having to meet another night the week of Labor Day, we could actually meet the following Monday if folks are available. And that would be to sign the October town meeting warrant and make sure that it gets
Wow.
nailed to everybody's homes.
You just zipped us to October town meeting.
That's it.
Wow.
And
Plan
then,
ahead.
would be 2 weeks later would be October 30th for a.
Wait, did
Wait,
we
wait,
skip
wait, how many-
September?
just-
September 9th, so that
September
was.
9th, yep.
And then?
2 weeks later would be September, 3 weeks, September 30th. Monday, September 30th.
Jen's gonna send all this to us? Jen?
Yes, for October town meeting warrant article hearing. And then town meeting would be October 7th. October 7th.
And we'll meet early.
Oh, I already have that in.
So, August 12th, September 9th,
Let's,
Wait,
September 30th, and October 7th.
let's not go any further. All right, that's pretty good for now.
That's good.
so one meeting a month?
No,
So that's
one
what we
in-
have targeted for.
2 in September.
July and August. If business comes up, I may need to approach you to ask for a meeting in between, if that happens.
That works.
I mean, I know it'd be inconvenient, but we could always do, even if it's open session, hybrid only, right, Zoom
Yeah,
only,
yeah,
if it's on the fly.
we had to, yeah, we have that option.
Okay. All right, so next is, Water Commission appointment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to place in nomination the following name for appointment to the Water Commission for a term to expire on December 31st, 2025. Brett Schultz.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Mr. O'Leary, would you like to?
Well, Mr. Ragucci, who's chair of the Water Commission, has recommended young Mr. Schultz, and
Of the infamous Andrew Schultz.
And I agree. I was on the Water Commission, so my recommendation is just like Steve's to the board. Any further discussion?
You mean Brett?
Brett, no. My recommendation, just like Steve to the board. I agree with him.
Oh, okay, it's late.
I know. Any further discussion? Okay, it's a roll call vote, name vote. Mr. O'Leary,
Brett Schultz.
Mr. Wallner,
Brett Schultz?
Mrs. Gonzalez,
Brett Schultz.
Mr. Massey,
Brett Schultz.
and the chair is Brett Schultz.
Congratulations, Brett.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, legal bills. Mr. Massey, do we have a,
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve legal bills for March in the amount of $22,472.25 as follows. General, $21,992.75. Labor, $446.50. 20 Elm Street, $33, for a total of $22,472.25.
Second.
motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what was the $33 for?
I don't know. What was the 30? Did he charge us for like lunch?
You really don't have to answer that question. Let's move it along.
Man,
What?
Let's move it
I'm
along.
gonna strike the
Don't
question.
worry.
Yeah, just
Right, it's
kill
fine.
the question.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. From someone who's outside, I guess a newcomer coming in here. What's the bulk of the cost here for what issue?
Under what category is it, Mr. Massey?
General?
General.
Sorry, I just.
Mr. Gilberto, I mean, that's a bigger question. Forget about the $33.
Yeah, forget about the $33.
What is the bulk of the general cost for the legal?
For this particular bill, we have quite a bit of work for litigation involving 142 Main Street. We have work with the planning commission, mostly in the form of the MBTA zoning. Those are two pretty big items, at about 10,000 total. The $33 was to review a statement that I read in the public meeting on the 20 Elm Street case.
Pretty good price.
But looking closely, and then the state Republican committee race recount was also about $5,000. So those three things: the state Republican race recount, which was $5,000, we involved the town council for that. The MBTA zoning was a chunk of funding, and then what was the first one? 142 Main Street. So those make up the bulk of it.
In the packet that we get, there's a breakdown, there's a detail every month when we vote on these of each line. of how
It's
much
like a
is-
line item.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
no, when you get, so when you get the packet, you'll see it further down in there, it's all broken out.
You're gonna learn real quick, you
By
should have been a
cases
lawyer.
and what was expended during the time period for the bill.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Was that abstain or aye?
Abstain.
Yeah, just see, you gotta make sure Jim has it.
And town administrator's report.
Just to note that the senior center continues to offer programming out of Aldersgate Church while they finish up the floor project in the senior center. The senior center is anticipated to be able to reopen after Memorial Day, Tuesday of next week. That's the schedule right now. And then, as I mentioned the last meeting, we are approaching the beginning of construction of the North and Second Street intersection. The road will be open most of the time for folks to pass through, but the public should prepare for delays in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, can I get a last motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Massey, second by Mrs. Gonzalez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.